going to have to get on our cycles again, aren't we?
So there's a bit going on there. So while all that was happening, Philippe Fraga brought the 130 into pit lane, cruised through at 345 metres at 40 kilometres an hour. So 33 seconds transit time disappears for that team. And we've talked about this for years, that it can be the tiny little 1%ers that can make or break this race. That, you know, we've had 4 laps of safety cars so far in 3 hours of motor racing. So in long green flag runs, you throw 33 seconds away, especially when the field is all compressed and locked up together like it was on a restart, that can be massively damaging for your day. The other side of that is it's a long race, so you can get it back. But, man, it's the last thing you need to be doing.
And if you're watching online, either here at the... You've got the timing up online, either here at the track or further afield, remind yourself that 130, that pit stop wasn't a pit stop. That was a drive-through. It'll still show us an extra number in the pit stop column. But make yourself a little note, because it's the sort of thing we forget later on, and we'll need to for you to let us know.
Good to be back in the box. 1, how good's Paul Tracy?
Yeah.
2, remember last year's race winner had a drive-through penalty.
Yep.
So it's nice and early. If you're going to have a penalty, have it in the first half of the race. Gives you plenty of time to fight back. So the 130 now finds itself roughly 1 minute off the lead of the race. So
and people
plenty
were
of time to get back in the game.
People were asking, what was that penalty for? Are you not allowed to make error changes during the race? No, that's not the case. It was the fact that they were doing it while they were refueling, while the hose was in the car. That's what grabbed them the penalty. Guven then by about 3.3 seconds. That little scrap that was going on behind him, getting past the GT4 cars, has opened up a bit of a lead again for the young Turkish Porsche sensation, who's doing a brilliant job, double stinting the Pirellis and himself, and he's leading here and got clear track ahead of him. Beautiful day for him at the moment.
Supercars season 2024. A lot has been learnt, a lot has changed, and we've got a lot to look forward to. It starts with the Bathurst Superfest. Following the Bathurst 12-hour, it's time to kick off the new season at the thrifty Bathurst 500.
Brace yourself for another great race, Australia. It is showtime.
This year, a new champion will be crowned. Take your pick. It could be anyone's.
Who gets the job done today?
Ticket information can be found at supercars.com. Supercars, unforgettable.
It will be an unforgettable way to start the Repco Supercars Championship. It all starts next weekend, the thrifty Bathurst 500s. Head to supercars.com to get your tickets and get trackside and join the many people that will stay the week in this part of the world as part of the Bathurst Superfest. Lots to see and do in between the events, and then it all starts on track next Friday. All the coverage coming your way in Australia, but also around the world via Superview. Supercars.com has all the information. Changing of the guard again in the Supercars Championship. So looking forward to seeing how all of that plays out. We're 82 laps in to the Repco Bathurst 12-hour. We've been going 3 hours and 8 minutes now. And the leader is Ayhancan Guven by 2.7 seconds. 49 laps he's been in the car. 17 laps into this stint into pit stop. So there's been quite a few cars that have gone off sequence that took the opportunity of that yellow to get some service done. So 5 cars, including Raffaele Marciello, Vantor, Feeney, Ojeda and Haase especially, all took the opportunity of a yellow to peel off into pit lane.
Will Brown, am I interrupting breakfast or morning tea here, mate?
Yeah, I think this one's morning tea. I had a bit of breakfast before the stint this morning.
Now, first stint as a Triple Eight race driver. Hey, it was all happening there at the start amongst those BMWs. Talk us through your first stint there.
Yeah, no, it was a fun first stint. Obviously, the BMWs came out on cold tyres, but they've got pretty good straight line, so couldn't get past them. But, yeah, I probably got to pick up a little bit of pace. Obviously, Brock's doing an awesome job now and some fast laps, so hopefully we can build into it throughout the day and come home strong.
You didn't change tyres, you left Brock on your sort of lightly used ones. How's that going to play out through the day, managing the tyres, managing the driving time and all the stints?
Yeah, I think it'll be good. We double stinted the first set of tyres, and then I put a green set on and warmed him up for Brock, being the nice guy I am, and there he goes. So, it'll be fine. I think a few people double stint tyres throughout the weekend, throughout the day. They seem to be lasting pretty well.
This is only your second time in the GT3 car. We did it a couple of years ago. How is it driving these different cars, Mercedes, Porsche and whatnot?
Yeah, it's definitely different. I tell you what, it's a lot different to the supercar. So, just trying to get used to that. But it's a long race, and it'll be a good one.
Looks like we've got a spinner at Forest Elbow, so I'll go back to the commentators.
Oh, no, this is not
Right
good.
in the middle of BMW M Forest Elbow, and it's the Superbarn AMG car. This is the number 47 machine that's gone around. I don't think it's hit anything, Garth, and nobody hit it. Oh no, apparently there has been a bit of a coming together with the 111 side by side. Oh dear.
Oh, big contact on the inside wall for the 111 as well as they fight over the apex at Forest Elbow. So Theo Kunduris aboard the 47 Superbarn AMG Mercedes. And that was the 111 Mark Mustang that was involved in that one. Rylan Gray aboard that. So
Straight into
Gray's
pit for
come to
Rylan.
pit lane
Yeah.
to check, but that was a heavy contact with the inside wall. The rest of the field getting around. So Kunduris did a nice job there to actually calmly get reverse gear and get out of the way and press on. So, a bit of an argument over the apex. No, well, actually, that car had the least damage coming out of it. So,
I don't think they had done anything wrong there. I mean, there's a little bit of room on the inside, but I'm not sure where Rylan thought he was going to go. At some stage, he's got to turn left into the corner. No harm, no foul for the Superbarn car that continues up on Mountain Straight.
We might have the Pirelli pit bunker, but there are far more advanced technologies in the STM garage. This Mercedes team knows how to figure out strategy. Craig Lowndes, we've just established on the board what everyone has done so far today, but how is the Mercedes?
Yeah, we're getting there. We're just sort of moving Cam along. We want to get to this 84 and we can shoot up to 98. Get our lap back, that'd be really nice. The car's okay, it's just a little bit twitchy under brakes, and that's something we're trying to rectify as we do some running around. Thomas started the race, he said it was actually quite breezy this morning, cold conditions and everything else, so again, just got to be careful, we just stay out of trouble, circulate around. We're about 5 minutes short of the lucky dog, so if something happens from now on, we'll get our lap back, which is really what we're looking for, because we know we've got a good, consistent car, maybe not a fast car, but at least it's consistent.
Do you think as the day heats up, the Mercedes will continue to get better and better?
Well, I hope so. I think that this track will evolve definitely over the day, and at the moment it's got a bit of cloud cover, but if it does rubber up, it'll definitely help us because the car is a little bit loose. So if we can, that'd be really good, but we'll have to wait and see. Like at the moment, Cam's in the car. Both Thomas and I have been saying the same thing about the car and the way we're explaining it to the engineers. So as I said, we're chasing it a little bit, but hopefully it'll come to us later in the day.
As far as time out of the car goes, is there any better way to recuperate than to have a smile and a laugh and to just enjoy yourself?
Well, we do, as you said, with the fun garage. So Thomas has been really the joker, and of course he's got the multi-spring. So he's saying if we stretch it this way, it's a softer version. That's a harder version. So yeah, Thomas is really the one that's keeping us all amused at the moment. We got to do something.
Well, yesterday we saw an on-track camber adjustment, as the team put it. Not from you guys, from a different team. I like the movable spring movement too. Yeah,
we've got all that going on. And as we said, we've got the strategy board, we've got the wind weather station over there. It's not spinning, so it's obviously very calm at the moment. So it's calm before the storm.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Control, attention all teams. Stewards have imposed a drive-through penalty to car 111, breach of driver conduct.
That was for that unnecessary contact up at the BMW M elbow. That car now in the pit lane. That one is going to sting a little bit because there was damage to the 111 Invitational car. Rylan Gray brought that car into the pit lane and a little bit of damage to the left front. That was the side that hit the wall when he was trying to squeeze down the inside of the Superbarn number 47 AMG. That car, the Superbarn car, has continued. 8 3/4 hours still to go, and the pace heating up again at the sharp end of the field. Traffic dependent, of course, but the gap has come down. The number 912 Porsche 992 GT3R. Now being caught by Raffaele Marciello, and Dries Van Toort is only another second or so back. So the two WRT turbocharged BMW M4 GT3s right with the leader now after Chan got a good run away from the restart, helped for a little bit of slower traffic in between himself and the rest of the field. But it's at the end of the stint when the Porsche tends to come alive and the fast laps are coming in. Remembering, Garth, that those two BMWs have got probably 10 laps more fuel in those cars than the Porsche. The Porsche did not stop.
That's a good point, John, that both BMWs came to the lane under that initial safety car that we had in this year's race. So they've bought themselves a much bigger fuel window at the end of this stint. So remember before the safety car, Guven had a gap of near on 23, 25 seconds. And that safety car's, one, negated that track position, but two, by Mante EMA not coming to the lane, they're going to have a different fuel window. That's not going to make a huge amount of difference right now. But if we go stint on stint on stint on stint to the end, that 10-lap fuel difference, the differential in the window, could be the difference between making it to the end or not. You don't know right now. No. So all you're doing is you're just giving yourself a bigger window. You always, through the race, we always talk about just make the windows bigger. Give yourself more flexibility in your strategy. And I think BMW have done that now. Whether it works for them later, they don't know. We don't know. That's what makes 12-hour racing so good.
Yeah, the margin 3/10 now. Marciello's been taking lap time out of Guven, so there's 11 laps the difference between pit stops, and Dries Van Toort's gone with them both. But 5.2 seconds covering the top 5 cars. The drive of the day for mine so far has been 13. The Phantom Global Racing Porsche have dragged themselves from well outside the top 10 up into the 5. It's been a really good stint from Bastian Boos. Joel Eriksson did a lot of the heavy lifting early after Jackson Evans started that car. So they've got themselves within 5 seconds of the race lead. The safety car helped them a little bit, but they did a lot of that work on their own. The other thing the safety car helped was a bit of extra time for Kenny and for Brad Schumacher behind the wheel of those two pro cars as well. It's exactly what happened in car 75 12 months ago as well.
Eight hours and 40 minutes of the Repco Bathurst 12 hours remain, and we've already had one or two little pointers as to where the performance and potential advantage lies. We've seen in the early running, albeit in the cooler conditions, particularly of the track surface here at Mount Panorama, that going an extra couple of laps on the pit cycle can give you an advantage. Double stinting the Pirelli tyres and leaving the warm tyres on can give you a bit of an advantage. And at the end of a stint, the Porsches are very quick indeed, and it is one of the Porsches that leads, one of the new 992 ship GT3Rs, and it pulled out a 20-second lead. That's all gone after the first safety car, then about 3.5, 4 seconds on the restart. But the two WRT BMW M4 GT3s are hunting as a pack at the moment, Garth, and the top 3 go up through the cutting to the Audi cutting as one.
1 second covering the top 3 cars, 5 seconds covering the top 5. So that safety car has condensed the field, certainly. Richard Craill, you mentioned that the drive of the day so far is the 13 Phantom Global Porsche. Bastian Boos at the wheel of that one, and he's doing a great job first time here out Mount Panorama. So they continue their march forward from deep in the field after qualifying.
Approaching the 3.5-hour mark of this race, so a quarter of the way in, and this is how it's played out so far. The start in the pre-dawn, 5:45 a.m. on Sunday morning, as is tradition. And as the light came up, so too the intensity in the first round of pit stops. The BMWs were slower, the Porsche better. It got track position and got to the race lead. And this was incredible stuff. Cold tyres, a mix of drivers, some fresh, some not. big moment for Lee Holdsworth, just brushing the wall on the run down into the dipper. This was the GT4 Mercedes AMG, which has otherwise had a pretty good day so far. The 701, the Vortex French car making its debut at Mount Panorama. This was the cause of the first BMW XM safety car period for the race. It was on the circuit for 5 laps. On the restart, a nice free kick for Ayanke Guven because he had 2 lap cars in between himself and the 130, which was driven at the time by Felipe Fraga. He would have to serve a drive-through penalty, however, for a pit lane infringement. Meanwhile, the BMW helping move one of the Method Motorsport McLarens out of the way. The 46 with a brief brush of the wall at the Audi Sport Cutting. This was the adjustment that caused a drive-through penalty. If you want to do work like that, the car has to go in the garage, is the regulation, and they had to serve a drive-through as a result for Mercedes AMG Team Grupper M Racing. But after 3 hours, 20 minutes and 45 seconds, car 912 leads the way, and we're going safety car because the number 91 Mark car has found the fence at turn 2 at the top of Mountain Straight.
5,
so a second
4,
safety car period
3,
will be called.
2, 1. Speed limiters must be implemented.
David Stewart, Deputy Race Director, calling the shots from Motorsport Australia Race Control. So whether it's a full course yellow or a full safety car, they do get a countdown to go down to 80 kilometres an hour regardless, and then the safety car will pick up the leader of the race.
Yeah, it's Hadrian behind the wheel of that car, and Hadrian Morale and the Mark II in that very striking livery. Very mean-looking cars, those machines, but that is potentially, well, oh, he's lost it again on the way in, and he's gone straight across to the unguarded concrete on the other side of the circuit. So it starts off sliding the car, and then it spears across to the right-hand side of the circuit.
Yeah, just wide. You can see as it came into shot, he was already wide and offline, so in the marbles and in the dirt, and then just too much. The lock could have opened the wheel a little bit, let the car flow, but it's unfortunately gone around, got that inside wall, as John said, and heavy damage to the front of the 91 Martini livered. It looked spectacular at the start of the race, a little less spectacular now, unfortunately, and that was the car that Tim Slade.
And the leaders were on the scene.
So that was just local yellows at that stage. You can see the green flag waving, so they sort of resume hostilities once they get past it, but there's just enough room to get around the back, so you can obviously see why we've gone safety car.
So the pits will stay open, and now we've ascertained why the accident happened. We can look ahead to what happens from a strategy point of view, because it's been 23 laps since our leader pitted. I wonder if they take this opportunity to dive in for some service, for some fuel.
But the BMWs don't need
14
to.
laps. No,
If I'm the leader, you're coming. If I'm BMW, I'm not.
Correct. So, and now's the time to do it as well, before the field's packed up. So get into pit lane as quickly as you can. You're going to lose less track position now.
And that's what BMW did nicely at that last stop. That's why they're still at the front of the field with an effective extra stop.
Correct.
And driver change it will be for the leading car, I reckon, here.
You can't go any more than a double stint for time behind the wheel. So Guven's been behind the wheel for 55 laps. So he jumped in at their first pit stop.
Done 2/3 of the race so far.
Good news is that Hadrian Morale is out of that Mark car and making his way into the arms. Oh, the beach is coming as well. So they're just extending again here, Garth. That's interesting.
Yeah, so, I mean, they've done another, what have they done? 14 laps, BMW, since the last stop. So the rule of thumb is you get a safety car, if you're halfway into your stint, you come.
Yeah.
So for Porsche, it was a no-brainer. BMW's obviously decided, well, we're only going to get another 14, 15 laps up the road, and we're going to have to come again anyway, so why not do it under safety car?
And plus the two drivers in the BMW have only done 26, 25 laps. So they're okay in terms of their stint. They can do another full stint,
and they're okay, whereas Guven had to come, so this has actually fallen a pretty good time for them.
So did BMW do tyres? I reckon not. They might send them here and have the advantage of having fresh tyres.
Well, they didn't do tyres last time. Remember, they just did fuel. So Let's hear from Chad in the lane. He might know more.
I'm just down at the Audi crew at the moment because they were one of the teams, at least with the 22, that did take that last pit stop for fuel for Christopher Haase. I can see for car 2 that Winkelhock is about to get in, so that would suggest that Schumacher with those 22 laps has achieved a part of the race where they think that they are good to get home with their 2 other drivers. I'm trying to scurry down pit lane to see what they're doing at the 75 to see if they're going to try the same thing with Kenny Habul. And just watch out for that driver change if they do, because that's their weak point this week.
Yeah, only 25 laps on the Pirellis for Raffaele Marciello and Dries Vanthoor, 26 actually for Dries. And here they come down the lane, and just waiting to see the Sun Energy car rolling out as well.
We're hearing both BMWs took tyres, and I think Kenny's probably going to be able to tick the box as well. So he got in the car just on 8 a.m. local time. It's now 9:10. So he's done that 65, 70 minutes, almost exactly what he did in the race last year. So I wonder if they pull Kenny out of car 75 now to tick that box. So we heard Brad Schumacher's done enough as well. So this is a fascinating little period of the race where things could change. And we think car 22, the Audi, may well shuffle to the front.
That is fascinating, isn't it? I'll be honest, I was a little bit worried that mandatory pit times and fuel stints and run stints might just take the edge off the strategy here, but we're still talking about it, and people are still making different choices, Garth. So they do feel that there's still something to be gained.
Well, these mid-stint safety cars are what throw the joker in the pack. So do you take it, do you not take it? So the 22 Audi with Christopher Haase at the wheel, they took the last safety car, and they haven't taken this safety car. So they've now bought themselves track position, but they're only going to have track position for 15, 16 laps, and then they're going to have to come back again. So that's worked in their favour, and that's what we were wondering, whether BMW were going to come or going to stay, and they've come as well. So they've lost track position. So the only one on that alternate strategy now is the 22 Audi.
Yeah,
and I think Kenny Habul as well.
16 laps into a stint for Chris Haase.
Correct. So that's another 16 roughly for them. Maybe a bit more, because the safety car, you don't burn as much fuel.
So I think the 22 can afford to stay out if they want to. Habul, 25 laps in the car, so within 7 of fuel range, basically. So I would be surprised if they don't pit this time by. That's the view at the back of the BMW XM. That's cool. Like a tracking shot. That's outstanding.
High vantage point.
Yeah, not wrong. Matt Campbell is behind the wheel of car 912 now, the Porsche that was the race leader before this sequence. And then Maxime Martin back behind the wheel of 46. So he's taken over from Raffaele Marciello. Charles Wirtz is back behind the wheel of the 32 BMW as well. So both BMWs, not only did they take tyres, they took drivers as well.
Yeah, and that if you're changing drivers, it makes sense to do the tyres and give the new driver a new set of boots. They will take the, if they're brand new, they'll take the edge off them a little bit behind the safety car, but they're still not going to be up to full.
No, but you can certainly build more temperature on the safety car before you go green.
Yeah. Lucas Stolz is ready in the lane, has helmet on, has Hans device on. Not a lot of action as to whether or not the folks down here at Sun Energy One are going to be leaping into the lane anytime soon. So the longer that they push Kenny Habul into this stint, the more flexibility they will get later in the run. So that is the advantage of keeping him in there for now. But they've definitely gone off strategy, haven't they?
Do you think, Chad, they'll wait for deep in this safety car maybe to make that change? So it's still done under safety car, but right at the end of the safety car. You'll give up track position, but you might tick the time over that you need to for Kenny.
Well, they've achieved the time already.
Yeah, I think they're safe on time, absolutely.
Okay. It gives them a bit more time later in the race on that flexibility, I guess is probably what Garth means.
Yeah.
Is that the longer that he sits in that car, it's one extra lap or one extra minute that you get the flexibility back with Stolz and Goon on later on.
The other thing to take into effect, Chad, is that the lucky dog rule is in effect now. So if you are 1 lap down or more, you will get that lap back. You'll get waved around. As the lights go out behind the safety car, you will then get waved past. So you will gain at least 1 lap back on the race leaders.
In today's Repco Rewind, we head back to 2014, when Aussie racing legend Craig Lowndes delivered Ferrari a Bathurst win, holding off GT champion Maxi Book in one of the best 12-hour finishes to that point.
Surely he can't go from that far around. They're side by side. He's gone through. He noses into the lead, but the Ferrari have the racing line and there's no way through. The leader gets held up. He's got to go one way or the other. Here comes Maximilian Burke down the middle, over the top of Rock Skyline, and there's nothing in it again.
Here goes Book. He'll try around the outside again, but Lowndes drives it down the middle of the road. He'll hold on.
He's going to be down to the traffic. It's the Donut King Lotus that holds up the leader. But once again, Lowndes positions his car right in the middle of the road. But here comes Burke round the outside. And he's not coming from that far back. He's not coming from that far back. Craig Lowndes brings home Alan Simonson's Ferrari and wins the Liquid Molly. 12 hours for 2014. Bathurst delivers. Well done, mate.
It was at that point we knew this race was properly serious stuff. A thrilling finish to the 2014 Bathurst 12-hour with Craig Lowndes holding out what was then Maxi Book, the FIA GT World Champion at that point. Ferrari versus Mercedes. It was an awesome race.
There was actually even more drama than that Repco Rewind show, because part of the way through that package, Krillsy reminded me, I got so excited that I knocked over all of the timing screens in front of us.
This is why we're currently under the control of the BMW XM safety car. Hadrian Morale exit of Visit New South Wales Griffin's Bend. And the leader scraping through on the outside there. And while that's all been going on, pit stops. Heart of Racing are in pit lane, and Ian James will jump out of the number 27 car. So while this procedure goes through, when the lights are extinguished on the safety car, the cars that are one lap or more down will gain their lap back. They get waved past. It's not a full lap. They get about 35 seconds. They get waved past at the top of Conrod Straight when the lights go out on the safety car. But this is how the leaderboard sits right now. Still a bit to unpick through all of this, because there's a whole bunch of different strategies playing out. The main one is that car 75 yet to stop, 26 laps now into a stint. The next 6 cars have all just recently made pit stops. So they've just topped up either fuel drivers and tyres. And here are our class leaders. Brad Shields leading the silver class in the Valmont Racing Mercedes. John Hollinger leads the way in car number 10 for Superglass Racing, and Matt Stone. And Marcus Flack, young gun, rising star in the world of motorsport in this part of the world, is leading the way in GT4.
Hearing from one or two eyes over the top of the mountain, thank you, Scott, that there's still one or two little enclaves of cars that haven't quite made it onto the back of the safety car train. And whether that's a little bit of confusion from a driver, because it only needs one at the head of the queue as to how fast they can go, or whether they're limited to 80. You are allowed to go a little bit quicker to catch up to the back of the train.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we heard in the previous safety car that there was repeated attempts to get one of the cars to turn off their 80-kilometre-hour full course yellow limiter. So it's still, certainly for the Australian drivers who haven't done a whole lot of full course yellow stuff, just understanding when is the right time to turn it off to catch the train. And now that we have seen that car of Hayden Morale make its way onto the flatbed, the track is clear, so they are able to form up behind the BMW safety car. We're just theorising here, guys, whether that they're going to bring Kenny Hibble right at the end of this safety car period to buy a bigger window. And he goes past the lane. No, he doesn't. He comes to the lane. So Kenny has fulfilled the minimum 40 minutes.
Correct.
But if he does just 40 minutes, it makes the driver windows for Jules Gounon and Lucas Stolt super tight. So the more that they can open the windows for the drivers, it gives them more strict flexibility as well.
Down here with Chan Guven, the star of that second stint. You were out there for such a long time battling elbows out, and your lap times were so consistent. Talk about your first time at the mountain. Is it everything you expected and more?
Yeah, first of all, when I go out with cold tires and leading, it was quite pressure, first time in the mountain, but yeah, I tried to take it easy without losing the position. At the end, I managed to keep it. And then, yeah, the pace was great. And during the stint, team asked me if I would like to do double. And yeah, I say yes, I would like to do it. I feel great. And then, yeah, second stint a bit harder. Now with safety cars and everything, I think race changed a little bit in terms of direction. Everyone in the pack now. So yeah, we will see. But so far, car feels great. And yeah, definitely with Lawrence and Matt and with the team, we have a strong package.
You have so much virtual racing experience. That's really where I first heard of you. How different is it when you actually get out there and there's elevation?
Yeah, first of all, I find out in the track walk when I start going uphill, like already in turn 2, I feel okay, that's quite different. And also yesterday, maybe in free practice 4, I think, maybe you guys remember, I have a small moment. So also it's a little bit different about the sim compared to like off lines. When you miss the limit line, there was no grip and the wall is super close. So yeah, it's lucky that I find the limit in the test without hitting the wall. And yeah, so far I'm super happy with the track, so I really enjoy it, and yeah, hopefully we can finish where we are.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Find me a race car driver that doesn't want to do a double stint at the start of this race. Yeah, that's
they
right.
Don't exist.
The track's cool, cars are gripped up. Let's have a go.
Car. Maintain speed 80 kph, lights out at 19.7. There will be a wave by. There are multiple cars entitled for a wave by. Please maintain driver's right. When you reach Forest Elbow, turn 18, please.
So multiple cars means all cars from a position 11.
Yeah.
So 2/3 of the field are coming on by here to get a lap back. That's good news for some of the cars. So the first one getting a lap back, Cameron Waters in the 222. Scott Taylor Motorsport car, Yasser Shaheen as well. So,
and it's brilliant news for Lucas Stoltz, because it means quite a lot of cars that would have been between him and the bulk of the GT3 pack, the rest of the top 10, is what we're talking about there. So he drives back, but it's almost like a class split.
Yeah, back onto the field that he's racing heads up with. So that's a really good point, John. And I wonder whether the Sun Energy team have also thought that through and thought, well, they're going to get wave buys, so we're losing track position, but we're not going to get caught in the slower cars on this start.
And he's charging round, putting energy into his Pirelli tyres as well.
They would have popped out, had they stopped at the very start of this safety car, they would have popped out 6th or 7th in the queue, just with the split with the track positions when everyone was doing 80 k's an hour before they packed up. So really, they've probably only lost 3 or 4 spots total through that process. What it also does is take us from 10 cars on the lead lap to 16 on the lead lap. So we get an extra 6 cars that will get that lap back. And this is the wave by process now. So that's Cameron Waters behind.
So what you do if you're Cameron Waters from this point on, you are head down, going as hard as you can, because you know the track's clear up the road. So you need to maximise this opportunity now. You're not going to catch the back of the train.
So the lights are out now, and they go back on.
Yeah. I wonder if they're waiting
for all the cars to come through. But no overtaking, by the way, for the cars that have gone through. So once they've gone through, what's the horrible
one of them's gone off. So is that Ibrahim's gone off. So you see one of the cars, you are allowed to pass if the car goes off the racetrack. So that was the Kundurus car. So Ibrahim was doing what he had to do. That's what he had to do. You have to go, and you have to go hard. But on a cold tyre, just overrun it at the chase.
There's absolutely nothing worse when you get the wave by than somebody just pootling around and taking
so
their time. He's just overrun himself there.
And I can tell you, he would have had both feet on the brake pedal there trying to stop that car, because you know on a cold tyre the ABS locks you out and there's nothing you can do about it. So those guys are running hard. The rest of the field coming to go back to green. Matt Campbell, who's just jumped aboard the leading Mante EMA Porsche, takes him to the line.
So restarts have been vigorous today. Let's see how this one plays out. So those cars that have unlapped themselves are running up Mountain Straight towards the top of the mountain. So they get about 35 or 40 seconds back. Up the hill they go. Campbell with a great restart. Martin behind the wheel of car 46. This is Mick Grenier, the Canadian, behind the wheel of the National Storage 888 entry. Charles Viet's in front in the WRT BMW. Behind him is Jackson Evans for Phantom Global. This car right in the mix now, having started a lot further back. Maxi Goetz, the German, in 77, the Caltex car, and a pass up the inside. Kelvin van der Linde has got behind the wheel of car 22, so they also stopped through that sequence, and he's got himself up to 8th place.
Porsche's jumped away a little bit again on the restart. This is becoming more than just coincidence. We're seeing a pattern here. Porsche good at the start, good at the end of the run as well, and Matt Campbell's lit up that 4.2 V8 at flat 6 and started to pull away. Sorry, I had a bit
of Oliveira engine in it, have they?
Yeah, I reckon it's just a
928.
It's just a caged Matt Campbell. He's been caged up for 3 odd hours wanting to get in this race car. So just unleashing some energy that's been caged for a while. So you're right, Campbell's 1.2 up the road on this restart.
And what that safety car's done, Garth, is basically cleansed the top 10 bar one car. Actually, I stand corrected. It's cleansed the entire top 10. So only Maxi Goetz has stayed in the car for longer than 3 laps. So everyone else is fresh aboard that car since the safety car. Maxi's been in it now for 18 laps in that 6th place number 77 car.
And it's put pretty much everybody as well, Grillsy, on to the same pit stop strategy.
So we talked about the cars that were unlapping themselves with the first lucky dog of the year. The first car that did that was Cam Waters. He's just making his way out of turn 2 up towards the Audi cutting as the leaders make their way down to the final corner. So that's how much you get up the road. You don't get the full lap back, but you get the opportunity, should another safety car come your way, to get on the back of the train. So you've got to go and run because you know that the leaders are fast. They're going to get to the rear bumper again. So Waters, although he's not on screen, in position 11, needs to continue to run to keep that car on the lead lap for as long as possible.
Yeah, I quite like the lucky dog rule in that respect, that it doesn't give you that full free lap
not
back.
a free kick.
You've still got to work.
You've got to work and work hard.
Really, to get you back into that equation. Here's Prince Jeffrey under pressure from the Lamborghini at the top of the mountain. So not for outright position, these two. Ibrahim currently scored in 14th position. Tony D'Alberto 17th, but there's a lap between them. So they're cars that have unlapped themselves. So that gives you an idea of where the cars that went past the safety car are at the top of the hill, while the leaders are running up now, just past Reed Park to Solomon Park.
Got people asking about side by side, thank you. Coming through. A couple of people asking about the green dots on the scoring pylon. If you're watching around the world, it's the Supercar co-driver graphic, that isn't it, Chris?
Yeah, in normal circumstances. Yeah.
What colour does the third driver have? Question without notice.
It's a question without notice. I don't have an answer for without notice either.
Not often that Richard Quayle's
come back to that one.
Words, but I got you there. Mark that down. Back to the leading bunch. Maxime Martin leading his teammate Charles Wirtz, the wheel of the number 32 Shell BMW. Michael Grenier is back in aboard the 888 AMG Mercedes, and Jackson Evans for some laps in that Phantom Global Porsche.
There's some talent in that top.
Just calling that nail, those names, isn't there? Serious GT3 dudes.
Grenier, Evans, Gertz, Engel, Kelvin van der Linde,
Winkelhock, Stolz. Cam Waters knows how to go around here.
I mean, that's extraordinary. And they're only 1/3 of the driving talent in all of those cars. I mean, this event just goes from strength to strength, and the international side of it has been awesome. Absolutely awesome. Let's go on board with the number 22. This is sitting right in the back of Mountain Straight. Garth Tander, talk us around this.
5th gear, over the hump, up Mountain Straight. You leave it in 5th gear, let it rev out. Lap traffic on the inside at turn 2. You hesitantly want to go around the outside because you know it's dirty. So 3rd gear off turn 2, and you'll need to defend into the cutting because you've had a poor run. Back to 2nd for the run up the hill. Car always goes taily there. It is flat over the hump here. You'll grab 4th just before you turn into Solomon Park. Flow as much speed as you can. Sometimes you grab 5th down here. Sometimes you leave it in 4th. Kelvin leaves it in 4th. He'll grab 5th on the exit. There you go. Just the tiniest of lifts from McPhillamy, then hard back into the throttle. Flow the car over Skyline in 5th, down to 4th, down to 3rd, down to 2nd before the dipper. The car will bottom here. There you go. Gets a good run off the dipper. Currently, we're chasing Maro Engel down to Forest Elbow. Flo the car in third. An earlier turn in to Forest Elbow, second gear for the run off Forest Elbow. And strangely, the fastest part of the racetrack is where you have the most time to relax. So grab fifth gear, have a look at the dash, see where the tyre temperatures are, use the slipstream effect behind the AMG Mercedes to see if you can tow up to the back of Maro Engel, but you'll be doing well to outbrake Maro Engel down into the chase, braking at about 110, back to third gear. Flow the
Race
car
control, attention
out
all
wide.
teams. Black flag. Stewards have imposed a PLP penalty to car 9. Breach of safety car procedure.
Dean Fiore aboard the Hallmark Audi, getting the black flag. Second gear at the final corner for Kelvin van der Linde. A little adjustment to the brake bias there as he makes his way down to turn 1, and that's second gear as well.
And a PLP, by the way, a pit lane penalty for those of you on the international thing. Pass for position as WRT go side by side. They're blocking the track there. And it is restored with Max Martin getting back ahead of Charles first. There was just a little stutter coming out of the first corner, Helt's corner from Martin in the M-Power coloured car. Again, I think that might have been more aggressively fought had they not been teammates.
So Martin has got clear air behind it. Oh, he turns into the grass. How many times have we seen that this week? So just too wide on entry, loses the rear in the grass, gets away with it, but then has to go straight into defence mode from his teammate. And that was then how they exited turn 2. This is another replay. Oh, the 111.
It's just come back out again.
Yeah, so that's drama. Is that on the outlap from
I think it
from
was
earlier at Forest Elbow? So
Ryland Gray behind the wheel. It's shown in pit lane again now, leading their class not too long ago. We talked up that invitational class, and it's been dramatic for one.
It's given us plenty of excitement, hasn't it? So Ryland Gray, very young, just starting out in his professional motorsport career, so learning all the time.
Attention all teams. Stewards have imposed a pit lane penalty to car 93. Breach of a pit stop procedure.
Tony D'Alberto, that's Ball Racing, and the report is failing to turn the engine off during the stop. So that probably explains why Tony's just set that car's personal best lap of the race. He's been told about the drive-through, and now he's driving angry. Try and make up as much time as he can. 94 laps for that car. They're 2 laps back as this intense battle pack continues. And while that battle's been going on for second place, Matty's Campbell's just disappeared up the road, 3.1 seconds, the leading margin now. While this this is awesome. So Mick Grenier for Triple Eight. Jackson Evans is in behind him in that blue and gold Phantom Global Porsche. Then Maximilian Goetz for Caltex in the 7 car for Craft Bamboo Racing. Maro Engel. So they were 32 seconds behind the leading group before that safety car with that drive-through penalty. Right back in the mix now, only 5 seconds from the race lead. Only 3 seconds out of second place. And
less than 7 covering the top 10.
Correct. So 3 different manufacturers in that group. And people complain about balance of performance. This is why we have it. It's to level the playing field a little bit so that front-engine cars, mid-engine cars, rear-engine cars, cars with different cross-sections, frontal areas can all race together. Mistake up ahead there.
There's a lap car, it's a Honduras AMG Mercedes getting well out of the way of this lot. Do not want to be part of this at all. 6 cars in a queue making their way down the mountain. 7 seconds covering the top 10 after near on 4 hours of racing.
Hello to Jimmy Broadbent, international sensation, and no mean racing driver as well. He's tackled the Nürburgring a couple of times. Jimmy, nice to know you're watching and listening. Need to get you down to have a go at this one. Just coming down to 8 hours to go, and it's back on at the mountain.
It's an iconic shot looking back from Murray's corner all the way up Conrod Straight as the leaders exit the chase. There is our race leader. There's the BMWs warring on. The teammates with the Mercedes, the Porsche, and then the couple of Audis at the back of this queue. That's the car in 10th place, 6.7 seconds only from the race lead.
Well, down in Sun Energy 175 garage with Kenny Bull. Hey, great stint out there. Tell us about the car and the conditions there in your opening run.
Mate, yeah, really happy. Everything went fine for me. A lot of dust, a lot of dirt, a lot of oil around the place. I was a little bit conservative. We were worried about gearbox temperature this morning in the first stint. It kind of went up a bit, so I was, you know, being the owner, I get a little more nervous than they do, so I was probably a little conservative. But I mean, I was happy. I did fives, plenty of fives in the race, and kept it all in one piece and stayed out of trouble. So,
mate, your pace was brilliant. A lot better than some more fancy drivers. Now, in the press, you've been reasonably vocal about the term gentleman driver. Tell us how you sit on that.
Yeah, some of these guys get paid too much, you know. They should be going faster. You know, I'm 50 years old, and I think I matched about half of them or more. But no, it's something that Crusher came up with, and we talked about. And you know, sometimes you get put down a little bit. You know, the gentleman guys out here, the weekend warrior. But I mean, I've been racing for 35 years, and there's plenty of places like Daytona. I'm the same speed as my teammates, you know. And I'm not looking for any of that glory, but you know, I don't want to be kicked in the balls either, and be called a mobile chicane.
Now, you've had a bit of back dramas from that crash last year. How's the body holding up, and will you get back in the car later today?
Mate, it's a shit show. It's more dramas than a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest. It took me about 5 seconds to get out. When you sit in one spot, it just freezes up, and then it's hard to sort of unlock it, and then once you move around, it's fine. But, you know, not bad for an old guy with a bad back and 2 bung knees.
A lot of chat about Jules going for 4 in a row. This is you going for 3 in a row. And if you could do that, you'd match some pretty big names like Peter Brock and Larry Perkins. That'd be pretty cool.
That's the dream, you know. I mean, I grew up watching those guys, and that was life, you know. That's what made me want to be who I am, not just in racing, in business, and in family and everything. That's the inspiration. So, to be honest, I'm happy with what I got, and I don't have any preconceived ideas. It's very tough this year. Our car's not as fast. So we're lacking some straight line speed, and we're a little heavier, so it is more difficult. But, you know, all that matters is the last hour, so let's see.
Thanks for your time, and we'll catch in with you later in the day.
Thank you.
Well, over in the Pirelli pit bunker, we are fully dressed at the moment, and we're shaking hands because we've got Davide De Loretti down here with Shane Rudzis from the Bathurst 12 Hour, and I'm happy to announce that they've extended their deal with the 12-hour Pirelli to 2028. So it's a good news story down here in the bunker right now. Davide, that is wonderful news. Can you just tell us how excited Pirelli is to extend the partnership here with the Bathurst 12-hour?
Absolutely. So we're very delighted to extend this partnership to 2028. As you know, GT is very important for Pirelli, and the Intercontinental GT Challenge, which Bathurst is part of, is an extremely important race all over the world, and we're delighted to continue and build upon our 117 years of motorsport.
Bit of action going on the track, but we'll keep our chat going right here, mate, because it's a lot to manage, isn't it? A lot of tyres and a lot of staff. Can you give us some of the numbers?
Yeah, absolutely. So this weekend we brought around 3,000 tyres and about 40 staff in total that are assisting all the teams and making sure that tyre management is dealt with properly.
And what does that mean for the technicians up and down pit lane? Because I see a lot of men and women in Pirelli shirts diving in and out with tyre gauges in their hands.
Absolutely. So they basically have shifts for 12 hours. They've been here since the early morning, and they're in and out, helping teams and making sure that all tires are managed properly, and providing them with any assistance they need with the tires. So that's part of the package that we offer as well.
Well, I think your staff could be very busy in a minute, because I believe we've got another safety car period here, but that is wonderful news. Congratulations to Shane and the team at the 12 Hour, and congratulations to Pirelli on extending that wonderful relationship out through the year 2028.
Top of the mountain, Yasser Shaheen in the bunker. And need more than a sandwich to get it out of there, Garth, and waiting to find out whether he jumped or he pushed. He's almost exactly where the vortex ended up, and he was in close with the Heart of Racing car. The SMS front machine. Was there a little tap here? I think there might have been a bit of hip and shoulder.
This one will tell us, John. Glenwood.
Yeah.
In the M Motorsport. Not enough room there. He can't pass unless you're side by side. So
doesn't need to be much, does it? Because
no,
the car's,
the car's right there. The car's light and unweighted anyway, and then you can see around goes Yasser into the gravel trap, doing its job and arresting the car. But that takes out one of the real contenders in the Pro-Am class.
Yeah, my apologies. The Motorsport car, not Heart of Racing. We're a little bit on a different part of the racetrack with Alex Riberas at the moment, but he will, of course, gain a position as Yasser is already down to 4th position. That was the battle for the lead in Pro-Am, wasn't it, that was going over the top. So a genuine battle for not just for overall, but also for class position. Yeah. But I suspect that will be being looked at just over our heads in Motorsport Australia Race Control.
I don't think it'll take much time to work that one out.
Yeah, it's a tricky part of the racetrack to get through there, get a pass done. You need to have, you can pass the slower cars, like the class cars, but when you're passing for position, GT3 versus GT3, that makes it a real challenge. So safety cars out. Do you come to the lane or do you not? And 888 have come to the lane, as has Craft Bamboo, as have the 130 of Group M. So all the AMGs are in the lane.
It's 10 laps. You know, you were talking about that before. It's another 10 laps.
Yeah, so
now, if you've just got into this, as most of these drivers had, they just had a new set of Pirelli Racing rubber the last time around, so they will not change tyres this time. No, you see, there are tyres.
I think Mick Grenier just overshot the pit box at National Storage Racing there. And I think part of the reason was because the sister car was in the lane as well. So Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim in the 88, see that car just being dropped off the jacks now. It is relatively tight to get in there, especially when you've got your 2 team cars.
Well, there's the 4 AMGs. They're all line astern up that end of pit lane, so they're all doing their service. I mean, even though you overrun, it doesn't really matter because of the 85-second rule. So the 88 leaves first because it was there first.
So tyres going on 888.
Interesting. When was that last in the lane?
Well, Grenier's only been in the car since the last safety car, and the Craft Bamboo car not going anywhere was there.
It did not launch, so they've lost some track position there over the 130. Yasser Shaheen gets back going again and have a go at the gravel.
Get off the racing line. Get off the racing line. Had to actually use the windscreen wiper there. He had so much dirt on the screen, and he's doing it again down Conrod. Now he's can't pass that car moving slowly, and it's gravel central.
So
right where you need front grip.
Forest Elbow, there we are, Forest Elbow. This is the first cars coming to the scene where Yasser Shaheen had just been depositing half of the gravel trap from McPhillamy.
So what this safety car does do is it works for Craft Bamboo Racing from a driver point of view. Now this is under safety car on the exit of the dipper, and the Vortex has turned around or been turned around.
Was it getting a tow? Why is the safety truck there?
Well, I'm not sure whether, maybe was the Vortex the first car on the scene after Yasser Shaheen got going? We've got a replay, let's check it out, because that is a strange place to be parked. It hasn't got a helping hand. You can hear it in the background, it's just gone around. So
that's lighting up the rear tyres as they're trying to... and the safety truck, the Amarok, VW Amarok pickup was there. Now the Julien Beaulieu, who was in the gravel earlier and brought out our first safety car, but for the first look at the BMW XM, he's still at the wheel of that car, and he's going to be guided by the marshals as to when he can turn around.
So this is good for 222. Not only do they get a pit stop, and by the looks of it, a driver change as well, but they were a car that got the lucky dog, the wave by the last safety car. So they were a good 3/4 of a lap behind. On the lead lap, yes, but track position not great. Safety car gets them right back from a track position point of view into the mix. So this is great for 222. And just to finish the point on the Craft Bamboo car, Maxi Goetz was 25 laps into his driving stint. So they weren't far away from needing a pit stop.
Coming anyway, that's right.
So it's actually worked for them as well.
So even for Cam Waters, if he goes a lap down, should the leaders pass him again, you get it straight back now with the lucky dog. But you want to, if you can, hopefully they've timed it so you can get back out in front of the leader under this one. So there we go, he leaves. So what you got to do now as a driver is you've got to check the red light at the end of pit lane, make sure that's not on, it's still green. So
yeah, he's fine.
The 222 gets out and they will get to the back of the queue. So nice recovery for that team.
Guys, we've completed the first third of the race. under 8 hours to go.
Just under 100 laps.
Yeah. Been a bit bitty. Looks like the Sun Energy one's coming back down the pit lane. Yes, indeed. So this will be a top off of fuel as well.
Remember, they pitted right at the end of the previous safety car, so they potentially have had the shortest run of everyone.
Yeah, Lucas Stoltz just 9 laps since he got into that car. So again, this is a car that will not take tyres. They'll leave the tyres that were put on 9 laps ago, keep the heat in the Pirellis, and get back around to the end of the safety car. There'll be a few cars that are waved by, and he'll be back on the end of the safety car train for the restart.
Sydney Harbour at daytime looks just as good as it does in the dawn. One of the most geographically diverse and experience-rich states in Australia, New South Wales. And within just a few hours of where we're looking at now, you can find yourself on the beach, or you can be in wine country, rainforests, or at this place, the mecca of speed at Mount Panorama Bathurst. Great place to come and visit, and it has all been very, very busy of late.
Yeah, and I'm really interested that we've seen so many different uses of the pit stops and the new pit stop procedure. It's been far more diverse than I expected, to be honest. And Chad's down in the lane watching a few more of the ramifications of the pit stop strategy.
Yeah, we are setting up to do a little bit of a strategy update, which I know the fans do enjoy down here in the Pirelli pit bunker, but I was just watching what happened with the Vortex car spinning through the dipper, and it got me thinking to a conversation that we had a few nights ago, fellas. It might have been over a plate of nachos and a couple of margaritas, actually, about are there any parts of the racetrack where you could get into trouble if you're driving around under full course caution with your safety car limiter on. Now, that was one area that Garth had raised as a potential, because essentially you'd be going at more than the race pace through there under safety car conditions, and I wonder if that's what's caught the Vortex out there, having that limiter on but trying to get through the dipper essentially flat.
That's a really good point that you make, Chad. I think the two corners that would catch your attention at 80k an hour are the dipper, where we saw the Vortex have that moment, and Forest Elbow.
Yeah, totally.
So, and also you think, well, 80k an hour is not that fast for a race car, but you're not braking the car prior to the corner, so you're not getting the car into the spring or into the suspension, so then you're not loading the tyre. So the car dynamic and the reaction from the car is very different than just staying on a limiter. The car stays much flatter and the front tyre is unloaded, so potentially might wind more lock on that when the front tyre grips, it just rips the rear. So that's a great point that Chad makes, that potentially trying to get through the dipper at 80k an hour has caught the Vortex out.
Yeah. I've spoken to a few racing drivers who told me they try to do a full lap on a cruise control at 60 kph in a road car, and you can't. Same thing, exactly the same thing. There's no way. Plus, you can't use the full width of the road either, of course, because there could be a bus coming the other way, or a bin motor. That's what I encountered the first time I came here 13 years ago. I had just reminded my driver that it was a two-way.
Don't forget, next weekend, round 1 of the Repco Supercars Championship. That'll be a one-way road then.
Yep.
The Thrifty Bathurst 500, all part of the Bathurst Superfest. And you can grab your tickets at supercars.com. If you're overseas and you can't make it to Australia in time, head to supercars.com and sign up for Superview and watch online. Catch all the action from the opening round of the Repco Supercars Championship, and of course live coverage around Australia on Fox and 7. So every angle completely covered. It is going to be a massive weekend, and just a few storylines in the Supercars Championship world at this point in time, a week out from the opening round. Looking forward to getting some wheels turning and seeing how it all plays out on track. Move on from the off-track off-season.
The number 911 Porsche has continued out around the circuit. Yasser Shaheen not bringing it into the garage, despite the fact that the crew members cleared out their nice, comfy little sitting area. The crew actually just did something very ingenious, sending 2 members out onto the wall with their cell phones. One taking a photo of the front of the car, which they determined looks pretty okay. One taking a photo of the back. It's not actually that bad of damage. It looks like a single strafe on the diffuser. So the crew is talking about it now, but they've elected, at least for the time being, Yasser's going to stay out, eat up more of his drive time, and this should not be an issue that turns into something worse. In the meantime, Harry King is still sitting in one of those comfy chairs that the mechanics moved, fully helmeted and anticipating his drive time starting, well, he thinks pretty soon.
The reason that they've stayed out, I reckon, Garth, is because they're going to get the wave bike, because they've dropped off the lead lap in class. And he'll want to get the wave bike and get back on the 100th lap, which is where the Greg Wood-driven car, number 48 car, which was involved in that incident, still to be decided whether that is going to get a problem,
that's a good point you made, John. Absolutely going to use the lucky dog, and we've got cameras everywhere here this weekend. Even still, we have one up in Chad Nalon's penthouse at the hotel next to the racetrack. He can land his helicopter on the roof there, so that's why he has the penthouse there.
Ian O'Brien up there, otherwise known as Fish. And from the awesome Did You Know stats, he was an Olympic gold medalist in 1964.
Yeah.
In breaststroke.
Bonus points. I was going to say bonus points for which sport, but Fish sort of gives it away.
Yes. I wonder where that nickname came from. That's outstanding up at the top of Ridges Mount Panorama. Gets that great shot. And then the next corner down is the great Johnny Walker, who's up high on a cherry picker, giving us that amazing shot down from basically the exit of the elbow. Real old school Bathurst shot all the way down Conrod Straight. People checking out their program. You can get this online as well. And even though the race is halfway through, you can still grab a copy of this as a souvenir. Jump online to the Superstore. The team there have put together a very, very nice publication that will keep you entertained for hours, even post-race, Garth. Some very nice stuff in there.
Yeah, well, there's lots of anecdotes in there, Crailsy, that'll keep you entertained. Probably should have got one of those before the race started to do a bit of preparation, so I could understand what was going on.
I have literally read it cover to cover.
Yeah.
It's really very good, and I've had at least 4 people asking me to take some back. So I will be taking some printed material back all again. Crailsy's just doing a little bit of research even as we speak.
It's a good story. Carry on, John. I'm just doing some research.
It's a good story on page 38 about the history of the Alan Simonson Pole Award. So it goes into quite a lot of depth.
That would have been handy on Friday, on Saturday.
Yeah,
very good.
Good event preview.
There's the Ford
Supervan.
Let's do this. They do this in the cricket, so I think we can get away with it too. There's the Ford Supervan. That's been on track this weekend. That's been outstanding. No, great publication. Highly recommended. Grab it online. Good value. Nice print quality.
Great
endorsed by
quality.
Richard Crail.
Was actually co-written.
There you go. I wasn't far off.
So no big words in it, which is great.
No.
Everyone can follow.
Language.
Lots of pictures and not a lot of words.
Good publication. Souvenir stuff.
Mustn't be far away from going racing here soon. Should be good news. The field have bunched up behind the BMW X4 safety car. Hopefully, we're not far away from going green very shortly.
So expecting one more lap at least, and because the teams have been notified of the wave by, up on the timing screen, which will come when the lights go out. Cameron Waters watching from pit lane. Tommy Randall, I think that is, watching from pit lane. No, that wouldn't be because Tommy's behind the wheel, so it would be Cameron. Go with your first choice. Rousey, come on.
With a hat. Hard to tell with those hats.
Yeah, I think it's safety car at turn 18, reduced speed to 80 kph.
Well, hey, listen, there's 3 drivers in there so far between the 2 of you. You've named all 3 of them, so has to be one of them.
He's just
How many times do you reckon Craig Lowndes stood at pit wall and watched cars go past the Bathurst?
A tip of the hat.
Hey, Lowndes, if you're going to wear a big hat like that, make sure the wind don't blow it off onto pit straight. We don't need to be doing extra lap on the safety car for debris for Craig Lowndes' hat.
Race control to all pits. Race control to all pits. Clouds debris on the track.
Please ensure that all hats are secure.
I don't know how many times we've been watching from pit lane, given him one so often here. He was always in the race car. 7 times a winner in the great race, 2 in this race. More podiums than any other driver in the history of Mount Panorama, including his hero and hero to many, Peter Brock.
So everybody from position 14, Alex Riberas in the Heart of Racing, and I really do mean the Heart of Racing, AMG, the number 27 car, that very nice light blue version of their colourway that we have seen so often around the world, are entitled to the wave by. And as before, we'll get that started on Conrad, and they will take off. Now, the good news for Alex is he's the first one, so he does not have any GT4s or anything to hold him up. Colin White is back out in the Ginetta. He'll get a wave round as well, but I don't think he's ahead of Alex, because, and we got asked this on the socials, hashtag B12HR at RSL_studio. Got asked this on the socials, can you overtake another class car if they're tootling around and just bimbling? You can't. No. And that is one of the most frustrating things that you can ever have as a top class car, because you are seeing your opportunity, Garth, to make up ground just ebbing away.
I think the wording in the rule is obvious mechanical issue or something like that. So if the car is dragging itself back to pit lane with 3 wheels, yes, you can pass it. If it's a class car and it just happens to be slow, you have to follow it. Yeah. For the lucky dog cars, for Alex Riberas, who's the first one to go on by, the trigger for them is when they see green flags. That's when their race starts. Then you can overtake, because they don't have that trigger of the safety car peeling into pit lane.
Yeah, that's a good point, because wherever they are on the track, you do not have to wait to the control line before you can overtake. You can overtake as soon as the green flags come out around the circuit, and the teams will be on the radio counting down to you as well to let you know when the green flag is likely to come out. We're going back to green at the mountain with 7 3/4 hours to go.
And that's the scene looking down towards Conrod Straight, the old drive-in theatre there, and out towards the city of Bathurst in the background. Heading for a top of 28 degrees here today. Very, very gentle breeze, if any at all. And the humidity at 73%, but the feels like humidity, if that's such a thing, actually feels lower than it has been for a lot of the week. It's been very muggy here in New South Wales, in the country at least, and thunderstorms rolling through. There is a forecast for it this afternoon, but right now, picture perfect conditions. Quite a lot warmer now than it was at the race start, just 14 degrees at 5:45 a.m. this morning. The BMW XM safety car has peeled off into pit lane. Matthew Campbell will lead the field back to green and hits the gas just before Murray's corner. He leads Maxime Martin, Charles Vietz, Jackson Evans, Matty's old mate and housemate and teammate in 4th place in another Porsche, with Kelvin van der Linde, the first of the Audis, in car 22, right back in the mix. Behind him is Marcus Winkelhock, Mick Grenier, Murray Engel, Jaden Ojeda, and Lucas Stoles rounding out the top 10 in 75.
And just mixing it up a bit there, Matty, because he went right at the start of the hash marks, the grid marks, last time around. So before he got the Murrays, this time he waited, got till afterwards. So he's not showing a pattern there.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is be predictable when you're the leader at a safety car restart. So Matty Campbell, very slow restart. And what you try and do when you do a slow restart like that is you want to leave or gas it up right at the most convenient place for you and the most inconvenient place for the car that's following you. So what you do is you wait till you're in the mid-corner, you go, and then the car behind you has to go before the mid-corner, jumps on the gas, understeers wide, and you jump up the road and you go. So Matty Campbell, plenty of tricks up the sleeve of his race suit that he's starting to show early. But you're right, you don't want to be predictable. So next time, I guarantee you, he'll go somewhere in the middle.
I tell you what, though, Max Martin has reacted to that, because he's pulled in a couple of cars led as they went across the top of the mountain. We know that the Porsche is good on restarts. We know that it's good at the end of the stint as well. Everybody in that top group of cars came to top off fuel the last time we had a safety car. So it's only from Renier down into the pit lane for that particular stop. Through to the chase. And here's the back of the line that didn't get all the way round. That's the Vortex and Julien Boyot in the Vortex, staying to drivers right. He won't cut across here. Going to make it a little bit tight. One or two of the drivers in that, what, 3rd, 4th, 5th to 12th pack are going to just pinch the corner a wee bit.
Well, there's 6.8 seconds covering 13 cars, all of them on the lead lap of the race. 104 laps in already. Down to Brad Shields, who's 13th, the last car on the lead lap in that Valmont Racing Silver class, leading Mercedes AMG. Daniel Gillison going slowly in the IRC GT car, 21st outright at the moment. And scored second in class, Garth.
Yeah, and I saw that car had shortcut across the shortcut loop at Skyline. Here's a contact from the 9 Audi, Dean Fiore up the inside of Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim. As they, don't forget, those are the Lucky Dog cars making a run for it. So Fiore getting up the inside, not for position, but certainly for track position. Talking about track position, our leaders have already caught the back of the Lucky Dogs, the slower GT4 cars. So the Ginettas well out of the way. Now they're trying to get up the inside of the Mercedes GT4 car at McPhillamy. Really tricky to get it done there. The leaders are through. The 130 of Maro Engel goes around the outside, and then you've got to be so careful here going around the outside. Look at that. That's such a graphic example of the marbles, the dust and the junk for the run down to the dipper.
Some of which was put there, of course, when Yasser Shaheen came back down the mountain. It was Colin White in the Ginetta. He's a very experienced driver, and he did a great job of staying out of the way. Just announced a full British GT campaign for this season. Wish Colin all the best on that.
Got a shot of Thomas Randall in the 222 Scott Taylor Motorsport AMG Mercedes right on the rear bumper of Lucas Stoltz. So don't forget, wasn't that whole lot not long ago that car was a Lucky Dog car, and then they got this previous safety car to work for them, came in, got fuel, and they're well back into the game. So nice use of these safety cars for that team to get themselves back close to the top 10, currently running 12th. And here we go, Stoltz around the outside. You can hear the marbles in the guards, and just look at the dust and junk. And I can tell you, it is so slippery.
And that's a scary ball.
Yeah, I was teaming.
Oh, no, come back.
Well, I was teammates with Kelvin van der Linde here one year. We were leading the race, and he went around the outside there, and it didn't end as well. No. So into the wall. So there is a blanket rule at Audi. You do not go to the outside there because of that.
That was a pretty sure order year, wasn't it? Up the inside of the Mercedes Arturas. 4 cars. They've been running line astern almost all day, those two.
Formation flying, those guys.
For the Marcus. Motorsport. Chaz Mostert, a director there, just getting them at all the wrong places, and a little free kick from Matt Campbell in front as they get to Tom McLennan, one mate Porsche racer, who's just getting gobbled up around the top.
Outside at Repark. It's going to be outside again at McPhillamy.
Marcus Winkelhock first, and now just a little hesitation for Jaden Ojeda in the Caltex car.
Lucas Stoltz is right there.
Spare a thought for the GT4 drivers. Like, where are they meant to go?
There was contact.
Yeah, where are they meant to go? Because there's such a queue of cars coming at you here. What are you meant to do?
That is the second time this race where a BMW's got into the back of one of those McLarens. And I think it was the same one, the 32, Charles Vietz behind the wheel.
There's literally not a gap in the queue to change lanes to get out of the way. So you literally just have to wait and hope that you get on through.
Endurance racing, patience is such a part of it. Have another look. Coming out of the dipper. Oh, if there wasn't contact, it was really close. It looked like the McLaren had a big slide, which indicated that it could have had a little nudge.
So it's Chaz Mostert at the wheel of that one, and he was pulling the car tight to get offline, leaving the dipper. And Wirtz wanted that bit of real estate as well.
strikes me that we probably won't ever say this again at this next sentence, but that Artura, the least aggressive and exotic-looking car out there. If you saw that car, if you saw that car on the road, it would turn heads, and it looks pretty stock, you know, and it looks tiny in amongst the big wide GT3 versions of the cars around it. And I don't mean that in a bad way at all. It's just an observation.
It's a relative, isn't it? In the Bathurst 6 Hour, that thing would look like a spaceship.
Exactly.
Against some of these things, you're right. Well, Matt Campbell, through all of that, has gained 1.6 seconds over Maxime Martin. Probably the bigger loss there was Charles Viets in the second BMW, who gave up almost 2 seconds to his teammate, and there is the margin as they run up the hill behind the IRC GT car.
I should say hello as well to Kevin Hinton at McLaren. By no means taking a pop there.
I know, we love them. They're really cool.
It's the undercover GT car here. It's brilliant. And maybe have more of them, please.
We weren't far away from having some McLarens back this year as well in an outright capacity.
Just announced their colour scheme for the WEC, and an homage to JJ Leto's win at Le Mans in 1995. The Wayno Clinic car that won that year, and JJ driving, I think, a triple or a quad skid stint during an absolute storm of rain overnight. At times he was 30 seconds quicker a lap than the rest of the field.
4 hours and 20 minutes now into the Repco Bathurst 12 Hour, 106 laps in the books. And this is how it all started early on. Familiar sight now of that Shell Helix BMW leading the way. And it's had a good stint towards the front of the field today, the first round of pit stops. That's what they say when they mean hit your marks. Literally, smash them. This was frenetic stuff after a round of pit stops. 4 track position. Teammates Will Brown was in the thick of that. The first racing safety car. We started under safety car, but this was the first full course situation in the race, was the Vortex spearing off. This was a drive-through penalty cause for Group M Racing. They've since rebounded from that and run comfortably inside the top 10. This was a hairy moment at the BMW M elbow.
Rylan Gray trying to get up the inside of Theo Koundouris. There was contact at the elbow, then big contact at the exit of turn 2 for Hayden Morale in the 91 Martini Mark Mustang. Maxime Martin tried the high line, turning from the grass. That didn't end well. And the BMWs raced side by side. Then this was the next safety car. Glenn Wood trying to get up the inside of Yash Shaheen at McPhillamy. Contact, and Shaheen finds his way into the gravel trap. Ultimately, he got himself out, but that is the world's most expensive front-end loader making its way back to the lane. The Vortex had a small moment under safety car, but ultimately the 912 Porsche, Matt Campbell at the helm, continues to lead here at Bathurst for the Repco Bathurst 12 Hour.
And the gap is about a second and a half to Maxime Martin for BMW. Team WRT's teammate Charles Vert behind him. And the top, what are we down to now? The top 14 are all on the lead lap. Just waiting for Prince Sheffi Abraham to come around. He's just dropped off the lead lap, hasn't he? So yeah, top 14 still on the lead lap on our Pirelli leaderboards. We'll give you the runners and riders in the classes as well, with Bazell watches. Glenn Wood for Motorsport. The leading Pro-Am silver is Brad Shields in the Valmont Tigani, number 44. Nick Percat has got to the head of the Invitational class. And I managed to miss the last one there.
Chazzy Mostert, leading GT4.
There he is, down 23rd position. I see him now on the screen.
See, you're just not used to calling Chaz Mostert leading a class.
Yeah,
you're used to calling him leading outright.
That's a fair point, well made.
Despite being mulched by everybody on that restart, he's surviving, and his team on debut doing a really good job. This is the leaders running up the shelf now towards the Audi Sport cutting. So let's do a little strategy update. 19 laps into a stint now for the first 6 cars are all on the same pit stop strategy from a fuel point of view and a driver point of view. The next 4, so 888 down, Mick Grenier running in 7th position, Maro Engel in 8th, Jaden O'Jada 9th, and Lucas Dols in 10th. That group of Mercedes AMGs all pitted during our most recent safety car. So they're only 9 laps into this current fuel cycle. So we sort of split the top 10 almost in half. And the race leader somewhere in the vicinity of 12 to 14 laps, given we have had quite a bit of yellow recently. That will extend the stint a little bit from a fuel economy point of view.
So still early days to be talking about fuel windows to get home with 7.5 hours left in this one. But the teams are just playing around with what they can do. And at some point, and like I said, way too early yet, but you start working backwards from the end of the race. So just getting an understanding of how the track position will work out. Oh, big moment there. I think it's Yasser Shaheen still aboard the 911 Shell V-Power Motorsport Park Porsche as they try and recover from that moment at the top of the mountain.
They haven't lost much time at all. In fact, he's just passed Jeffrey Ibrahim for track position in Pro-Am, and so
they're on the lead lap, the tail end of the lead lap. So they got a lucky dog from the safety car that they were involved in.
Yes.
But then here we go. So Yasser's going around the outside and just being a bit too polite, gets away with it. You don't want to go much wider than that. I've shared a car with Yasser Shaheen, and he is so brave. So brave, to the point where I say, Yasser, we don't need to be this brave so often.
Yes. They stayed out after that incident to get the lucky dog. The car's a bit dusty. Yeah. It's trailing a little bit of one of the streaks from the diffuser veins, just parting company. The leader coming up to that part of the circuit as well. Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim out the way.
So Shaheen's on the lead lap, but he's only on the lead lap by about 20 metres.
Yeah.
So here comes Matt Campbell, teammate ultimately to this car, but he's not going to hang around and do him any favours and not lap him.
And the problem for Yasser is that the class leader, this wouldn't matter if he was the class leader, but he's got 2 other class cars in front of him at the moment.
Yeah, that are on the lead lap.
Correct.
I mean, it's not a big deal. We've seen how well the lucky dog has worked under safety cars, so you can get that back in the future.
From Austria, right turn lover, hello, Johannes says, what happened to the pretty KTM GT2? Unrepairable damage after that practice incident, but Krilsey, you'd spotted the team haven't packed up and gone home. They might have packed up, but they're still here.
No, I'll tell you where they are. Stand by as we watch this lap. They're right there on the 505 Conrod Straight, driver's left. That's where Garth Walden Racing staying. The whole team there. They sent a shot early on this morning on the balcony of very nice property there. That place has an amazing man cave out the back with years of Bathurst memorabilia tucked away into it. It's a little secret hidden gem of the mountain, one of memory. So worth checking out if you ever get the opportunity. So g'day to GWR. They're watching on. Matt Campbell, meanwhile, clear in the race lead.
So half an hour of race time we've gone through, gentlemen. 7.5 to go. And at the front of the field, Matt Campbell more than holding his own against those 2 very fast BMWs. Down at the first corner, Colin White has found out why they call it Hell Corner. Hell's Corner. Colin
just bowls
better than that.
Small wide on the exit of turn 1. Here's Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim into the lane. So the AAA Race Engineering crew go to work. Prince Jeffrey climbs out. Fuel and tyres, so full service for this car. Let's see, catch whose helmet jumped in there.
Started by Jamie Whincup, car 88. Early hours.
I don't think we've seen Jordan Love yet, so might be his turn. Matt Campbell continues on his merry way, leading this one by 3 seconds.
So we're riding looking at this Grello Porsche, brand new car, 992 generation Porsche. It's new, it's fast, it's leading the race. It's got a former winner on board and a guy who won the Daytona 24 just a couple of weeks ago. Let's crank it up, shall we? Enjoy a lap of Mount Panorama with Matt Campbell.
if you hadn't worked it out, we gave you the on-board on Matt Campbell as he headed on to Conrod, and he's back around for a full lap.
It's a scene on Conrod Straight. There's the race leader, which is going at a fair clip at the moment with Matt Campbell behind the wheel. Very close to matching his quickest lap of the race last time by. Margin out to 4.1 seconds. Maxime Martin runs second for BMW. His teammate, Charles Wirtz, running third. Jack Perkins, meanwhile, is in the lane.
I am Richard, and I just thought I'd take this moment in the race to grab one of these LED displays that you'll see in the front window of every car on track today. This is courtesy of SAS Technologies. These devices are made in Germany. They're called LumiRank, which stands for illuminated sign, and the rank, which shows you the positions and things like that on the racetrack. 512 LEDs. It only weighs 260 grams, and it's got its own active cooling device. And this little part here is the antenna, which relays the information back. So what information does it show? Driver's surname, first three letters. The colour of the numbers represents the class the car is racing in, and then it will hold the name for 3 seconds, and then for 4 seconds it'll tell you the position the car is running, and if it's flashing, that means that car is leading its class.
It has devices like that, Quilty, have transformed multi-class racing, not just for the spectators, but for us as commentators as well, particularly in darkness, when sometimes you can't see the colours of the car. You certainly can't see even illuminated number boards if you're looking directly at the front of the car. So to be able to see 011 on the front of the car, you knew that you would know that that was Greg Wood and he was in the Pro-Am class because of the colour of it. You can do all sorts with that as the
Blue
battle
flag
pack comes
flying
over the top.
Yeah, Brock Skyline and the AMG GT4 car just bails across the runoff there, which is probably a sensible life choice when you're getting to that point, being mugged by all of the race leaders and the Ginetta earlier that lap as well. It's the Superbarn Supermarkets car in pit lane. James Konduras was behind the wheel. He and his brother Theo, one of 3 sets of brothers in the race, James and Theo.
That's
the brothers
got to be a record.
Vantor and the brothers Van der Linde, which is really cool. So these two boys from Canberra head up Superbarn Supermarkets, and they've been putting together a really good team with David Russell also sharing the driving duties aboard this entry. So run by Tigani Autosport. They're running a Mercedes AMG and an Audi, so hedging their bets. And that's just an idea of the LumiRank that Jack Perkins, who what we haven't seen was him trying to program PER and then 001 aboard it just secretly for his next driving experience.
Alrighty, so we are over 1/3 race distance into this year's Repco Bathurst 12 Hour. So let's take a moment here in the Pirelli pit bunker to dive into how this race is tracking. I'm going to throw it up and down with the commentary guys. We're going to chat about how this race is tracking and what we think might be happening strategy-wise. Guys, I could probably hear your brains wondering how far into this race we're going to go. We've had a few safety cars, haven't we? So if we go to our form guide, it'll give us a bit of an idea as to how we're ripping through this race at the moment. We're travelling at just 25 laps per hour, so it's going to leave us somewhere around the 2019, 2016 marker. We're looking at getting bang on 300 laps. Now that's at the current form that we'd be going on, and obviously with the 2 formation laps that we had since we started. So it's a slow start, but remember last year we had, 4 hours and 4.5 hours or something crazy, all the way up to the checkered flag. So at the moment we're looking at, I can actually check that with my green flag run button. There you go, it was 4 hours and 45 minutes last year, green to the checkered flag. So if we do get a big green run, fellas, we can expect that number to blow out. But the cool part, let's get the commentary boys in on this one. Let's go to the strategies, because I'm happy to say that we've got some live strategies queued in and we can now dissect how this race is starting to unfold. So, fellas, give me a number that you can see from along the bottom and we'll chat about how their race is going.
All right, well, we may as well start with the leader. I've got somewhere I do want to go, but let's start with the leader, 912. So walk all the way to the other end of that very large TV.
Ta-da! Now, they're going for a pretty basic strategy at the moment, which is drive it till it's empty, stop. Drive it till it's empty, stop. Now, you're allowed to do 32 laps in a stint, remember? Why did they do 33 at the start? Because there was a safety car, so it wasn't normal race conditions, so they're allowed to go a little bit longer. That strategy, guys, reminds me quite a lot of that one, the one that won the race for Bentley. There's a chance that they're going to do this in 10 stints, 9 stops. So that's the Porsche sort of wild card at the moment. They're not worrying about coming in and filling it up every time the safety car comes out. They're trying to do exactly what the Bentley guys did a few years ago.
Okay, so let's follow that up with one of the combinations we've been talking about, which are the Audis, who are rolling the dice with a bronze driver in their lineup. So what about 22, currently fifth with Kelvin van der Linde?
So they started with van der Linde in the car. He's back in there now. So it would look something like this if I got my red key out. He's sort of doing these ones at the moment. That's orange, but, you know, colours aren't my forte. So that's how they're tracking at the minute. Where they got their work done is obviously here, because they were able to get Talbot in and get his chunk of the race out of the way. We believe that he doesn't have to get back in for any other reason other than, can they keep going? What colours are they? Red, white, red, white, red, white, all the way down to the end.
Chad, question without notice.
Please.
And you probably can't, because you won't have their numbers preloaded in your computer screen, but the 13 car Phantom Global have come from nowhere and now running inside the top 4. And I'm just curious, you might have to come back to us on that one. But how have they done that?
I'll show you exactly how they've done that. I'm just going to go 13 here for a moment, all right? If my numbers work.
And this was a secondary part of my question. I wanted to see you do this on the right.
All right, here you go. What's the best strategy, Garth?
Very good.
Go fast.
Be fast.
Very
Jackson
good.
Evans in particular has been very quick in that car, so that's how they're in such a good spot at the moment. Now,
I love how you simplified that for us up here in the commentary box.
Thank you.
The next one, Chad, are the cars that stopped in that last safety car. So any one of 888, 130, 77 or 75. Let's go 888.
Yeah, so this is the fill it up every time the yellow comes out strategy, which is very similar to a NASCAR or a supercar, which essentially means you're trying to take those free pit stops as you get them. So for this one, Grenier started, they handed over to Will Brown. There was a safety car, but he took that first one. He did only a little stint to the next safety car. Feeney did only, 14 laps before giving the thing back to Grenier, where they took some tyres as well. So that is the other way of doing it. And then before we get back to you guys as well, there's a few people wanting to know how the 75 is tracking. They're doing a little bit of a mix at the moment. They're hedging their bets by trying to take the safety car stops when they get them. But the thing is there, Kenny just did 27 laps. I'm trying to remember what he did last year. I might be able to pull that up, actually. He did 28 laps, so there you go. So very similar to what they did last year.
And by the way, the 13 car, thanks, Chad. Brilliant stuff, mate.
There you go.
The 13 car has, generally speaking, been doing a full tank of fuel.
Yeah. So they're mirroring the 912 at the front of the field.
They've been a little bit shorter on a couple of the stints where they have been so close it would be bonkers not to come in. But they haven't been doing any of the interim stops that Chad was talking about, the let's come to pit lane if it's a yellow strategy. That's not what they're doing.
That last safety car absolutely line ball the 13 with the leader.
Correct.
Yeah. So that's sort of slightly out of sequence early. They're now all on the same lap from a pit stop point of view. Chad's right, that car has been awesome today, and Jackson's doing a nice job holding off Kelvin van der Linde. These two, among many, are all in a big WhatsApp group, I'm told, which I imagine makes for some pretty exciting banter in between race meetings. They're all good mates, all these sort of early to mid-20s drivers that all sort of come up through the ranks at about the same time. There's a great camaraderie between them when they're off racetrack.
Well, and Paul Tracy made the point earlier on about how many races people are doing now. Because GT3 in particular, Garth, is a global category, if you've got a good reputation as a GT driver, you'll be in demand, and there'll be lots of places. And it's like the travel and circus coming to town. All these guys are seeing each other every other week.
Yeah, and because they're racing these cars all around the world every weekend. So we heard from Jamie Whincup earlier in the weekend. He was saying one of his teammates, Jordan Love, has done 4 weeks in a row in an AMG Mercedes at 4 different venues around the world. Kelvin van der Linde was having a big look at the back of Jackson Evans, and he gets the job done down at the chase. Does he close him down? Just gets it done. And now Marcus Winkelhock is involved in wanting to have a look up the inside into the final corner. Evans shuts that down.
Watch Winkelhock on the comeback in the red and white KFC Audi R8. He just got on the throttle a little bit earlier, thinks about going to the left-hand side, going into the first corner, thinks better of it. He'll try and square the corner off again, get right underneath the wing of Jackson Evans' Porsche as they head up Mountain Straight, and sitting behind them is the National Storage car that's been there and thereabouts. One point about the Lumi rank, by the way, that we were watching earlier on with Jack, brilliant stuff. Quite a few marshals have tweeted in, including Kuiper Hoffman, who's in the US at the moment, makes a massive difference to the marshals as well. The flaggers around the circuit particularly when the class leaders are coming up to lap traffic, because you can pick them out straight away with the different numbers.
Just looks like Evans struggling a little bit for rear grip in this car. They're getting close to the end of their run in this stint. And definitely the car balances were starting to change. I just stepped out of the box earlier and the sun is certainly starting to take effect, so the temperature's starting to rise, and when the temperature goes up, the track temperature certainly starts to rise. So the car that you had this morning, feel-wise, will be very different to the car you have right now at 10:30 local time.
Whilst this traffic is picking their way through the two McLarens again, the Artura, just a little parish notice is that Yasser Shaheen has come into the pits, and Harry King on his outlap at the moment in the number 911. They've now dropped down to 4th position in Pro-Am, and Yasser will be absolutely incandescent that he got nudged off while fighting for the lead.
So they've had to pit under green with that because they elected to not stop after the incident.
Correct.
To try and maintain track position, which worked for them for a while, but it's probably bit them a little bit now because they're giving away a lot of time with the green flag.
Because what you're preying on is another safety car coming quite quickly, and then you can get in and get your service done and join the back of the queue. So that's what worked for Cam Waters and his team. It didn't quite work out for Yasser Shaheen and EMA Mente Racing.
Not far away from the next round of pit stops either. Safety car will change the sequence a little bit. Matt Campbell by 6.7 seconds. And we're talking about temperature coming up. And this is a really interesting phase of the race, because it was about this point last year where the BMWs just started to lose a little bit of their effectiveness relative to the cars around them. As the ambient temperature comes up, the heat comes up, turbocharged BMWs gave away a little bit more. That is the biggest question mark of this race for me now, is to see how those cars perform over the next sort of 3 o'clock, because they were good at the end of the race last year, Garth. The 32 car ended up, I think they were less than 50 seconds away from that winning battle.
But they just lost so much time in the middle part of the day. To be honest, that's the main reason I jumped out of the box, to go and have a feel of the temperature, because you can look at we're getting told it's 23 degrees, but the feel has such an effect on the car. Just kissing the wall on the exit of Forest Elbow. Certainly not the first time that has happened in one year bar.
Very uncharacteristically untidy from Colin White. He's very quick in those cars. He knows them very well indeed. First time here. Could be making a difference, but he's fairly uncompromising character, so he'll be driving that car as fast as possible, even though having had that right rear drive shaft problem when Owen Hissey was in the car early doors. They are 12 laps down on the next car.
Admiral Rama needs funds to keep her cause afloat. How about we arrange some...
Trying to work out how back they are, far back they are from Mark Griffiths and KMG. 107 laps, and they're on 70, so 37.
A black ship. Its captain gone mad with lust for riches. Sounds like the Ashen Corsair. She moves slow, so we should be able to catch up.
This car's just set the fastest middle sector of the race. So VDL going at it.
Seen that before. 3 laps prior to a pit stop, the timing screen all of a sudden lights up. And personal best.
Winkelhock in 6th place as well in the first section. Jaden Ojeda.
Sail down!
It's almost like they get you here on the radio. We go to box in 4 laps, and then the drivers go, let's go.
Right. Well, again, because of the 85 seconds, there's no point in saving fuel. It'll just turn up the wing. You know, use that fuel, off you go. And particularly if you know you want to change the tyres as well. There's no point in leaving it. Certainly not going to really use the tyres.
We're moving fast! Thanks to the wind!
There's no real incentive to go and lift and coast and save and walk around there. We're going to go ahead and traffic.
Good deal! Give her all shit!
All of this, and Maxime Martin can't go through. Vandal into the
going forward, obviously we've still got 7 hours left. Time to go! A very big weekend next weekend. First round of the Supercars Championship right here at Bathurst.
Yeah, obviously we've got a lot of racing to go today. Just need to keep it clean and be somewhere in there at the end. Raw car speed, we're probably not quite there, but keep it clean around here. You never know what can happen. And got a massive week here next week as well, round 1 of the Supercars Championship. So looking to get back in that car and hopefully we can kickstart our year in that pretty well.
Karma tied up in the booth. For a few years now, your team...
Get those sheets down!
Checked and prostate cancer charities and awareness. Really important message that you guys are putting out this weekend.
Yeah, it's amazing to have the prostate cancer on the car
Mo
this
Rama
weekend.
needs
I
funds
guess
to
it's
keep
through
her cause
Masters
afloat.
trying to
How about we
raise
arrange
awareness
some
of, men
donations
to
for
go
her
get
with
checked,
the
and another part of it is also trying to raise some funds as well. So two things we're trying to get sorted, and so far it's been amazing. All the fans been coming up.
The docks and taverns
donating
ring with
plenty
word of
and,
your deeds.
Raised a lot of awareness as well.
You have to see the QR code there. You can scan that at home and donate to that. They've raised an enormous amount of money over the last couple of years. Last one, mate. Post-motor racing, possibly an acting career coming your way. I saw the Tickford Racing launch video. Very impressive from you and young Thomas.
Yeah, we've been doing plenty of acting lately. I don't know if it's good, but I've had a lot of fun doing it. So at Tickford, we're trying to do stuff a little bit different, have a bit of fun with our social media, and you got a fair bit more in the pipeline, so watch your space.
Well done, mate. Great to see you. A good day so far. You're inside the top 10. Go well this afternoon.
Cheers, fellas.
It's Cameron Waters, Scott Taylor Motorsport, the 222 car, and as we've touched on, a great cause that team's raising awareness and huge amounts of money for.
Hey guys, we've got the 911 Porsche into the pit lane, and I just want to point something out. They finished the service on the back of the car, but look at how it's now missing 2 strakes out behind the exhaust. That's actually from the floor, and that carbon is not something that you can just simply bolt new ones onto. You can, but it's a longer process. In order to get that additional downforce on the rear of the car once again, they would have to change the entire floor, which involves removing the bumper and a lot more nuts and bolts than I'm sure that they want to do. So with Harry King behind the wheel, he's going to evaluate if this car is okay, downforce-wise, for the remainder of the race, or if they are going to lose too much. Perhaps we get to a situation where they then feel that they have to change the floor because the downforce levels are only going to get worse and worse as the race goes on. And critically, they just put sticker Pirelli tires on the car. That tells me that they are already struggling with the balance of the car. The fact that they did sticker tires at the last stop as well.
I wonder if it makes a difference going around left-handers and right-handers as they've only lost part of it. Asymmetric setup might work for them. You never know. It's a predominantly left-handed track. Behind the BMW XM safety car. And we've seen rather too much of it. We love it, but this time, in fact every time, absolutely no choice other than to go for race control. We have got the full course yellow option this year. What is going on?
So that is ultimate.
That big.
That is ultimate practical joke territory. Yeah. There are people I know that would have a serious issue with that being dropped in front of them.
Yeah.
Or that's a concern.
Just coming up to midnight in the UK, already into Sunday if you're joining us in Central Europe. Hello to Chris Whitfield, who's celebrating his birthday. Your granddaughter, Tessa, has asked us to say hello to you. One of a huge international audience who's tuned in around the world, throughout Europe and all the way back into the USA. And the list of drivers is getting longer and longer. And to say what I said earlier, yes, it is as good as we say it is. In fact, no, it's even better. This is a dream place to come and watch. And if you put something together to bring another car here, and then do come, I know there's a couple of cars that didn't quite make it this year that we were hoping to see. GT4 pit stop now, Trill.
Control to safety car, maintain 80 kph. Lights out, this lap please, wave by to commence from turn 18.
Well, that's good news. A couple of points. So cars that couldn't make it, and speaking of McLaren, g'day to Garage 59. They tried to get here, but the shipping dramas unfortunately meant their McLarens weren't able to make it. But they, I believe, are keen to come back next year, which would be great because every time we've had an outright McLaren here, they've been really special. race. But remember, 4 hours and 50 minutes at the end last year, green the whole way through. So we're at the same point as we were last year, 8 year prior. So that pit stop underway, and Jesse Bryan, his first stab at Mount Panorama, takes over from the boss, Chaz Mostert. And there's a little bit of WAU colour down there as well, because Chaz has drafted in some of his supercar team to help out the pit stops at Method Motorsport this weekend.
I do like that Artura. It's a very open fussy design for a supercar, very clean. GT4 version making its debut here on the band.
The other point I was going to make about the Chicane car was that they'll get a lap back this lap and put them back on the lead lap. So I don't think they're pitting to change diffusers and lead that. They're close to being back in contention for the Boysell Pro Am class. So I can't see them stopping to change that for the sake of a couple of aero components at the back of the car.
Mostert debriefing after that most recent stint aboard the 25-24 McLaren. The rest of the field continue to form up behind the BMW X safety car. Hopefully we're not far away from going racing here at the Bathurst 12 Hour.
Supercars season 2024. A lot has been learned. A lot has changed. And we've got a lot to look forward to. It starts with the Bathurst Superfest. Following the Bathurst 12 Hour, it's time to kick off the new season at the thrifty Bathurst 500. Brace yourself for another great race, Australia. It is showtime. This year, a new champion will be crowned. Take your pick. It could be anyone. Who gets the job done today? Ticket information can be found at supercars.com. Supercars. Unforgettable.
It's an exciting period. We're coming into the start of the Repco Supercars Championship 23 to 25 of February next weekend. Part of Superfest, and you can get your tickets at supercars.com. And if you're watching, one of the many people watching from overseas, Superview available from supercars.com. These are the cars being waved by the safety car. What that means is we're going back to green flag running very, very shortly. The BMW XM with the safety car will resume its position in the middle of the circuit. The flashing lights will go out, and Laurent Vensor, the hugely experienced, very fast Belgian superstar, will lead Porsche back to green flag running with Valentino Rossi and Kelvin van der Linde right behind. And if that's not an exciting trio at the front of this field, I don't know what is.
Yeah, the remaining BMW, as we said. All right, taking bets now. When does Lawrence go? We saw Matt Campbell do two different types of start. Right on the start of the grid hash marks coming down into the final corner at Berries, and then round about at the apex as he got straightened up the second time. What do you reckon, GT? You've got Rossi behind you. What are you going to do? You're going to make him wait, or are you going to give it a squirt early?
Looks like he's going to make him wait by the looks of things, because if it was an early restart, you would have gone by now straight out of the chase. So Van Thor taking him deep. He went earlier than Matt Campbell, so that implies you need a braking application to make the apex at the last corner. Van Thor's opened a small gap over Valentino Rossi, just under half a second as they cross the control line. Kelvin van der Linde goes to work straight away, trying to get temperature into those tyres aboard the number 22 Audi in the first run. Up Mountain Straight on this safety car restart.
Rossi struggling with the front end of that car as he turned in. It was a little recalcitrant, but he did get it to the apex. He hasn't felt the need to have to pull into the middle of the road and defend, so that was a pretty good save by the former two-wheel champion.
Got my attention there was the gap that Rossi put on the Audi up Mountain Straight. Like, holy smokes, that thing can climb the mountain.
So we were talking about the performance of the BMWs as the day got warmer. Tick at the moment.
So far. There is some cloud cover coming in over the circuit, but holy cow, did that BMW get between turn 1 and turn 2 in a hurry?
The Americans would say it's got some motor. I was going to say, watch the Kelvin van der Linde, because I got the feeling he wouldn't stay third for long, but
he's got no choice.
No, it's not up to him at the moment. There's fast South Africa. Joel Eriksson behind them in the Phantom Global car that's just been creeping up on it. It's been a great story of the day so far. And then Will Brown first of the locals in the National Storage AAA car running fifth. Winkelhoff, Praga, Goetz, Lowndes in ninth. And Brad Shields doing an awesome job. Silver class car still on the lead the Belmont Audi in the top 10 outright. That's huge.
Let's get this one out of the way early before we get half-time in this race. The Phantom car has endorsed to display up after the top right. Okay?
You've done well to sit on that for over 5 hours.
Well, it's taken them that long. They've just come through. Spirited their way through.
I'm surprised it didn't get rolled out in SP1 on Friday at about 9 o'clock in the morning.
Done very well there. Well, hold on to that one. About holding on, Valentino Rossi has absolutely gone with Lawrence Van Toor on this restart lap. It was half a second when they came to the control line on the restart lap. It is no more than half a second at the end of the first lap after going green.
But remember what he said after his first stint, Garth? He was hanging on the back of Jules Gudon, who's won this 3 times on the base, and he was really proud of that, as he should be. He's got the target acquired on that Grello car.
Jules Gudon's just passed Brad Shields to get himself back into the top 10. So they also stopped during that safety car sequence and put Gudon back into 75. So he's at the back end of the top 10, about 7 seconds away from the race lead. Let's go back and have a look at this. So the Shell Porsche from Manthey EMA, this was the car that was in the gravel trap. This is a Pro-Am battle that's continued for some time. Jordan Love and Harry King, so the pros are behind the wheel. Two really fast, young junior GT drivers. And this is Harry King, who was here in October in Carrera Cup and won the weekend. Trying to find a way past Jordan Love, who's won here in Carrera Cup a couple of years ago.
Those two cars leaving Forest Elbow make their way down Conrod Straight, tucked in behind the number 47 Superbarn AMG. Endurance Brothers back to the lead.
That Grello car has not broken at all. The top 3 just pulling away from Joel Eriksson in 4th position, but we're talking degrees here. Porsche, BMW, Audi in the top 3.
Traffic coming up ahead of Lawrence Van Toor. So you look at the top of the crest on Conrod Straight. By the time we get down into the chase, they'll be on the rear bumper of that traffic. Got the way through. Got 3 laps of being a lap up on the leaders, and very shortly it's going to go a lap down again. So there'll be some of the invitational class cars. That'll be the first that the leaders will make their way to.
Sorry, Will, see, that's a nice place to catch him there, so he can pull out to the left-hand side, and hopefully being a little bit of time. Rossi's coming through the inside as well. That was a late manoeuvre, but fair play on everybody there watching them.
Emma Rama needs funds to keep her cars afloat. How about we arrange some donations from the DMC?
Have a huge amount of grunt up Mountain Straight, and the GT3 cars sometimes struggles when they go head-to-head with them. Look at that.
You're the envy of every sea dog I know.
Straight line. The 111 Mark II Mustang. So the leaders through before they get to the top of the mountain. Vanderlinde has lost a bit of ground to Valentino Rossi, who's absolutely stuck to the rear bumper of Lawrence Van Toor.
Lawrence is an awesome talent, 32 years of age now. This is his 7th visit to Mount Panorama.
When I was a young girl, Ma would scare me at night, saying bloody bones would force silver down my throat if I didn't finish every grain of rice.
Almost sailed in!
ball. First safety car, the exit BMW hadn't come out when we had the vortex into the
What can it be? Driver's here! Captain, let's speak quickly! It's the frigate!
As well. And a really odd one, just wide. And the Martini Invitational class car, the number 91, into the wall at Griffin. This one's a bit contentious at the top of the hill. That's the battle. From a caught out lane car. Just a little tap. No action taken on that one. Colin White in the action. We'll see him again in a moment. Actually, there's some great racing going on in the front of the field. Really sensible driving there. We didn't see later on.
Here, we've been talking about one of the real contenders taken out, Charles Wins, at the wheel, getting caught and making his way around the outside of the Janetta. And moment, WRT have just released that one of their cars was taken out of the game. Lawrence Van Thor continues to lead. This car has led pretty much from after the first pit-stop cycle. As they EMA control this one. Van Thor leading over Rossi. Van der Linde running third for Audi. Well, Ericsson continues. Impressive run so far.
Do you believe in ghosts and curses, Captain? I shook my fist at the gods once. Okay, they're right.
I see stairs in the distance! Up from the port! Look there, on board our warship! We have a Madiwakang in our sight!
We're going to cram plenty in, don't you? All of that. If you're wondering what the big number one is there on the dashboard of the big number AMG, that's just the driver selected to tell us the nominated number one driver is behind the wheel of that car.
Over there! Oh, damn, what is it? Captain, I see a merchant! It is a barge!
Driving, go.
is off song.
So Group of M Racing, they had a drive-through penalty early on for work.
I leave this account here. Should I not survive the journey home to tell my tale? Her ship lurched like a demon out of the fog. Bloody bones. I heard the stories. I knew what fate awaited us. So I hid among the cattle like a coward. If the stories were true, she wasn't here for those. I saw it all. She had her men open her paltry coffers. She lined up the survivors. I looked away. But I heard it all. My friends gasping for air. The belching. The retching as she pushed, going after going down their throats. An eternity. Finally, I caught her voice, raspy and unearthly, as she addressed her crew. Said their journey was coming to an end. They would visit Farlowy one last time and let Le Paradis take her. Did she mean the patrolling warship or heaven itself? Even hell wouldn't take that fiend. For all our sakes, I pray our noble countrymen put an end to her hellish attacks. May Le Paradis strike true and send that cursed witch to the stake.
Heavens ring with word of your deeds.
Appears that the 28-year-old Brazilian, Paul Tracy knew a lot about when he was up here in the commentary box with us earlier today. Vastly experienced guy. It's only his second visit to Mount Panorama. In fact, he was part of his team in 2020 in that race that I referenced. So a safe pair of hands. 12 laps into this stint, following that last safety car, when everyone peeled off into pit lane.
Hours to go. This year's edition of the Repco Bathurst 12-hour. Fraga, I'm just curious as to what took place with this car one lap ago. It sounded like it really pulled the skin off a right footing, to quote the great Dick Johnson. But all of a sudden, it's back alive again and pressing on. Shilton on in the background behind Fraga.
I will let the wind decide.
That car's just gone underground strategy-wise for a little bit here. Ticking a few boxes in the strategy column to get themselves in a position for later in today's race. So keeping on down in 9, Fraga 8.
One day. Vive la France.
3.6 seconds up the road, Valentino Rossi. Second, Kelvin van der Linde for Audi, still third. To AMG Mercedes. So we have on screen for you right now 8th and 9th.
Not healthy. Middle exits 75 last time round. Not race pace, so into the bottom.
Amorama needs funds to keep her cause afloat.
On hunting him down. Sun Energy 1
How about we arrange some donations from the
extended little green flag run since our last BMW safety car period.
All the curb and a little bit of grass on the run down
Well,
the dipper.
trying to
Nothing
make-
wrong with the steering wheel in that car.
It's clearly going around corners all right. Trying to make the most of mid corner. Doesn't have much squared up and down the straights.
Janetta in the firing line again there.
No. Just Jordan Love lawn mowing services leaving turn 1.
That's a very fast and expensive mower.
That's right, just a little bit wide on the exit of One for Love. He's got Harry King disturbing him in the rear vision mirror on board here with King. The 911 Shell V-Power Motorsport Park Porsche.
Beautiful day here at the Repco Bathurst 12 hours, temperature just coming up.
So Chad Nalon has been out and about the precinct and catching up with great supporters of Australian motorsport, form of Shannon's.
Yeah, Shannons have been such a wonderful sponsor for motor racing in Australia for a very long time. Such great supporters, and they're continuing that support here in 2024. Check it out. This is the Shannons Super Rig. It's positioned down here at Harris Park, so you've got a wonderful view of the last corner here at Mount Panorama. There's lots to see inside and on top. Of course, you need some simulators. For everyone who's down here, want to get their hands on the actual racetrack and feel what it's like to be out there. We've got a bit of old school Holden versus Ford on the simulators here this weekend, so that's pretty cool. There's some interactive touchscreen stuff inside where you can play little clips of legends of motorsport, the Shannon stuff that celebrates the tremendous history of racing, particularly here at Mount Panorama. There's an underside to one of Jim Richards' old Mustangs, which you can walk under and check out the exhaust system, what that would have been like. They've done a pretty cool job in building that. When you walk all the way to the top, you have an uninterrupted view of the circuit, particularly the last corner. The Shannon's crew have done a great job at making this portable so they can take it to every corner of the country. It spends about a third of the time in the city and about 2/3 of the time out in rural Australia, which is pretty cool. It's going to get to over 60,000 people in 2024. At the Grand Prix last year, they had 30,000 people go through this wonderful rig. So a great initiative from the team at Shannon's. If you're lucky enough to be here this weekend, come and check it out. Have a play on the sim, go on the roof and check out the action.
And there it is, just on the right-hand side, the exit of Murray's Corner. Nice work by Chad there. Shannons are incredible supporters of Australian motorsport as well. They've been involved for such a long time. Dating back, Jim Richards, one of their great racing ambassadors. They support the third generation's Richards now in the form of Clay, and more trouble for the Ginetta. It has been in the wars today, and it's now... Well, it's actually taken out one of the little thrifty signs at the top of Conrod Straight.
So in Hissy Creelsey, the young British driver, I think he's had a whoopsie coming down the hill, has he?
Yeah, that's just out of Forest Elbow. Little kink as you head onto Conrod Straight. So not sure whether he's done that by himself or because it's a strange place to have a moment. There's no real lateral load on the car there.
Speed limiter in 10.
So we're going safety
full course
car.
Yellow.
Because, yes, full
Are we
course
good
yellow.
no, safety car.
Okay.
Safety car.
So there's
Okay.
WRT
Speed limiter must be engaged.
having a look at the 32 M4 BMW. Trying to work out how they're going to get that in the shipping container to send it on to the next one, because there's a lot of damage to the rear of that car.
This yellow has come at the perfect time for the Group M Racing Mercedes crew. You guys hit it square on the head. They were having some issues with overheating, and the discussion in the garage that was going on was, can we make it until the next possible yellow or pit stop window before we need to bring the car in to then use what are effectively scuba tanks to try and blow out debris from the intakes? The answer was, ooh, it depends when that pit window opens, because if it is as it should be, probably not. Lots of fingers crossed. But the good news is the yellow's out, and there are sticker Pirelli tires out in front of their garage now being laid out, as well as for their neighbors, the AMG Team Craft Bamboo racing car. And both of these Mercedes will be coming into the lane, but it is an overheating issue for Felipe Fraga that they have been monitoring. And just a quick little note for you guys, on this 77, you might have noticed that Maxi Getz and the Juice have done all of the driving up until now. It's going to stay that way until we get into the second half of the race. They're planning to hold back Danny Juncadella, keep him fresh, and then, well, use him completely in the second half of the race. But they think there's a serious advantage to having a fresh driver when everybody else is starting to get just that little bit of tired in the peak heat of the day.
So they've got Danny Juncadella on full charge at the moment, and they're going to completely discharge him. So a moment here, so then contact. So that's leaving the dipper.
Yeah.
For the Ginetta, and then, so obviously damage to the car.
That's a toe link, it's gone.
And another wheel, so it's punched the centre out of the wheel. We saw that in its previous skirmish with the BMW up at the cutting. And rear toe link gone, front wheel gone, and that's ultimately why it's parked to the left of the circuit, out of here, out of Forest Elbow. It's just on the start of concrete.
Round Forest Elbow with it rear steering and not having a front left-hand wheel. Oh, and he'll be disappointed with himself for that. He holds himself to very high standards. He is a young man with a very big future in endurance racing. So remember where you saw and heard about him first. Leader to the pit lane. Now, this is spot on, actually, because they're just completing lap 32. They could have gone a little bit longer. So, absolutely no point in staying out any longer for Lawrence Vanto. He'll trundle up to the Grello sign, and the mechanics will go to work.
So, top 4, top 5, top 6. Cars all they make their way into pit lane. Van Thor out of the driver's seat as we await who will arrive. Brand new tyres going on the 912 Porsche.
Yankan Guven will jump back in, was very impressive early on. It's his first visit to Mount Panorama, this young Turkish driver, but very experienced. Everyone in the lane, so top 10 cars all peel off. So everyone basically on the same strategy. The only difference is a couple of drivers have double stinted. So Kelvin van der Linde's been in the car 47 laps. Marcus Winkelhock 48 laps. Everyone else has only had a relatively short stint. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see some teams electing to keep drivers in their cars. And this will be a round of pit stops where the in and out laps don't count because they can't be any quicker than 80 kilometres an hour. So as long as you hit your 85 seconds, pit in to pit out, you're going to be okay.
So Audi got stuck actually behind its own team car there, so the 22 might have been a chance to get in front of the 46 BMW, but they'll leave as they entered.
So driver change for the Porsche. Rossi remains behind the wheel of 46. Chris Haas's taken over from Kelvin van der Linde in the 22 car. Ericsson remains behind the wheel of 13. Brock Feeney now in 888. We wait for car 2, who had Marcus Winkelhock. Maxi Goetz remains in 77. We heard from Shea about their strategy. Jules Gounon still behind the wheel of 75, and Ricardo Fella's actually lost one spot in that. But he's now behind the wheel of car number 2. In fact, he's lost 2 spots. Out behind Jules Gounon. So a few little changes in that last round of pit stops. 5 now complete for our leader, 6 for the car in second position, and that's how the top 10 stands on the Pirelli leaderboard as we approach the halfway point of the Repco Bathurst 12 hour. That's the second page, and some walking wounded towards the end of this that have dropped a couple of laps off the back of the field. So 137 laps for the leader, 130 for Jeff Emery behind the wheel of the Invitational Class 702 car. And then, unfortunately for the Ginetta team, looks like their day may well finally be done after pretty eventful morning so far at Mount Panorama. Class leaders, Brad Shields still leads the way in the silver class. Cameron Hill in car number 10, so that's the Matt Stone Racing Superclass Racing IRC GT car. And then Jesse Bryan, who's done a really good job in the Method Motorsport car, and his first look at Mount Panorama still leads the way in GT4 as we run behind the BMW XM safety car.
If you think that's going to end the Ginetta's day, if Colin White's got anything to do with it, they are the Black Knight of motor racing. Tis but a flesh wound.
It's missing an arm and 2 legs at the moment, so if they continue to punch on, all power to them.
Their perennial never say die sort of attitude with that. Our Spirit of the Race award in the 24-hour series quite often goes to those guys because Colin just doesn't know how to stop racing.
Garth and I were just sharing a knowing look at a weather radar. John, I'm sorry, we...
It was Valentine's Day earlier in the week. That's a nice big heart coming our way.
Yeah, well, I just actually, while you're doing the leaderboards, I just quickly jumped out of the commentary box to have a look at the direction the weather is coming from, because you can have all the radars and the video and all the rest of it in the world.
Meaningless.
Sometimes you just got to stick your head out the window and have a look, and it's very, very dark that way, towards turn 1.
That way.
That way.
I believe that is the west.
Yes. So there is a front rolling in. It's very, very localised. Very, very small rain shower. Well, intense, but very small as in the ground that it's wetting.
To the point where it built up the other side of Orange, been following the weather radar and is heading this way.
So we're not promising you anything, but we're just letting you know that the sky's very dark in the westerly direction.
There is
Those of you that do know about weather at Bathurst, it does come in new and unique ways every time.
Never ceases to surprise. Well, and that scene on the flatbed truck, it looked to me like the Janetta was going to the we're not going to take any further part in the race yard, probably
really?
next to the Shell BMW. We'll confirm that.
That's a bit embarrassing considering they came together earlier on.
Well,
Yeah, that's going to be awkward, isn't it? They roll in there.
That's a conversation.
Fancy seeing
No
you
one
here.
wants.
Yeah. So the genetic guys will be asking to drop it on top of the BMW.
And vice versa.
Yeah, well, yes.
It's
I'm
always
sure there's
two sides to every story. And you're never wrong when you're a race car driver or team.
How many sides to the story? How many drivers were involved and add one, actually? Probably. And the answer is N.
Yes, and then the internet has its say as well. There'll be all sorts of judgment. There's the XM.
Fabulous piece of kit, that, Creelsey. The entry-level version of the car, the 50E, has over 500, no, nearly 600 horsepower when you put the electric motor on it. The Red Label edition has 738 horsepower, 550 kilowatts for you on a street car.
More than you need to pick the kids up from school.
Yeah, that's a 4.4 litre BMW. It's the V8 engine, the S68. And that's an upgrade from the regular model, which has 360 kilowatts, or nearly 500 horsepower from the electric motor. You add on 644 horsepower.
We're winding the Shannon's time machine back to 2020, an insane day that saw many spins and monster crashes.
Nails the tail wall. Oh, there's contact from behind, and it's fired it across to driver's right. This will be a big job to get this car back on the racetrack.
Again, it's the top of the mountain that's claimed another victim, and again, it's one of the Ouch 14 Valvoline cars. Now, 4 cars have a big wiggle at exactly the same point. Very yellow. Kirchhoffer out of the car, steps out of what is left.
Still a lot of motor racing at Mount Panorama. I've never seen that there before.
That's how.
He's walking away.
That was the 2020 Repco Bathurst 12 Hour, just the Saturday, one of the more insane days we've seen here at this place, and that's saying something. Scorching hot conditions. We had an Aston Martin upside down at the top of the mountain, huge impacts, dramatic day. A huge shootout at the end of the day that Matt Campbell got pole, and the following day we saw Bentley break their Bathurst Duck and win the race just before a massive thunderstorm hit Mount Panorama. The Bentley crossed the line and then it rained, and there'll be shades of that by the looks of that shot, looking out towards the west with really big dark clouds, and they are coming this way. We've had this in the region for the last 3 days we've been here, and it's either gone to the north or the south of the circuit, but that is heading directly for us at this point in time.
It's a little bit earlier in the day.
Yeah.
It had been sort of mid-afternoon the last couple of days when it's gone either side of us. That big shower, though, in the Bentley, Gilles Gounon literally said a prayer as he was coming in, because he could see the weather coming in, because the Bentley was not good in damp or wet conditions.
Racing, 88 from 888 Race Engineering. So the 5 leading cars yet to stop as well. They will, you'd think.
Unless they think it's a passing shower. Garth Tander has been out and he's a little damp.
Well, we've got the weather radar up here on the computer screen and we all have it on our phones, but still the best way to hear about this is absolutely to step outside and check it out. And whilst it does look quite bad there, it doesn't actually look like a big front. It looks like it'll pass quite quickly. So I'm tipping teams are hanging out to the last possible moment to see what the weather's going to do here.
So the rain is falling at Bathurst, and rain at Bathurst is just, I often say for excitement, just add water. We don't really even need to do that here at Mount Panorama, but it is very, very wet. It's big drops. Chad nailing us down in the pit lane. Have you got your brolly, Chad?
I don't need it, thankfully, in the Pirelli pit bunker, John, but what I was keeping an eye on in the chaos then was the pit stop times, most of which have been around the 85-second mark. Now, unless I'm seeing numbers that were incorrect, I had car 912 in the pits for 64 seconds, and they did a driver change.
About the Some Ordinary Razzies. Can Ubisoft come out and get their prize, please? Yeah, we're giving out the award for, so far, the worst game of 2024. Now, this is a game known as Skull and Bones, which is a Ubisoft original. It's about an original, you know, I make a Mutahar original at 7 o'clock in the morning every day on the can, okay? You don't see me branding that with this. You don't see me putting a subscription service. But of course, you know the game is poggers as hell when they've got like a 7-hour, 8-hour free trial just to get some people locked in the door. Yeah, this is the newest live service slot. Can we say it out loud? New live service slot, boys. Get ready. The pig's trough is full again. Now, looking through the reviews for Skull and Bones, currently it's sitting at a 64, okay? 3.4 by the user reviews, but I just want to see those critic reviews, okay? You've got 3 positive, 3 mixed, 3 negative. It's a stalemate of different types of people. But of course, I want to read the best of both worlds. Skull and Bones offers the promise of adventure on the high seas. While the game focuses a little hard on its naval warfare mechanics, it's a f***ing pirate ship game. What do you mean focuses hard on its naval warfare mechanics? I would expect it to. They are nonetheless exciting, and they don't grow old quickly. Though a bit grindy, I want to ask this person what their definition of a bit is in this situation. When it comes to live service slop, it's either, some people have built up. So, of course, I want to look down over here at the worst scenario here, and this is from PC Invasion. Instead of a gritty pirate game, Skull and Bones is a looter shooter on the high seas that keeps stepping on its own toes. I hope future seasons will transform it into a game that's good for more than novelty ship battles. Now, I love the last part of that statement. I hope a future season will just fix this game up. You know, every time I talk about these games with people, they're like, but what about No Man's Sky, Muta? That dropped like crap, but look how great they made it. Look, one example out of a sea, no pun intended, of like 100 is not good, okay? In general, most of these looter shooter live service games don't really make it past, I would say, a year. This game is up there with the Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, which is already dropping below like 1,000 players now, and it's up there with Marvel's Avengers, which is dead, okay? So this game either better pull a rabbit out of its hat, okay, better shoot out the cannon, no pun intended, with some serious content, or it's going to die, okay, ladies and gentlemen? That's just how Mafia works. Now, you might be like, but Muta, have you tried it? Now, this is where I just like to stop you people, okay? I have not tried this game, nor have I wasted my time downloading the free trial. I'm going to list you something amazing. This is twitch.tv. This is a website you can go to watch people play games for you, okay? Now, the reason I love Twitch TV a lot is this gives me an unfiltered view, usually from somebody playing a video game. And of course, what I'm going to do is just click on the average Andy, and I'm going to watch them play the game here. So here's a creator known as Antoine M. Okay, it appears that they might be French, Francais, pas de pot parler. Let's actually hit play and see what this game has. Oh, look at that, boys. Woo! Woo! Now, if this gameplay looks similar to you, it probably does if you played something like Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. If you played something like, I don't know, Assassin's Creed Origins, I believe, had this. Same with Odyssey, even Valhalla, even though that game was probably the worst example. But yeah, this is very much the same pirate-like ship design naval combat that Ubisoft has been pretty much making. Now, if you looked over here, he obviously took down a boat, killed it, and then looted it pretty much on the sea. And that's the level of immersion that you can pretty much expect from this game. If it also seems similar to something like, I would say, World of Warships, then you're kind of on that same mark here. It's a pirate ship game, and that's pretty much what it comes down to. I don't even think this is a pirate game. It's more a pirate ship experience, okay? You've got levels, you've got damage numbers. It's about as live servicey as you can ever imagine. Now, you might be like, whoa, you just looked at one gamer, Muda. No. Hold on, relax. I'm on kick now, okay? This is somebody playing on the PS5. And, of course, this is the open seas, exploring it at 10 knots right now. That's how they calculated speed back in the olden days. But, yeah, this is basically, no joke intended, the core of the game, right? Now, like most live service slop experiences, there's usually a beginning, middle, and end game, and it already seems like the community has pretty much reached its end game. I'm gonna read you some banger Reddit posts from the actual Skull and Bones Reddit community. PvP is broken. People just fast travel in front of you and wait at your port. Yeah, we call that gang stalking, okay? You know, motherfuckers out there in front of the town hall, town hub. What? Oh, are you trying to deposit some loot there? Not on the PvP server, you're not. You're dead. As of right now, PvP is completely broken and irredeemable until this is addressed. People in groups just have one person join the event and mark positions while the rest fast travel ahead. It's stupid. The game is shit for this reason alone. That's an actual player for the game talking about it, dude. God damn. Once you hit tier 10, the game becomes meh really fast. I really like this game up until tier 10, but then once you start doing helm stuff, it drops real quick. Now I'm gonna need hours a day just to maintain a supply network, while in fact what I want to do is fight in groups against high-level bosses and collect better gear that way. I don't mind something being hard at all, but don't be so dull as it is now, because to be frank, it's been a week now, and I noticed that I've been losing interest in the game already. Yeah, that's not a good sign. Not at all. I love this Coke post here. This is a pirate ship game? Stop with the Assassin's Creed 4 BS. TLDR, the game is about ships, not about the crew steering it. Just like World of Warships or a car racing game. I'm so full of this misconception that people are doing with this game. Your character is your ship, not you. This is not a pirate MMORPG. This is a pirate ship MMORPG, focused about the ships and ship mechanics. So, again, I'm just going to stop right here, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, walking around your ship isn't necessarily something that, it's an MMO game. You're supposed to be immersed as a character, as somebody sailing the seven seas. Now, if it's supposed to be a pirate ship game, let's be real. This is actually footage acquired by a channel known as Nick Tech. Go check him out. He's obviously covering Skull and Bones, as I am. And some of the footage that he wanted to show was a game released in 2024. Yes, this is the final build, apparently, of the game. Games in the PS3 era started to calculate, wetness on your textures, on your characters. Maybe some sort of like ripple effects on the water, something that didn't look like it was out of the PlayStation 1. And he's literally comparing it to a game released 11 years ago called Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, which has not only better looking water textures than what I'm witnessing over here, but just a better overall immersive experience, right? And if you thought the physics were good, this is a AAA game. Sorry, what am I saying? AAA? Hold on, Muda. It's a quadruple A game. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is a brand new term that apparently Ubisoft has coined in the industry. Don't believe me? Ubisoft dubs Skull and Bones a quadruple A game. According to the CEO of Ubisoft, it's a really full, like triple, maybe quadruple A game that will deliver in the long run. Dear God. Dear God, there is just no shame. Now, if quadruple A is suddenly just live service pirate ship games with like battle passes and whatnot, we've kind of had live service battle pass experiences for damn near over 5 years now, 6 years, a very long time, okay? I would remember the first battle pass that I really actually even saw on the market was probably in the PUBG era, the Fortnite time, the initial release of that kind of content. Since then, every big release has had a battle pass. Pass, what this game does is not substantially different than anything else that we've seen. So of course, I decided to dig deeper and see just where Skull and Bones came from. And of course, the initial Skull and Bones for this was actually somewhere all the way back in 2013. According to this actual post and reporting by Channel News Asia, they actually had said Skull and Bones was officially launched in February 16th, but it actually started development in sometime around 2013. So at some point, around this time, Ubisoft had received a grant from the EDB, that's the EDB, Economic Development Board, basically in Singapore, where they actually had money all the way back, I believe, in 2016, according to this post, to develop a AAA game title from the country of Singapore. So yes, this is a title that has been developed not just from Ubisoft, but also partly with the assistance of an entire country's government. And of course, obviously, I guess the stipulation for this is the product eventually had to come to terms. So there have been some hurdles along the way. For instance, according to this, it cost $200 million to basically develop this game. And of course, there's been several delays, which we've seen. There's been a reboot and then a loss of 3 creative directors. So to be honest, it's kind of lucky that we actually even ended up getting this game to begin with in the first place. And of course, the EDB from Singapore is literally a place that helps provide grants, a business-friendly environment, and whatnot in the country of Singapore. Now, of course, the initial reveal for this was all the way back in 2017, from my understanding, when they had the cinematic announcement trailer of this. And it was, again, just a CGI trailer. Wrong, then they had gameplay in 2018, and is that Michelle Rodriguez? Oh, hell yeah, dude. What, you tell me that I can be a pirate? Why did they use her for this? You could have made a Fast and the Furious game. Michelle Rodriguez makes sense. And of course, if you look at the gameplay, it looks a lot better than the final release product here. But again, it's not even close to perfect. What's funny about this whole situation too is when you look at the actual, even the big gameplay for this, back in the days of Assassin's Creed 4, boarding a ship was a pretty cool thing. You could find a ship in the wild, you could whittle it down health-wise, and then you could pull up next to it, man the harpoons, latch onto the ship, jump over to it, engage in a sword battle, and take it over. In this game, all of that thrill has basically been taken down. All you do now is weaken the ship, you roll up next to it, and then basically you board it like this. They've got kind of the same animation from Assassin's Creed 4, and then once the boarding is complete, I'm not joking with you, then you just go into this stupid menu and grab all your gear out of it. Dude, again, a quadruple A experience? You want to justify a game price going up by $10? No. This is what's basically down with this game. They've put it through so much development time on their own. By the way, mismanagement at Ubisoft. And it's cost them money, it's cost them advertising, it's cost them enough money to basically fall down into a pit, okay? Into a little bit of a money pit. And now, in order to recoup their losses, they're turning it into a live service experience, hoping that hundreds, if not millions of players hop in and pay money on microtransactions and battle passes and recoup those losses. That's pretty much what it's coming down to. And you know what? They could have had it. I would have bought this game had it been good. This game I would have bought for $70 had it been a true upgrade from Black Flag. How can you be the same company that produces this masterpiece of a game? Footage, by the way, you're seeing on the PlayStation 4, running on the PS5, but it's a PS4 game. No graphical upgrades. Looks, in my opinion, better than this, okay? In some ways, the water effects look better, the day-night sometimes looks better to me, and of course, the immersion of actually raiding naval ports and ships. This is a pirates game. This, on the other hand, Skull and Bones, is a fucking joke. And again, comparing it to even other pirate live service games, let's say you want something multiplayer. Why you would not buy Sea of Thieves instead of this is just beyond me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is another example of live service failure, and not all live service has to be bad. There are good live service games. Helldivers 2 just dropped, and that is an example of a game that does live service right. It's an addictive, amazing extraction shooter that channels good gameplay, smart gameplay, instead of basically creating more Ubislop. But that being said, Ubisoft, they make some good games. But then they have blunders like this and expectations and industry-setting moments like this that just make all of us laugh. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
Hey, it's me, Destin. Welcome back to Smarter Everyday 2. Every year on the channel here, I like to give an update into Not Forgotten, which is the orphanage I work with in Peru. My family has loved Not Forgotten for many years, and we've been working with Tyler and all the people that work on Not Forgotten. There are 2 properties owned by Not Forgotten down in Peru. The first one is Las Lomas, the hills. That's where the kids grow up in a safe home environment. They have a mother and father, and they have brothers, and they play, and there's playground equipment, there's a pond, there's classroom facilities. It's a great place to grow up, free from the pressures of the city. Then, when they reach adolescence, they move to Alporcar, which is in the city. That's a place where they can start to integrate into society and start figuring out what they want to do. And so, Not Forgotten has this staged approach. And today, I want to give you a pretty interesting update. Tyler went down and he talked to some of the boys about what they want to do when they grow up. Like, what are their dreams, their goals, their aspirations? And I'm excited to let you hear from their own mouth what they want to do. Now, I don't know about you, but if somebody asks me about my plans for the future, I get nervous. And so you might detect a little nervousness on the boys, but I think that's okay. They're talking about big goals. And it's beautiful to me because it's very different from where they started the journey from Not Forgotten. And so you're gonna get to see what they want to do, and I hope you enjoy it.
Hola, buenas. Mi nombre es Andy y no soy la carrera de
but get up the road a little bit because that's your lucky dog opportunity. So, talk about adventure to the unknown.
Pathfinders, yeah. And the first one of those, David. So good guys behind the wheel though. David Wall is the first of the cars a full lap down. 2 times Aussie GT champion and Carrera Cup champion. Lee Holdsworth won the great race a couple of years ago. David Russell, who with Mark Seeney have got the most starts in the GT3 era of the Bathurst 12 hour. He's been very good in these cars. Paul Tracy, he goes okay. Pretty good. So they'll be the ones
race
waved
control
by.
to safety car, maintain 80 kph. Lights out at normal position. Wave by is entitled from turn 18 this lap, please. Return to pit lane this lap.
Which will be this lap around. So the lights will go out halfway down Conrod Straight. And then we go racing in the rain for the first time today. When this safety car started, it was dry.
It wasn't raining. Well, the first car into pit lane when this safety car came out was the number 46 of Valentino Rossi. They put slicks on and then changed their mind mid-pit stop. And it was a smart move because they would have come straight back in to grab a set of Pirelli wets. So that car will now restart 5th.
When you go back and reflect on your life choices, that's probably a good one you've made there, I think, to make that decision. It did cost them a little bit of track position pitting as early as they did. Car 46, so Raffaele Marciello, fiercely quick Swiss-based driver, is in 5th position at the moment behind Maro Engel. So they've got themselves back into the game as well. Have Mercedes-AMG Group at M Racing at 1:30. And Danny Juncadella behind the wheel, Craft Bamboo Racing. They've another team that's played themselves in as the race has gone on and crept up that leaderboard, much like the car in front. Phantom Global now find themselves second with the Porsche 1-2, Bastian Boost behind the wheel.
Just seeing 1 or 2 little bits of water running down across the different crowns and nuances of the road, Garth. You're looking for a different racing line here, aren't you?
There are.
We'll see some what look to be odd lines.
There are some option racing lines, if you like, in the rain here at Bathurst, and one of them is at the cutting. You run not all the way around the outside, or the go-kart line that we sort of call it growing up. We all used to drive around the outside of the racetrack. You drive about mid-track at the cutting, and the same at Forest Elbow. It depends on the car balance, depends on the type of tyre, depends on how wet the racetrack is, but I would expect, based on what we saw there on that lap, the drivers will go exploring early once we go green.
And that green flag is coming, so I've dived into the 44 garage to have a chat with the guys who are doing a really nice job and leading the way right now in the Boiselle Pro-Am class. This team's been together for a little bit of time, Marcel, but it's going really nicely at the moment, but just changes so quickly today. So how are you guys staying on top of that?
Well, firstly, they got me out of the car, so I'm really, really pleased with that. So Serge has to deal with the rain, but we're just going about doing our business. We're here to have a good time, but at the same time, we're here to compete. We can't seem to shake the wall racing guys just yet. It seems like we're going to be racing down to the wire.
when you've got a guy like Luke Gilden or even Brad Shields here in the garages, it puts a lot of pressure on Serge in the rain. You didn't think about plugging one of the pros in?
Oh, we got a lot of faith in Serge. He'll do a good job.
Anyone named Sergio Perez has to be pretty good in any conditions. Best luck for the finish from here, mate, because this team was really great in Highlands last year, and it's cool to see you guys continuing on and having some good fun.
Thank you. Cheers.
So we're completely resetting the race now as we're into the second half, Garth, because everything we knew about the relative performance of the cars that we were just seemingly getting our heads round over the first 5.5, 6 hours, that's all. Throw that out the window for a little while because we've got proper full wet conditions now. I think it's either it's eased or it's stopping that rain. It hasn't stopped completely. And then we'll get potentially get a drying out phase, all of which could favour different cars.
Yeah, that's correct. So the Lucky Dog cars making their way past BMW XM safety car. But you're right, John. All the performance indicators that we've had so far are gone. We have absolutely no idea what these cars will do in the wet conditions this weekend because this is the first time they've driven the cars in wet conditions this weekend. So it'll be Matt Campbell, who has done a lap or two around here in the rain, that will lead them back to the line, and he goes very early this time. Bastian Buse goes with him. So 2 Porsches, 1-2 as we go green.
These guys, sorry John, both massively experienced in the wet in these cars as well through junior one-make racing, the one-make championships in Carrera Cup and all the way through Super Cup in Europe. So sailing off into the unknown at the moment with wet conditions and wet weather Pirelli tyres for the first time today, well into the second half of the Repco Bathurst 12-hour.
Control, attention all teams. Stewards have imposed a pit lane penalty with a 2-minute stop to car 2. Pit lane penalty with a 2-minute stop to car 2. Driver conduct.
So that is Ricardo Feller versus John Hollinger.
Car 2 has a stop-go penalty, 2-minute hold.
At the top of Mount Panorama. That's what brought that safety car out. That was the contact. 2-minute stop and hold penalty. That is a big one.
And that's an SRO penalty. Pro on arm driver. Rich mentioned it earlier on. It is very much frowned upon. It might seem draconian, but you have to understand it when there's people out there.
Check out what's going on right of screen out of the Audi Sport cutting. It was like peak hour in the middle of Bathurst on a rainy, wet day in the middle of winter. They were just tippy-toeing, trying to get up the hill and negotiate the lap cars as well. And Matt Campbell's just disappeared up the road here. He's going to get to the
Race
back
control,
of
attention all
number 19.
teams. Stewards have imposed a pit lane penalty to car 912 for a pit stop breach.
Wow, race leader.
Through penalty for car 912.
Race leader with a pit lane drive-through penalty.
So that was a driver change that they did, and they didn't respect the 85-second pit lane mandatory minimum.
Our pit lane crew were right onto that
right
one.
On it.
They saw that happen, and we picked up the vision of Matt Campbell looking somewhat confused and leaving in a hurry, and it turned out that it was too much of a hurry. So our race leader, who dominated this race near on 120 laps, will have to serve a drive-through penalty. So that puts it's the number 13 Phantom Cobalt car in the lead of the race.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's another 992 car as well, of course, the newer version of the Porsche. And remind you that particular team in its first race. Here's the KFC car coming into the pit lane. Might as well get your Kindle out and start reading a couple of chapters. This 2 minutes going to seem much longer than that as it heads towards the penalty box. Ricardo Feller is the driver who was being penalised, and he's going to take the pain now, Chad.
Yes, he will. So if you are the Mansa EMA team, there was a little bit of discrepancy on the regs if you had to pit on the first lap that you get told about a penalty, but we've already seen, was it the 130 got the drive-through and they went a couple laps before coming in? My question here to Garth would be, would you leave them out for the maximum amount of time to try and build as much of a gap to negate just how many spots you'll lose in the traffic here, given that he's got the clean air and no mist?
Well, traditionally, yes, that's what you would do. You'd go to the maximum allowable window, as we've got one around at the Audi cutting. One of the IRC cars is around. Tracy, is that Tracy.
That's the leader.
Has that had contact? Is that damage on the left front guard? So it's really hard to get it done here because it is blind. It's literally blind. You're relying on the marshals to let you know when it's safe to turn because you obviously cannot see around the corner here. This is a very wide-angle lens camera. Nice job, Paul.
He's done that before.
Oh, hang on. Oh, we praised him too early. But that's an old school IndyCar spin turn, that one.
Lock up the front wheels.
So
he stalled it as well now.
Yeah, so hopefully he can refire that and get going again.
Race control can manage this because they will have the tracking map of where all the cars are, and they're at the BMW elbow at the moment, so they've got plenty of time for Paul to get this recovered. That's timing by iPhone.
Talking about time.
Penalty, for Ricardo Feller, who can just sit there. There's nothing he can do.
And the point of that, Rich, that, there is nothing you can do. They cannot touch the car at all.
Correct.
Safety car's been called, so that's trapped this car out on the racetrack. So we never got to the answer for Chad Nailon. Do you stay out? The risk is if you do stay out and a safety car comes, you can't come to the lane and you can't serve your penalty. They're coming to the lane now, but you can't serve your penalty under safety car.
No.
So I'm not sure what's going on. Why would you be coming to the lane now? You wouldn't otherwise from a competition perspective.
Well, no, because they've just done everything they needed to do. Unless they're going to put some fuel in it.
Lots of questions to be answered. We'll try and come up with some answers and figure them out, but this one's
They
a strange
did fuel
one.
the car when they did the driver change. They didn't just put that in.
They did stop.
Yeah. Well, that's a bizarre one. He's going to trundle through pit lane. He's going to have to do it again. So this is drama here for a car that's dominated.
He hasn't stopped at his box. He's driven through. More to come here.
Well, that's a head scratcher. But remember what we were told by, I think it was Shea down in the lane, that they struggled to get Matt's radio plugged in, and Chan had to go back and help him to do that. Do we have some kind of communications issue? Because they had plenty of time to say stay out there.
Well, it would have had to been intermittent because he wouldn't have otherwise known about the penalty.
Yeah.
Because I could point to the radio. So very strange. Like Matt Campbell knows you can't serve penalties under safety car, and he knew they would have been under safety car because he had the full course yellow limiter engaged. So still curious to know what's going on with that one.
The net result of all of it is that we have a new race leader, and it's Bastian Boos in car 13, which is the Phantom Global Racing Porsche, which is a brand new race team. They have never raced before in this iteration. Run out of Porsche China. Timo Bernhard's Team 75 helping out behind the scenes. They started well outside the top 10. They have chipped away all day, and they now find themselves leading the Repco Bathurst 12 Hour with a little over 5 hours to go. In second place is Craft Bamboo Racing with Daniel Yucadella behind the wheel. Maro Engel in third for Mercedes-AMG Gruppa M Racing. So that's another team that has recovered from a drive-through penalty early on today, was Gruppa M. And this is just how Paul Tracy had his moment at the Audi Sport Cutting. Shay.
Manthai thought that was penalty served, and they are currently discussing it with the officials, but no, that was not. And race control came over and said, you guys still owe us a drive-through. That's not what we consider serving the drive-through because it was yellow.
Yeah, it was yellow well before. It's not as if they'd committed. You might have a case, Garth, if you're in the lane and you've committed to the lane as the safety car is called, because at that point you have to drive across the grass not to come in.
That's right, and the safety car was out. Well, the safety car had been called when Matty was on the braking zone in the chase.
Yeah.
So may have just tried a swift one there, Manto EMA, but
they'll have to come back through when we go back green and give up another bunch of real estate. Real drama for the car that's been dominating so far.
It's a genuine head scratcher for mine.
We have all got furrowed brows.
A series of unfortunate events that I'm entirely convinced should have happened, but
I genuinely second-guessed myself there.
Yeah, same.
You're positive. No, you cannot serve a penalty under safety car.
It defeats the purpose of having a penalty, doesn't it? So logic dictates that it serves under green. Yeah, that's a strange one. So right now, that little tour through pit lanes dropped them to 6 on the road, but they'll have to serve that under green when we go back to green flag conditions. The other news is it's not raining anymore, by the way. So that shower has passed, at least at this point, and you would expect the track now to dry. So unfortunately, the flick spin has not been effective in getting the 702 IRC GT back underway.
There was a bit more of contact than I'd realised with that car, to be honest, Jensen.
The front clip sort of at a funny angle.
Yeah.
You see the top of the front tyre.
I just wonder if there's maybe a little more damage.
Yeah.
Well, when he pulled the serpentine belt off or something like that.
He did the spin turn and got going, and then it stalled. And if you remember yesterday in the practice session, that car had an alternator issue. So I do wonder whether maybe it won't fire because there's not enough voltage in the car. Here's Porsche going to plead their case. I don't like their chances. It's Paul Martin, who's long been the Supercars operations manager in pit lane, the point of contact for the teams. So there's nothing that he hasn't heard before, teams trying to get out of penalties.
No. What they're saying is we have to come. We were told we have to come at the first time, at the first possible opportunity. That's what he's saying right now. I'll guarantee it. Chad.
I'm just reading through some of the regulations, which I know Rich would have access to up there, so maybe he can have a little flick through and see if I'm missing anything. But I reckon the argument that they could be making down there at the moment is that, as far as I can see, there's nothing actually in the regulations under 3.4 penalties that says you can't serve it under a safety car. It just says you got to do it in 3 laps. Have a flick through, Rich, and tell me if I'm missing something here.
I'm in there now. Thank you, Chad.
Page 14, if you're wondering.
Yeah, but I also wonder whether it's in the more global FIA rulebook rather than just the sporting regs of this event.
The rulebook is out in hand there as well.
Yep. Hey, look, if there's a way to get out of it, you'll do everything you can to find a way out, for sure. That's what Mate EMA are trying to do right now.
It's in the Motorsport Australia standing regulations, not necessarily. I think they've read the event supplementary regulations, and the standing regs from Motorsport Australia are that it must be served under green flag conditions.
Oh, it's a global FIA rule.
Totally.
It's not like it's just an Aussie rule only.
7.1, they can check it if they like. That's exactly what Paul Martin will be telling them now. He's heard all of them before. So, interesting times at Mount Panorama, just for something completely different. As the Repco Bathurst 12 hour continues, Bastian Boost, the race leader.
Catch the wind, Fred!
Well, Ronald McDonald House Charities are the official charity partner for the Repco Bathurst 12 hour this year, and they've got a wonderful setup outside the track to come and check out. If you're here this weekend, I've actually come down, I found Grant Denyer down here as well. He's done a lot of great work with McDonald's over the years. First, let's chat about the charity and the great work that they do.
Well, first of all, $5 from every coffee goes straight to the charity, Ronald McDonald House. And you think about the wonderful work they do for kids who need critical care, you know, at a moment of sheer desperation in their life, when times are tough, it's a place where them and their families can go and receive the care they need, but also remain as a family unit, because that's the most important thing. You know, when a child's going through the trauma of receiving some potentially life-saving care,
ship that
or
captured
indeed
bloody
some treatment,
bombs.
you know, they
Could they
need to
still
have
have
their
her
families
sapphires
around, so it's
stored
an
in their
environment
hold?
where they can all live together and receive the care they have. And out here in the Central West, it's so important, because we also take care of all of our brothers and sisters that work in all the farming communities far out west. So they absolutely depend on this resource, and they're the farming families that put food on our table, breakfast, lunch and dinner. So we've got to look after our country brethren.
I like that. We're going to be looking after the commentary team with some coffees as well this weekend, which is great news for us. So $5 for a coffee down here at the cafe. Proceeds are going to go to that wonderful charity as well. And there's some more for the kids, both little and big, over here as well, Grant.
Guilty. Guilty.
With a special guest on the swing right now as well. Talk about the Bathurst locals. We've got Grant down here. We've got Brad Schumacher, who looks right at home. Tell you what, mate, why don't you go on that one?
Yes, please.
I'm going to come around the back here. I'm going to give Grant a little push. Here we go. Nearly got taken out by Brad. So there you go. Come down and grab a $5 coffee. And that can be the smile on your face down here. $5. Come and grab one.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And all of a sudden, it's clearing up here. I thought the rain was easing. It's still wet on the track. I tell you what, a couple of laps, the way these Pirelli wet tyres, clear water, and with a bit of heat, it's still overcast at the moment. You might have people scrambling back for the pit lane. It's not there right now. And Manti, EMA, taking a little flyer with Matt Campbell in the pit lane and done his drive-through.
You'd be brave and bold to put slicks on now, but you can see already at the kink that there is something of a, I'm not going to call it dry, but moist, less moist line evolving there at the kink. So it will dry very rapidly, and these Pirellis move an enormous amount of water out of the way.
A few moments ago, there was a conversation going on. The gentleman with the glasses who was putting Porsche's cases, Thomas Lautenbach, and he is the head of Porsche Motorsport, and he was fairly forcefully putting his case with rule book in hand there, Garth. So this is not team manager, this is head of Porsche Motorsport.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any difference if it's a rule.
Well, no.
So
that's how seriously Porsche and EMA.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's great to see how serious Porsche are taking this race. And clearly they've been the form dominant car so far in this one. So still plenty to play out. The weather's hanging around. It wouldn't be Bathurst without a few curveballs.
Curveballs or top spin googlies, I'm not sure. I think there's sliders,
curveballs, all sorts going on at the moment.
It's all happening.
Real shame to see that car out. Paul Tracy, it was great to come and spend some time in the box with you guys early this morning after the first stint.
They'd worked their way up to the lead of that class by not having any incidents.
Capture!
So that would be really disappointing for them.
Well, the invitational class is going to be whoever gets on the podium is whoever finishes at the moment.
To the end, that's
correct.
Right, yeah.
If you get to the end, you're probably going to get a trophy. It's been quite a war of attrition there so far. It's easy to get bogged down in regulations, but to simplify it for you, there are two sets of regulations. One, the Motorsport Australia regulations that govern all of motorsport in Australia. So they apply for this event, and then there's the event-specific ones, sort of tack on above that as well. But the FIA approved Motorsport Australia standing regulations that every race meeting in this country is covered by are what I reckon they're arguing about, because they would have had the ones for the event on hand, no problems, but the domestic rules for Australia are slightly different elsewhere, and that's what they would have been arguing. That's an inventive solution to get the TV going up on the scaff at the top of the hill.
Capture, October 31st, 1665.
We haven't mentioned it. This
Criminal
is the
known as Bloody Bones apprehended aboard her ship, the Ashland Corsair, near Fort Louis, offered no resistance. No other soul found on board. Crew likely deserted. Ashland Corsair seized and searched thoroughly. Only a few personal effects found, including the sketch of a grave of apparent sentimental value. Couldn't ascertain its location. Prisoner refused to talk. Crew reluctant to press further. Ashland Corsair sailed back to Saint-Amélie with prisoner on board. Frequent storms prompted more unease and irrational fear among the crew.
So the net result is that this
public
guy
execution,
is going to have to serve
death by burning,
penalty,
December 4th, 1665.
Plus pit in and pit out.
Criminal sentenced for the following charges: heresy, witchcraft, unlawful boarding of 13 Company Royal trading ships, slaughter of their crews by suffocation.
You made the point earlier, John, that it looks to be drying a little bit.
In our final
There is a
moments,
dry
the
line
criminal
forming
engaged in sinister chanting in an unidentified tongue. A primitive ritual of some sort.
We would have a dry line.
Crowd dispersed hastily, many fearing a spell or a
There's going to be
curse.
another round of pit stops. There's going to be all sorts of things that potentially go sideways there. So they are opportunities to get yourself back in the game. When things go sideways, if you play it right, you can get yourself back in the game. So it's not the end of the world for the 912. It's annoying, but it's not the end of the world.
And you know what? They've taken a flyer on it. If it had come off, then they would have minimised the loss of time. They're not going to lose that much more. The field's going to be packed up. They'll be able to get back around, pick off some of the other cars, and work their way back through. I'll guarantee that car will be back in with a shout before too long. They'll be calculating that. Just remember, they can't do anything else to the car when they come through, so they can't change back to slick tyres or anything like that. 5 hours to go.
Supercars season 2024. A lot has been learnt. A lot has changed. And we've got a lot to look forward to. It starts with the Bathurst Superfest. Following the Bathurst 12 Hour, it's time to kick off the new season at the thrifty Bathurst 500.
Brace yourself for another great race, Australia. It is showtime.
This year, a new champion will be crowned. Take your pick. It could be anyone's.
Who gets the job done today?
Ticket information can be found at supercars.com. Supercars. Unforgettable.
It's a new Supercars season. It starts next week here at Mount Panorama, the Thrifty Bathurst 500, 250-kilometre races, plus 2 top 10 shootouts as well to set the grid for nothing like a Bathurst top 10 shootout in a supercar. Looking forward to that. It looks like we're going to have a new champion this year. Ford Mustang versus Chevy Camaro. The racing's going to be great. And if it continues on the way it ended last year, where we had some surprise winners, Garth Tander in those closing couple of rounds, it could be a really exciting way to start this year's Repco Supercars Championship.
Yeah, certainly can't wait for that one. Picking up hostilities here at Mount Panorama for round 1 of the championship. It's time to have a roll in the hay, Rich. Just a bit of a reset.
A bit busy at the moment, Garth.
Sorry, let's roll with the hay. Let's hear from Jack Perkins in pit lane.
Yeah, thanks, Garth. I thought I'd just update you on the track temperature. So before the rain, we had 38 degrees, and now it's at 26. That's still relatively warm for these conditions. So we need to start thinking about the crossover lap time when you go from wets back to slicks. And in supercar land, it's around about 2 minutes 18. So you might like to expand on that, Garth.
Yeah, 2 minutes 18 for a supercar is the transition time. What do you reckon here, lap time here?
Probably
My
16,
dear
15,
Manganirina,
16 would be the crossover.
I still remember the spring we
but
died.
Jack's point is
You
valid
were
that
10.
it's very, very warm, and
I
even
was
you can
12.
see visually how much
Remember
drier,
the landowner,
how,
Charlotte's
how
father?
wet it got during this safety car,
He
but
gave
now
us
how
a
much
handful
is
of
drying
sugar
out
once.
under that same safety car.
I thought
The
he
track
was
will
so
dry even
nice.
more quickly once the cars
Until
get back up to
he put
racing
you with that
speed.
sapphire ring
The other
you
good
found,
news just for
the
all of
one
this,
you loved so much.
there was one question mark
No
over the
food for
penalty,
a
which
month.
was car 912.
You chose as your
Car 2,
punishment.
however, had that 2-minute
I
stop
wasn't
and hold.
allowed to share
They're
my
okay
meals
because they
with
keep
you,
that under green.
even as
And
your
then this
cheeks
safety
hollowed
car
into
will be
rotting
perfectly
sauce.
timed to get them
The
back to the back
family
of the
vote
queue, and they're
happened
still on
and
the
he
lead
fled
lap
back
of
to
the race.
France.
So they're going to be
Charlotte
all right.
promised
The
we'd
other
always
news
be sisters,
is that
but
from
she
Matchstone Racing,
wouldn't
just heard
help
from
me
Slade
bury you.
Parents, who's the team media boss down there, and
I've been
they're
hunting
hoping to get
them
that
down
car back on the
all
road.
these years,
Supercars Racing IRC
feeding them their oh so precious
great news for them.
gems
Shay.
and silver.
I've just done a little bit
and
of
they
investigating,
wouldn't
guys,
even
because
feed
we do
you
have a
bread.
pro-am category.
But
Yes,
the
they can't win the race
sapphires-
overall, as we've seen
the
happen in the
sapphires
past,
were
but they
all
have their
for you,
own set of rules that
my
they're trying to
beautiful
abide to
little
right now,
sister.
i.e. a bronze driver
Now,
that must get 60 minutes
I'm
worth of
the
drive
one
time
dying,
in the second half of the
growing
race.
weaker
Well, we
by
have
the
just
day.
had 60 minutes elapsed in
can't
the second
fight
half of the
them
race,
anymore.
and one
But
of
I
our
can
bronze
make sure
drivers
they
is
never
very near
forget us.
meeting that time.
I
Ian
will let
James
them
has
take
about
me to the
15
heart
more
of the
minutes to
obscene
do
city
in the
they built on
27
our
Mercedes,
backs
the
and
heart of
cast
racing with
them
SPS
all
Performance. Then
for
he's done.
eternity.
Whereas the other two cars in category, namely the 88, where Prince Ibrahim has to get back behind the wheel, and the number 911, Yasser Shaheen, has to get back behind the wheel of that car, neither of them have fulfilled that 1 hour minimum. So we are going to see the 27 with 2 pro drivers, Alex Riberas and Ross Gunn, for the remainder of this race after about another 15 minutes has elapsed.
That's a really good point, Shay, that you make in the Boycell Pro-Am class battle. The bronze drivers do need to do an hour of drive time after the second or in the second half of the race. So that sets them up really nicely. And remember, if a Pro-Am car stays on the lead lap, put a pro driver in at the end, they become as outright a contender as anybody else. So Alessio Picciarello behind the wheel of 911 at the moment, they're 5th outright. But Yasser Shahin still to drive, and the same for car 88, who sits 9th outright. So potentially Heart of Racing in with a really good shout. Put their fast drivers in, their properly fast drivers in at the end, and they'll be an outright contender for this one as we confirm the Pirelli leaderboard all the way down to the bottom end of the top 20. So you can see cracking in to the top 20 for the first time today, Marcus Flack behind the wheel of the Method Motorsport McLaren leading the GT4 class. Invitational, who wins Invitational today is absolutely anyone's guess, because at the moment it's still showing 7:02 as the leader because they had so many laps up their sleeve from everyone else, and it's an endurance race. If the race stopped now, they'd still have the most laps. Whether they'd be classified or not would then be a massive argument, but this, until they get passed by another car in terms of laps completed, they stay where they are on the leaderboard.
And as we thought, there was some damage to the front because there was fluid that had come out of that car, and there's a bit of dry compound being put down there. BMW XM in the pit lane, and for the first time, it's Bastien Buisse who has to decide when to go, and he goes about halfway down the hash marks before Murray's corner, stays away from the inside line, finding the grip from the wet weather Pirelli tyres. That's a smart restart. That means he won't be bothered into turn one. Garth, he can pick his line. Oh, and he's picked a slightly wetter line than he wanted, and he's gone sideways. And that's going to cost him time up Mountain Straight.
Has it cost him the lead already? Not yet, but he's defending hard from Danny Giancadella for the run up Mountain Straight. I was about to say that Buisse had done his homework because he put the car exactly where you needed to put it at the final corner. You need to run it up the middle of the grid boxes, and as soon as you leave the last corner, come straight back to the middle of the track. So he has done his wet weather research prior to coming to Bathurst.
He is a properly talented young man, just 20 years of age, but already the reigning Porsche Super Cup champion. Won Make Porsche Racing's pinnacle last year. He knows how to wheel one of these 911s. That was the moment at turn one. His Porsche family teammate, not direct teammate, Picarello, a little bit wide. The question now was when does Matt Campbell peel off? So he'll have a couple of laps to serve that penalty, but he's currently up in 5th position. It's a big wag of the tail from Raffaele Marciello in car 46.
Stewards have imposed a pit lane penalty to car 44 for a pit stop breach.
And a pit stop breach for our silver class leaders. So Sergio Perez behind the wheel. We just heard from Marcel Zalua in the lane about how trouble-free their day had been. All of a sudden, the iron hand of Motorsport Australia Race Control comes down on them for a pit stop regulation breach.
To car 9 for a pit stop breach.
And car 9, Lee Holdsworth, will visit the lane.
Both those breaches for a safety car, 2 safety cars ago.
Yes.
Because we didn't have time to get all the penalties out, and that was for going through the red light at the end of pit lane. So they've been caught out with that one. It's just taken that long to process it all because we went straight back under safety car. Here's Matt Campbell. He's got a run on Raffaele Marciello.
So do we reset the 3 laps that he's going to come in?
No, it's the end of the safety. No, I don't think so. I don't think.
So it's just, so if he had 1 lap on the green before, he's then got...
If I'm doing it now, I'm coming now straight away. So you don't get caught out again. Here we go. He's coming to the lane. So, because that's what caught him out last time. They did that extra lap. So, into the lane. Massive commitment on entry for Matty Campbell, as you'd expect.
Because when the number 2 car came in to serve their penalty, it was as the safety car peeled off. They jammed straight into pit lane and got it out of the way early. So there was that lap, 1 more, and then this was the lap that Matt Campbell had to pit. So transit's down pit lane at 40 kilometres an hour. It's a 33-second transit, so he's going to tumble down the leaderboard to the bottom end of the lead lap. That releases Marciello in the 46 car. Engelberg, Giulianella first, Buisse continuing to lead, 1.7 seconds. He gains over that first lap. Green flag conditions, and there's Campbell out of pit exit. So the leader's going up the hill into the cutting. Campbell exiting turn 1. He's tumbled all the way down to 15th position.
Shay Adams on the Intercom channel in the background posed a very good question to me. This is potentially the first time that Raffaele Marciello has driven this car in the wet at all. Because remember, he's made the switch from AMG Mercedes to BMW. Probably would not have tested in the wet at all in the lead up to this one. So he'll be learning on the run what ABS setting to run, what traction control setting to run, what is the turbocharged engine's characteristic in the wet.
The other guy that's going to be fun to watch is this guy, Cameron Waters. They haven't been particularly happy with the raw car speed of 222 in the dry, but in the wet, it could be a very different story. So let's keep an eye on Cam. They're up to 6 outright at the moment.
That got my attention as well, Rich. Here's Waters now looking up the inside Picciarello doesn't get the job done at Forest Elbow. So that's hampered his run down Conrod Straight for Waters. Now comes under the attention of Lucas Stoltz. Ranges up side by side, and does he get by? Yes, he does. So Waters goes from the attack to the defend and loses a spot.
Watch for Haase behind. Experience here. Stoltz was really wide. Just on that outside line past the king. Picciarello going along nicely in 911. That's the red and white shell Porsche. And peeling off into the lane is Raffaele Marciello. So he abandons out of this. And 46 pit lane drive-through penalty crossing the blend line at the exit of pit lane. Man, the unforced errors in this race today. They are throwing curveballs. He's going to end up exactly where he was before this on the restart, dicing with Matt Campbell, who's just served his drive-through penalty.
And also we've got a pit lane drive-through for the number 25 car as well. Method Motorsport McLaren for safety car procedure as well.
There's debris flying around up there in turn 2 as well as the GT4 Merc jumps out the way. Tim Bilski, well, he'll assume the lead in class when Flack takes his drive-through. That's the first little faux pas for that team today as well. They've been otherwise really nice and smooth and controlled. Alessio Picciarello, first time at Mount Panorama, he has been super impressive this weekend, getting up to speed, and especially in these conditions. You expect people like Maro Engel to be really good because he's got so many miles here. Lucas Stoltz as well in all kinds of conditions. And Luca in 2022 in these cars in the wet was really good. But Picciarello's doing well. Keeping car 911 in the mix in the knowledge that Yasser Shahim will jump into that car at some point between now and the checkered flag.
But remember,
and then it will be up to Harry King. Actually, Picciarello hasn't done that many laps in that car today, so it may well be him at the end. We're not far away from that point of starting to work backwards from hour 12.
So now, starting to see the effect of what tyre pressures teams decided to run the wet tyre at. Because remember when the teams put the wets on, it was hosing down with rain, so you would have the tyre pumped up. Now it's dried out in a rapid rate, so you don't want as much pressure in the tyre. So teams having to adjust on the hop, they didn't have a lot of time to adjust. They literally had to throw the wets at the car for the conditions at the time. But the cars you can now see starting to really move around on the blocks, on the wet weather tread pattern. And you'll be starting to think about, starting to have the discussion about when do you put the slick tyre back on.
Maro's under some pressure here in that Group of M car in third place. Picciarello looking quite aggressive, trying to work his way past an Engel defending, driving down the inside. He'll claim it's trying to find water, keep the tyres cool, but we all know that's not the truth. Chad.
The awkward thing about the tyres going off, you need the car to get to the fuel window because you could just come in and change tyres only, not have to do the full 85 seconds. That would be one way of handling it, but then similarly, you'd rather just get the fuel into it as well and get the full 85-second stop out of the way as the 911 goes to the outside. It's an extra complexity to think about. You wouldn't just come in and get rid of the tyres if you could.
And the other thing to remember is, yes, we put wet weather tyres on, but we haven't put wet weather settings on these cars.
Oh, close. Engel again covering his line. Picciarello trying to find every which way past, and that's got Lucas Stoltz in this. Has got some serious energy about it at the moment. And Engel struggling relative to the Porsche and the other AMG behind. But it's single lane stuff at the top of the mountain. That's a really good question Chad poses. So 14 laps since they last had a pit stop in these cars.
But so, really 4 green laps.
Correct, exactly right. So they've theoretically got a lot of fuel range still to go in these cars. So do you take the risk of diving in to put a slick tyre on without, and you can just do the tyres, no driver change, no fuel, but you don't have to do the 85-second mandatory pit stop time? Who rolls the dice?
Yeah, well, that's it. It's going to literally be a roll of the dice because you can say, oh, well, you leave the wets on because it might rain again, but if you torture the wet here in these drying conditions, the wet's no good to you anyway, so you might as well come and have got the slick. So you can see the dry line, it's coming, and just the way the cars are moving, they're really slimy, they're moving around on the tread block. So there's no real water to go looking for offline because it's all gone because of the warm conditions here.
Piccarello just
side by side there.
Just a little step back at that moment. If you're outside the 10, if you're the silver class car of David Wall, Jack LeBrock's got the talent to do it, you probably think about rolling the dice and be a bit of a pioneer, because the net result is that you could have a massive gain out of it. Holdsworth,
I think that's for the penalty. Sorry, apologies. They're taking their drive-through penalty. You can just see there. Holdsworth leaving the lane. Stoltz trying to go around the outside at one.
This is a great battle. Third, fourth, and fifth. Four-track position. Change of position here. 222. Dicing on, and that's Jamie Whincup getting up the inside of Cam Waters. Supercar race all of a sudden.
A couple of old stages going at it there.
Can appreciate that. As Piccarello to the outside of Griffins. Sails around the outside, and they'll be wheel to wheel on the run up to the King, and the Porsche this time will have track position.
Nice move. Here comes Stoltz. Does he get in there?
Not there. That had disaster written capital letters.
Repeat of the BMW. Just the two quicker cars doing it.
Big move by Piccarello. Nice job to hang on the outside at 2, which gave him the inside for the run to the cutting. Just here how much they're off the throttle, rolling the car through the corner rather than loading the tyre. Looks to me like Engel has got the higher tyre pressure. That car's really struggling in comparison to Lucas Stoltz. If you compare Mercedes v Mercedes.
Boost, meanwhile, out in front for Phantom Global, 1.9 seconds. Cleared away. Juncadella trying to chase him. Getting a bit of a lap time comparison from Piccarello. Now he's in some clean air and has been able to dispatch Maro Engel. See what that car can do. Porsches have been really good over a race run so far today. Now Lucas Stoltz looking racy.
Captain, what's up? Oh, bullshit! Brigantine, in the distance!
Sun Energy One Racing, defending champions of this event last year and the year prior, looking for a three-peat. Lucas Stoltz has won those races with this team. He's behind the wheel of the car we're watching. We're on board with Maro Engel, looking backwards. A couple of Mercedes AMG stars duking it out. One little milestone we have missed in this one is that we're 167 laps into this race. So 1,000 Ks has been and gone, that 161 milestone. We're well into the second 1,000 Ks of this race now. Stoltz continues to find a way past it. Sebastian Bush leads by 1.3 seconds. Daniel Juncadella for Craft Bamboo Racing second. Alessio Piccarello for Manti EMA, that's the Pro-Am car, and class leader next. These two go side by side. Can Stoltz do a repeat? They've popped back.
Naughty.
Almost trading paint at the top of the rise on Mountain Straight. Engel with a driving line, return serve under the braking zone before Griffin's Bend and holds on.
Where's the head of Mercedes Motorsport right now? Have his head in his hands. Those two banging wheels up Mountain Straight into the braking zone into turn 2. I just had a quick look at the lap times for the previous completed lap because we were starting to wonder what's the crossover time. Wets to slicks. And our race leader, Bastian Boos, a 16.5. Danny Juncadella, a 16.0. So we thought it was going to be around the 16s. So they're there now. So it becomes a strategy play. The track's probably ready, but does it fit the strategy at hand right now?
One driver way below that crossover. I'll come back to that because this is pretty wild. This is Maro Engel left, Lucas Stoltz right.
To sell it, Rich.
Well,
right there as well.
Expectations. Yeah, it's the one at the hub that gets me. This on board with Maro. Luca just got such good drive out of that corner and a little bit of
good side draft. Yeah, right there at the rear quarter. Your car just gets sucked along, but then it works for Maro. When Luca gets the run right there, that's why Maro was fighting to stay there, because it works for him.
Just came out into the middle of the road just enough so he didn't have to pinch that corner too much.
It's got "keep fighting" written on the dash of Maro Engel's car. I think he's just looking at that every 20 seconds going, okay. Because he's big moments for both cars. They were both sideways and it hasn't cost either of them.
It is costing both of them, lap time-wise, but not position. So Engel defends into the final corner. Stoltz trying the crossover move, but that's not going to work this time.
Look what that's doing to that gap between them and the chasing cars. That is extraordinary that they're fighting and losing so much time. It's exacerbated by the fact they can't get the power down.
Oh, the rear tyre on Lucas Stoltz is gone, and we know that Maro Engel's probably gone more.
That might be
so he didn't even turn in to Hell Corner there. The rear just
someone shoot me right now, please.
Stoltz just held the steering wheel straight.
So the reason they're hanging on, folks, is because they're trying to get as far into this pit stop sequence as they possibly can.
Oh, just someone shoot me right now, please.
Had a drive-through penalty, was 35 seconds from the lead. He's now ninth, 21 seconds from the lead. Matt Campbell on last time round was 3.5 seconds a lap quicker than the cars in front of him. So Matt Campbell flying in the former race-leading Porsche.
Fortune favors the brave, and there are brave people in the pit lane right now feeling that the crossover point is this moment. We have slick Pirelli tires going on to the number 2 MPC Audi. That car still receiving service and actually getting a little bit of dry ice getting put in the side of the car, so Ricardo Fellow should get extra cool on this stint. The 48 M Motorsport Mercedes, they are going on to shiny sticker new Pirelli tires. That's relevant. Stick with me now.
Have you been wanting to get into sim racing, but are put off by how expensive everything is? Of course, steering wheels and pedals and shifters can cost a bit, but what about cockpits? This might sound crazy, but it's not uncommon to see sim cockpits priced at over $500 or $600. Fortunately, there's another way, and that's to build your own, with most people opting for a wood or PVC construction and many YouTube videos claiming you can do it for under $100. But is it really that cheap? How hard is it to build a DIY sim rig, and are there unexpected problems that you'll run into over time? In this video, I'll answer these questions and share what I've learned over 5 years with my DIY sim rig. But first, let me tell you how my setup went from this to this. In 2018, I built a sim racing cockpit out of wood, and over the years I've used it with a budget Logitech wheel, a mid-tier Fanatec wheel, and a monster 20 Nm direct drive wheel. It started as a single monitor setup, I've tried it with VR, and these days it's evolved to use triple monitors. After 5 years together, this DIY sim rig has had a huge impact on my real driving skills, my YouTube channel, and quite possibly, my life. This gives me a lot of insight about their pros and cons, and I've come up with 5 key categories we can explore to see if building a DIY sim rig is the right choice for you. And if you like how mine turned out, stay tuned because I'll give you the plans to build a sim rig just like mine. We'll start with the one thing car guys never have enough of: money. This is often the most important factor for beginner sim racers who are trying to get into the sport affordably and looking to minimize cost where they can. At first glance, DIY sim rigs are a significant cost savings compared to buying one. I spent $40 on materials for my cockpit and $85 for the triple monitor desk. Meanwhile, buying a cockpit can easily cost 3 to 5 times as much. On the ultra budget side, you can get a wheel stand for around $130, a foldable cockpit for around $250, and it costs closer to $400 to get something that's similar to what you can build out of wood. Another cost savings for DIY is that you don't have to wait on or pay for shipping. Everything you need is easily available from your local hardware store. So when it comes to cost, DIY sim rigs are an easy win, right? Well, there is a potential dark side to going DIY that can raise the cost considerably. You need to source your own seat and rails, and of course, you also need tools to build it. The chair piece can be discouraging at first. If you search online for a bucket seat or sim racing chair, you'll quickly find surprisingly high prices. Personally, I think sim cockpit sellers charge a premium for individual seats to lure buyers to purchase entire rigs from them. But with some effort, you can sidestep this. Rather than pay $300 to $400 for a chair from them, source one used from a real car. Here are a few places to start.
And it will be a case for a while that if you go half a car width offline, you might be in some peril. This battle continues, speaking of peril, and Maro Engel peels off, and Jamie Whincup follows.
So Whincup's been a big... Oh, Engel, Whincup, they're both in the grass. I was so close to saying you've got to be so careful when it's dry on the racetrack and wet on pit lane because you can get caught out. Two of the best, there you go.
You're nailing the calls today so much they preempted you on that one. And in comes Matt Campbell as well out of 7th position. So he dragged that car from more than 35 seconds off the lead to 21.
Pit stop.
There you go.
Have a go at the spray.
He's
Trying to go around the outside. Still coming out of the car. Angle. Jamie Whincup thinking, I'm just going to break on Morrow does.
Yeah, he follows him in. And they both go through the grass.
He won't get it wrong. He'll be fine. He knows what he's doing.
Hey,
and
are all these
ironically, they
cars
pit
yours?
basically adjacent to each other at the
Could I ask
end
how
of
much you
pit
pay
lane.
monthly in car
So
payments
Angle,
for
Whincup,
5
Campbell,
supercars?
Waters in as well for Scott Taylor Motorsport.
$90,000 a month?
So they're going to go
How
to
much is
slicks
that
on
for,
that
like,
car as well.
each car? Yeah.
Okay, well,
Manti
the
EMA going to
is
work.
like
So the first car in,
10,000.
the slick on, was Ricardo Fella in the number 2
This
Audi.
McLaren
So
was a
that's
little
the
bit more
one
pricey for some
we need to
reason. It
keep
was
an
like
eye on. Like he had to
20,
make up some track
and then
position as well from that
this is like
penalty.
50 grand.
That's like my net worth.
As a outright competitor, that was the first car to come
and
get
then this
slicks.
one's like,
So when these cars leave the lane, how
25
close will that be?
What do you do for a
that
living to
car?
afford
Just look
5
at the middle sector
supercars?
last
So
time
much
round,
cherry pick.
36.3
What's
for
a
Fella
cherry
across the
pick?
top of the mountain
Whoa.
You wanna
versus
see
Marciello was
Yeah,
at
can I see one?
36 and a bit as well. So basically
Hey, are all
borderline
these
now.
cars
There you go,
yours?
car for car,
Yeah.
after the 39.2 in the other Audi. So 3 seconds across the top of the mountain for a slick tyre. The AMG fleet leave pit lane. Slick tyre equipped.
Heart of Racing, Ian James in the pit lane as well.
This is for the race lead. So Daniel Juncadella has got to the back of Bastian Boos.
You have never seen godlike driving like this before. The driver in the Porsche has no idea who they were going up against. Coming down the straight of Zolder, they tried to defend against an overtake and squeezed me to the outside. What they don't know, however, is that I am not confined to the same limits as other mere mortals. My racecraft transcends human comprehension as I pull off an incredible move around the outside and cut across this pesky patch of dirt, sitting exactly where I'm trying to race. Truly incredible scenes never seen before in motorsport. You have never seen.
The overcut worked this morning, slick tyre versus slick tyre. How does it work, wet tyre versus slick tyre?
2:12 for Ricardo Fella last time around.
So that's a good couple of seconds advantage on that lap alone.
46 in as well. Piccarello stayed out in the 911 Porsche. Kay sharing with Yasser Shahin and Harry King. And a driver change going on here at
Today
Phantom
we are
Global.
installing
So this
a
rejoin,
real
we're
NASCAR
gonna get
exhaust
almost
on
cleansed
this
the running order with everyone
1969
on a
Camaro.
slick
This
tyre
build is
to get an
almost
idea
done.
of
The
who
last thing we
stands
have to do
where
is
as
an
we
exhaust
continue
system,
our
and
charge
I
to the
really
finish.
want to hear what a 1,000 horsepower twin turbo 408 stroker
driver change
sounds
down
like
at
with a
Sun
NASCAR
Energy One
exhaust.
Racing.
I probably
Team
got
name
scammed on this.
is
But
75
take a look.
Express. Can he set up his own
Boom,
race team to run the
dudes. Look at this
program
flat
now?
exhaust
And
that
is a slick
NASCAR's
Pirelli
typically
P0
run. This is
tyre.
going to dump out
Great news that
right in
Pirelli
front
back on
of the
board with
rear
this
wheel, so it should look and
28
sound pretty sick.
global
This thing
partner
is
of GT3
wild. I've
Racing.
never seen
And this is
anything
the
like
interesting
this in
one. So-
person, and we're going to hear it today.
And
There's
that's
like
the
little
Superclass
ribs on
Racing.
the inside of
Matt
the
Stonecar
exhaust, and I'm
just
so
got this car
curious
back
to
on the
hear
road.
how
I
air
just saw it in the
travels
background leaving pit
through
lane.
that
Oh, there's
and what it's
angle,
going to
angle.
sound like.
It's all
And
happening
I'm
again.
excited.
Just
So
went to
I
slicks.
got
So there's going to be
two of
another
these
safety
boom
car
tubes.
here.
Yes, that's what they're
So
called. And I also got an
Hollinger
X pipe.
finds himself-
And I
well,
probably got
Cam Hill, I
scammed,
think,
but I'm not even mad at
wheel
it.
of that
Sunday!
at the end of Mountain
You ever
Straight.
seen a
This is going
boom
to
tube
work for
before?
911.
Yes,
It's a safety car.
Yeah,
They got a free pit stop.
Okay, you know how people scroll Facebook Marketplace?
For 85 seconds. 85
I
seconds.
scrolled Craigslist. That's why I got such a crazy deal on this Camaro, because it was the only place listed. The guy didn't have a social media account. And that's also where I found this NASCAR exhaust. I'm telling you, there's some good finds on there. Dude, isn't this sick? Look at this. It shakes a little. Shake it. Oh, wait, maybe that's the other one. One of them makes a little noise. We might have to fix it.
Everybody's on the 80K.
Oh, yeah, you hear it? Yeah.
I think it's that one.
Yeah, hopefully this will fit nicely. We want you a ton of work to do. I said hopefully.
Hopefully.
Yeah. I can't stop it.
It's massive, right? So cool. And there's an X pipe. So we have the X pipe and we have the two boom tubes already.
Let's put it on.
Look at that. That's crazy. I wonder what that's going to sound like.
Well, it's just a baffle.
Shame for that team. Did a great job to get a rebuild back out
I
there.
don't know. We got a couple turbo mufflers on
There
her.
is Piccarello.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Actually, in the early 2000 NASCARs, they ran a 4-inch pipe and then flattened it to the tip. And I have no idea what I'm talking about, but the way I said it sounds so confident. You guys are listening to me.
It's not mandatory.
Somebody will know in the comments.
Yeah, so one of you guys are professionals.
Welcome back to Non-Professional Mechanics, where we make stupid things happen.
I would love to take a moment to thank today's sponsor, PDS Debt. Did Valentine's Day catch you by surprise? Do you find yourself in a time in order? You can over to pdsdebt.com/Amelia to get your free debt assessment today. Take the step toward financial freedom and let PDS Debt do the hard work. Thank you, PDS Debt, for sponsoring today's video. Now, take a look at the Camaro. She is looking so good. So, you guys last saw we ran and drove her. She sounds freaking amazing, open header. She drives so nice. There was a steering binding, like weird brake pressure issue. Turns out we ran a couple lines switched. So, just swap those two lines. Everything's good. Look at this carbon fiber lip that's been installed. I know it looks low, but it's not as low as what I'm used to driving, and I think it complements it so well. Full interior. Had to get those classic Recaro seats. Still kept the back seats. The Detroit Speed roll bar. Full interior. Dashes. Everything works and lights up. Full carpet. Full deadening and sound insulation. Shout out to DEI for sending everything we need. They had a complete kit for this, and it was super easy. I'm going to be taking the Camaro to an interior shop, and they're going to be reupholstering everything to a custom interior spec. So if you guys have ideas, let me know. I have something in mind that I think is going to blow you away that hasn't been done yet. Almost this entire build has been sponsored by Holley and Detroit Speed. As you saw, we're running Detroit Speed subframe, quadrolink, roll bar, mini tubs. We're running a Holley Dominator, Holley harness, Holley pretty much everything. I just got to say thank you so much to Holley for sponsoring this Camaro and helping me turn my dream build into a reality. All right, you ready to get started on this? Let's do this. You guys might want to hear a before sound, so in case you didn't watch the last episode, let's show you what she sounded like before. Sit. The X-Pipe will connect straight to these downpipes. This is it, and we have most of everything we're gonna need. So, fingers crossed, but you guys know how it goes when it comes to building cars. The jobs you think will be the easiest can sometimes take the longest. Our 4-day Camaro build is coming along really nice right now.
20, how many days?
Bro, how many months? We started this in like October. We're like, guys, this is gonna be a 4-day build.
It's a car thing. Car people understand.
Like, I'm not trying to plug, I'm just saying, they Holley makes so many great things. It's hard to be like, well, why don't we do a 4-link suspension? And why don't we do fuel injection? And why don't we?
Yeah, well, they make it all. You just order it. It just goes.
I know, everything fits for this too. It's not like the Corvette. If you guys are wondering, the 4-day Camaro build is coming along real nice. We might be done in another few months. But really, all we have left is the exhaust and wheels and tires, which I cannot wait to show you guys. So obviously we're using trans jack to kind of balance it out. Thinking this is a perfect spot. That's pretty cool.
We just saw there.
You guys look at him from the front. That kind of looks sick. Now I'm just asking for another burn on my leg, but if it happens twice, it's my fault. Ever since I've burned my leg, I have never gotten out of a car where I just lay my leg on the side. I literally like step out extra wide for it now. But yeah, so I'm prepared. I'm prepared. That looks good. Look at that. This is crazy. Literally goes past the center line of where the drive shaft is. So NASCARs are wide cars. We might need to do a little cutting. We might be cutting it shorter. Boom tubes installed. X-Pipe, we're working on it. We're working on the X-Pipe now. We've had to cut it up quite a bit. We have reducers here and flanges connecting to the 3.5 from the 3. We got it all tacked together. And now we just got to make that one fit. And then I think we're good. And that's it. So decked up. Now time to burn. Smells like it's on fire.
Oh shit.
Something on fire?
Yeah.
I thought I smelled fire.
Make sure you stay with us.
Oh, it's a wrap. That'll do it. Fine. 172 laps into the Redco Bathurst 12 hour for 2024. It's turning into another beauty.
A spark went back under behind the table, and it caught a rag that was tucked back there on fire.
On the mountain, this was a huge
what
moment.
smells like like it's burning and there's just a fire under the tables and welding. She's burned. We are ready to boogie. So we're gonna bring this up and fire her
out of the race.
We have exhaust!
For the Janetta, a real challenge for these guys in the GT4 class.
I can't believe about this exhaust on Craigslist. I'm not kidding. At least the listing said this is from a cup car, a NASCAR cup car. And yeah, buddy, look at the way it exits out the side. And it went on pretty nicely. So,
the next safety car. And then the rain came.
I gotta hear this. I gotta hear this. And also, doesn't really sit very low. I thought it was gonna sit lower, but
they served a drive-through penalty when they weren't allowed to.
we got everyone here ready to hear the Camaro, and I'm just as excited. Look at this, guys. We got full carpet. We got pedals. We got shit. We had those before, but it looks so good put together. And just wait, check this out. Check this out.
They traded paint once, and they traded paint again the next time around. And through all of that,
what are you guys laughing at? I know. I feel like I should say shout out Holly at the beginning of this video, so thank you. And then we proceeded to make our own exhaust. Holly makes an exhaust that fits perfectly for this car with the Detroit Speed rear end, and I would highly recommend it. I just found this NASCAR exhaust and I wanted to put this on the Camaro, so maybe down the line we'll switch over to the Holly, but yeah, just to clarify. 3, 2, 1, fire in the hole! It sounds like a fucking NASCAR!
It really does.
Oh my god! Wow, that sounds nasty! This is great! Oh god! Why does it sound so good? Why does this not? Oh my god! It's deep. It sounds really, but like good, and like I could honestly talk, I'm yelling right now, but I could talk my normal voice and the frequency is different so you could hear me fine. This is so much lower.
Yes.
My eyes are burning from the E. Just looking to make sure it's up to temp. I just saw something go flying. Who knows how long this exhaust has been sitting for? All right, one more.
Yeah.
I don't think we put a limiter on it. I think it was just over revving there. It just revved to 7K. I'm gonna try and hit the limiter. I was just curious if it would spit flames.
Yeah, it will.
I got fuel on the wall. All right. Cool.
Heck yeah.
So are we worried the hood's gonna melt?
Eventually.
Let's take the Camaro outside. I gotta hear it outside the shop. I wanna see it in the sunlight. And I don't have seatbelts on it right now, so I can't like drive it. We'll drive it tomorrow, but I gotta just hear this outside. Come on. So we pulled out the computer, took a look at our tune on Holly, and we had the RPM limit set at 7,800, which was fine because the car has a solid roller on it, but we backed it down a little just to 7K because this is more of a daily than a race car. died. Oh my god. All the neighbors are laughing laughing and waving right now. I wish we could hear the turbos a little more, but I'm not mad at it. And, you know, we can always change it down the line, but look at this. I think under load, we're really going to hear that spool. Damn, this car looks so good. Now, I know we have to replace the wheels, and we have some custom wheels that just arrived, but you guys are going to have to wait to see those because we're going to show you the wheels, the new tires, install the seatbelts, actually rip this car, and I have a ton of really good news to share with you guys. It's fine. Dude, that looks so crazy from out here. She loves it. Oh, buddy. Look how beautiful this is.
I don't know if you want to do it for this body, but if you did like more like race side skirts, and that was a side skirt that actually had a hole in it for the exhaust exit, so it had like the ground effect style on it.
Yeah, I actually have one saved of a Nova that did something similar. I also have a Trans Am where they like completely redo the body to make it look aggressive, kind of like a time attack car.
Yeah. I knew you'd
Keep
say
it
that.
sleek, clean, uninspecting. Don't hear no turbos.
Uninspecting.
Suspecting.
Unexpecting.
Yeah, you know.
That's the name of this car, uninspecting.
You guys want to know something else that is unexpecting? And it's Harbor Freight sending me a whole thing of goodies. 2 of almost everything. So thank you guys.
Jack at the top of the mountain and the vagaries of Bathurst. It's sprinkling again down here on pit lane when everyone's just gone back to slick Pirelli tyres. Yasser Shaheen, at the moment, loving the fact that he's behind the XM safety car. He's got to do a full 1 hour in this second half of the race.
He'd be happier that he's eating up some of that time under safety car.
Correct.
So
exactly
that's a win.
It's a massive win for them. But he's still got a job to do in the Pro-Am as the Brollies go back up again.
I was about to say, what would you guys say if I told you it was raining at the cutting? Now that we've brought all the cars in, the track's dried out, we've brought all the cars in, we put slick tyres on, and now it's raining again.
I look at you with a blank, slightly exasperated look on my face, I think, because it's just the story of the day.
That's just Bathurst.
No,
that's what happens here.
The mountain design.
Standard, me too. There is on the radar at least weather all the way around Bathurst at the moment. Except for sort of northeast side, which is the weather's coming across sort of west-southwest at the moment, pushing up across Bathurst.
However hard it rains, even if it's only a little bit, it is going to make the surface greasy again because we've not had proper sunshine on the surface of the circuit and that UV energy. We've not had that for hours now, Garth. So the actual...
Maintain 80 kph, please. Lights out, return to pit lane this lap. Wave by to be undertaken from turn 18.
We've not had a UV energy on the track, so the track is going to be cold. Whatever happens,
certainly cooler than the initial shower when it came.
Absolutely.
So that's a very good point that you make. So if I'm a driver out there right now, I am working double time to get as much tyre temperature into the car as I can now, because the more temperature you can get in the tyre, the deeper into the rain you can go on a slick. Give the team more time to make a better informed decision whether to go to a wet tyre or to stay on a warm slick. So we feel like there was a period half an hour ago that was critical for decision making, and I feel like that's coming again in the next 5 minutes.
And this is where the communication between driver and pit wall is crucial, because they have to work together. The pit wall can look at the data and the radar. The driver is the only one that can tell them what it's actually like all the way around the circuit. And remember, no intermediate. You have a slick, you have a wet, no cut slicks. So
see the enormous bolt of lightning in that shot as the cars were coming over Brock
I deliberately ignored talking about that, Mr. Graham.
Spooky.
Was it very, very frightening?
Yes, right. If you're any one of these cars on the racetrack right now, absolutely. Here's the wave bite. This is the BMW XM safety car.
Now, this is manna from heaven for these guys, because they get to charge around and we'll get to put a bit of heat on. But
we're starting to see some significant rain on Conrod Straight. So someone dive. Here we go to replay. This is Richard's lightning watch. That was way bigger than I thought.
Yeah, mate, that was electrifying.
Oh, very good. Very good.
As will this restart be. Yasser Shahin finds himself in a position leading this field. The safety car pulls away. It's up to the South Australian to lead the field back to green with Jackson Evans and Maxi Goetz right behind him.
And somebody's going to pit here. Somebody is going to
come
pit
to the
here.
lane. Do you roll the dice?
Yeah. Who's it going to be? Coming back to green flag. Everybody back on slick Pirelli rubber as the rain starts to fall again. Is anybody going to hit the lane? Yasser Shahin gets his foot down, comes down to the final corner, searching for grip from those front Pirellis. Actually did a pretty good job there, kept the car on the black stuff, but it is looking filthy over to the west.
Talk about pressure for Yasser Shahin, a bronze driver leading outright. He was in the car when it was turned around at the top of the mountain and sat in the gravel track contemplating life, wondering whether they were going to continue. Now he's in the lead of the race, fighting off Jackson Evans as they make their way up Mountain Straight. To make it a bit more difficult for him, it's raining and they're on a slick tyre. Jackson Evans sends it up the inside. I think that's smart from Yasser. Follow someone else across the top of the mountain so you can get a gauge on the grip level. But it is raining significantly for the run to the cutting. This is as tricky gets.
Jill Gunon trying to work his way through as well. On the outside is Mick Grenier, the National Storage car. Still side by side with Gunon. Still side by side with Gunon heading up the hill.
Still side by side with Gunon.
They come out the other side and Gunon manages to scrape past behind the Ricardo fella in the KFC Audi. Really dicey conditions. Yasser Shahin, the cork in the bottle at the moment. He's third. Evans disappearing up the road in front. And Maxi Goetz going with them.
Yasser spun up the rear tyres as he was coming out of Griffin Bend, and that cost him up that incline. It's much steeper than it looks. But also, these cars are not, right now, they are not his fight. He's got to get his 60 minutes into the second half of the race, and then he can stand down. He's gunning for the Pro-Am victory, so he's got to keep it pointing in the right direction. Meantime, at the front of the field,
Yasser's doing an awesome job right now. The full-time professionals are trying to crash into each other because Mick Grenier just got into Gunon on the run into the elbow there. They're all boxing on as they head down Conrod Straight.
So it's certainly wetter on the west side of the circuit over at the cutting and the run out of turn 2. That's where the weather comes from, and it makes its way across the racetrack. Here come the Mercedes, they're through. Yasser, I think, let them go. Ricardo fella up the inside as well.
Oh, Campbell off. Campbell very wide on the entry and the braking, and a couple of wheels off on the white line, trying to get the Grello Porsche stop change for the lead. Craft Bamboo now assume the race lead for the first time today.
Oh, BMW!
Huge for...
It's going to Bathurst.
Maxime Martin.
No. Do not put it in the gravel trap.
Oh, he will get away with this.
Well, will he? Will he? If the splitter digs in, no, he gets out. Wow. Oh. Brock Feeney graphically showing what we're all doing.
David Wall got past Matt Campbell there as Matt went deep. Yasser Shahin staying out of the way. He's done a really good job there to keep that 911 numbered car in one piece. Yes, he's dropping back down towards the other Pro-Am, but that's not important right now.
No, he's done the right thing there by getting out of it on Mountain Straight as well and letting all of these pros go by. Kelvin van der Linde in the 22 out, he's gone past Cam Waters and Matt Campbell in front. You're right, Campbell lost a spot to David Wall. He had 2 wheels off the road on the braking zone uphill into the chase there, and it really slowed him on the exit. Wow, Martin, the National Motor Racing Museum is a great place to visit, but I don't think with 4 hours and 11 minutes to go in the race, it's not.
Oh, it is pouring down up the top now. So remember, last lap it was dry. This is the challenge of Bathurst. The weather moves across the circuit so quickly. Darren Curry, he shortcuts. He doesn't want to have anything to do with the yeses. Oh, and you've got to slow down so much. Matty Campbell, he went around the outside of David Wall there. So David Wall doing the right thing into full conservation mode. And look at him. You could drive your rent-a-car down the hill quicker than that. So now Driver surviving as the weather makes its way across the circuit. Teams ready and waiting.
I was going to say, you're going to come in. Well, you're not going to risk another one off the top.
You've got to wait and see how thick and strong the front is, because it can blow in and out so quickly. Saw it here in the 1000. Oh, man, that's serious rain. You can hear it.
They're pitting.
Wow, yeah, they're pitting. Yeah. Oh, man, now you've got to be seriously careful of aquaplaning on a slick tyre and seriously becoming a passenger.
Luke Gilden,
much drier into the chase. It's so localised. It's ridiculous.
Luke Gilden, who was one of the cars waved by pits, Holdsworth pits, Webb pits, all three of them Bathurst 1000 winners. Matt Campbell gobbling up black cars in Grello. He's up to 6th place already.
Unbelievable.
Have a go at Peak Hour coming out of the chase. Now they're all trying to race to pit entry. They don't want to get stuck behind the lap cars coming into pit lane.
Who's that still?
That's the Scott Taylor Motorsport car, 222.
Wow.
Cam Waters. He's rolling the dice.
Okay.
That's going to be an adventurous lap across the top of the mountain this time by.
Clear racetrack for Cameron Waters. He is going to lead the Repco Bathurst 12-hour on slick tyres, and what at the top of the mountain is a very wet racetrack. And at the bottom is a very busy pit lane.
I was going to say, how long is it since an AMG has led the race? And then we've had 2 different AMGs leading in consecutive laps, but 2 different AMGs as everybody is in the lane. 85-second stop. New tyres. Actually, no, because they don't have to. Right, if they don't fuel, let's remind ourselves.
Tyre-only stop.
It's a tyre-only stop, so it is a race in the pit crew.
I can't see a single team putting fuel in, guys. They're all taking tyres only because they're also conscious of the 85 seconds. They want to get in, get out.
So while all that was taking place, I jumped out of the commentary box and did the old sticky head out the window trick. The front doesn't look that big.
Oh, really? So this could be a blinder from Cam Waters.
So that's what we're saying. If you can survive the next couple of laps and the front doesn't develop into something serious, I mean, it's wet there at Reed Park for Cam Waters.
Last year in this race, Manti EMA, without a timed pit stop, had the fastest stops. Matt Campbell has drumped everybody to get to 2nd place. Oh, and off the top, Cam Waters drops it.
Yeah, look at the rain at McPhillamy and Skyline. That's the rolling the dice has not worked.
The only thing that he's looking about
straight ahead. Don't even bother with the S's. He might not stop it. He's aquaplaning down the hill. This is the problem.
The only thing he was looking about there is that the gravel trap was so wet he got out of the other side, but he's literally tiptoeing. This is the leader of the race, and he's going to get caught up very, very quickly indeed. Shea Adam in the pit lane.
Guys, what defines a stint? Does a tire-only stop define a stint? Because if it does, then we have several teams who have breached the 2-stint maximum per driver, Matt Campbell being one of them, the 912 Manthey Porsche.
Is it how long you're in the? It's in how long you're in the car, though, isn't it? Rather than a stint.
Richard Crail dives to the rule book.
Stint.
Here's Cam Waters trying his best to stay alive in the 222 AMG Mercedes on a slick tyre at McPhillamy. Comes out the other side, and scarily enough, the slowest corner on the track was probably the most dangerous for him coming down the hill. Let's hear from Chad in pit lane.
My understanding of the rule is it's 150 minutes, which for a pro driver equals 2 stints. That's why they've designed that rule, so it would be like 2 stints of driving in completely green conditions. But I could see where a few teams will get confused with that because they've designed the 150 to meet the 2 stints. But there's nothing that says you could just stop as many times as you want in that 150 minutes.
Yeah. Bang on, Chad. The regs back that up. It is a timed situation rather than a set number of periods behind the wheel between pit stops, but it's just the way they're playing the race out. So with Cam Waters pitting, Matthew Campbell now finds himself back in the lead of the race, having served 2 drive-through penalties. One of them he wasn't allowed to.
Well, one was just a drive for it. One he just drove through the pit lane for
I love this race.
nothing at all.
I love this car race. It's insane,
this is incredible.
Yasser Sheen's pulled up under his boot. Well, has he?
What happened there was he
went to go.
Yes, because they were waiting for the 85 seconds, and they didn't need to because it was presumably that was tyres only. Chad was down there watching.
Oh, have a go at the rain at the cutting.
It's not nice, is it?
So I said it's only a short front, but there's plenty of it in this front. So
You're not going to survive if
That's
you're not
what's
on wet
tricky
tape.
about Bathurst, making a call on the weather, because it blows across so quickly. Often you can come in, jump at shadows, put a wet on it, and then you're back 2 laps later. But this one has played out. You definitely need a wet tyre.
This is Porsche 911 weather as well. Rear engine car, predictable handling, full tank of fuel, and the fuel tank is in the front, so that helps the balance. Ironically, as the car burns off the fuel, the balance of the car in the wet will go away.
Yeah, it gets worse.
It's
more and more.
really, really awful.
Oh, here, Matty there.
Wow.
Spin the tyre up, 4th gear, leaving McPhillamy Park. And this is where it's really tricky, coming down the hill, because obviously the water runs down the hill.
Yeah.
And that corner right there before the dipper is the slipperiest corner on the circuit. You can feel like you're walking down there and the car will get away from you.
Right now, Matt Campbell wishes that he was in a Porsche Cayenne and not in his 911. Let's have a listen to the flat 6 engine as he comes off the elbow.
What he did there, he was 1st gear. Before he even got anywhere near full throttle, he short shifted to 2nd to punt, use 1st gear to stop the car and rotate it, and then straight back to 2nd to minimise the wheel spin. That was really nicely done. So it's probably the driest part of the track is here as we make our way down Conrod and into the chase.
Big lift there.
Yeah, in the wet, it's definitely a lift.
Nice.
Oh, understeer through the chase. Really nice and patient there.
Yeah. It's so easy to overdrive the car in these conditions, isn't it, Garth? Yeah. Where you get on the throttle a tiny bit too early and you're just going to get that understeer scrub of the front tyres. And that is going to cost you time. Side by side at the BMW M elbow. 4 hours to go.
Of water they're moving at the elbow there. Yeah. It's like a wake in front of a boat. Those Mercedes AMGs as they negotiate the BMW M elbow.
He celebrated Cam Ward's bravery, spending that extra lap on the circuit on a slick tyre, but it's cost him 49 seconds to the race lead. So basically surviving the moment at McPhillamy and then going full survival mode to get back to pit lane has cost him a lot of time. I agreed with you at the time, Rich. I loved the bravery and I loved rolling the dice, but it wasn't the time. Conditions didn't work in their favour.
It's heavy now on the front straight as well. It doesn't lie so much down here. The wettest part is still up on the top of the mountain, and that is also treacherous because of how many times the car goes light. Oh, my goodness me. This is where the guys earn their money, Garth.
It certainly is. So as it starts to normalise, we'll start to get a bit of an indication of what the wet weather pace is like for each of the cars, because although we've had wets on the cars a little bit over the course of the day so far, we haven't actually really done any proper wet running. So Maxi Goats, big understeer for the run down. And as you can see there, the water like teeming down the hill at the exit of the dipper, and that's what catches you out when it really downpours here. Does the same out of Forest Elbow. Come out of Forest Elbow here, and just before the little kink, there's another river that runs across the track.
You can hear more spray than you can Mercedes AMG V8. Yeah. It's extraordinary.
This is where you put your pink fluffy slippers on the throttle, because the best traction control in the world, they'll have cleaned it up. Garth, you were mentioning earlier on about having a range setting for the traction control, probably 2 or 3 different range settings. But the best traction control in the world can't deal with running water like that.
So there you go, that's the dipper. And there you can see water definitely runs downhill. So, and when it really, really pours, that becomes a big, big issue. So they're the little tricks at Bathurst you need to learn. It takes years of experience. Oh, no, the M Motorsport car's gone around. Jack LeBrock is aboard that one. That's at Skyline.
This car still on the lead lap, still a contender in the Boysell Pro-Am class, and he'll be able to hopefully drive on if he can get that car refired, and he does.
He's just clipped the left front part of the front splitter.
On safety car.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the front splitter's definitely bent up. It looks like I think there's a bit more damage than just that as well. So LeBrock gets the car going again. So that's the only reason we're under safety car. It'll be a quick one.
So
So here's the Brock here. Oh,
Oh,
big aquaplane, and then the tank slapper. And he actually went around before Skyline. Oh, wow. That's a reverse entry to Skyline. Whoa.
And he has whacked the wall hard.
Much bigger hit than I thought, yeah.
There'll be radiator damage to that car for sure.
Totally. Wow. So under 4 hours to go by the time we go back to grade.
When these wet weather conditions, the National Motor Racing Museum might be the place to be at the moment. Just past Murray's Corner, there's a pedestrian bridge to it and everything. It is a great display. There's everything from a champ car in there to some of the greats of Mount Panorama's history on 4 and 2 wheels as well. Tributes to all of the greats of this place and Australian motorsport. It's a wonderful place to visit. There's a special Chrysler exhibition on at the moment with some really cool Chrysler products from the Gagan era. There's a Valiant Pacer in there literally with your name on it. So I'm not sure how you've conjured that up, John Hindhoff, but it's happening.
I'm heading there in the morning to see Brad and the team.
As we tick over 3 hours and 59 minutes to go. We're in the final third of this one, and a pit stop for Scott Taylor Motorsport. Thomas Randall jumping behind the wheel of car 222, taking over from his Tickford Racing teammate Cameron Waters. And in the meantime, we've had some excitement. This is Jack LeBrock, top of Mount Panorama. Unpick this one for us, GT.
Well, it started right back at the exit curb of McPhillamy, and it looked to me like the water had puddled against the racetrack in the curve. And then he aquaplaned out of there. The car got away from him, and then tank slapped it around the wrong direction and rear entry into Skyline. And then big, heavy contact with the wall. And you can see the front splitter sitting up on the left front of the number 48M Motorsport AMG Mercedes. So a fair bit of damage to that one. It was heavy contact into the wall. So they also wonder whether there's radiator damage to that car. They're going straight to the garage, which is a smart move.
They've been having a decent day as well before that.
Knocking about just outside the top 10. They went a lap down. They got that back with the lucky dog. Rich was talking about the wind at the top of the mountain, and there you go. It's become quite unpleasant for those of you that are here at the circuit. It's very, very wet, very, very windy. There you go.
Hang on to your easy ups, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you
still getting plenty of thumbs up from the crowd on the top of the mountain, so they're pretty hardcore fans up there, aren't they? Jack?
Yeah, I'm down in Triple Eight garage, and to be honest, it's getting quite cool here. Brock Feeney's got the jumper on. I might steal that off him in a second. Hey, we saw your reaction when the rain came down, and it looked like you were pretty pleased to be in the garage.
Yeah, look, it's much warmer in the car, but probably a bit nicer in here at the moment. But yeah, I got a bit of the rain, certainly not like what it is here now, but it was super challenging. This track in the wet, it was daunting in the dry, let alone the wet. So Mick's doing a great job out there. We got a fast car, so let's see what we can do for the rest of the day.
Hey, unlike the supercars, you can change a few things like the ABS and traction control. What do you do in the wet in this particular car?
Yeah, you dial it down a bit. So, you know, you're probably in the traction control a little bit more, and you try not to get in the ABS though. But look, they're just a couple of little aids that can help you along the way. There's a lot of painted lines and that on this track, which make it super challenging. And when you got a concrete wall to manage, you got to be pretty careful. So yeah, they're good cars. Let's see what we can do.
So we see Will Brown's got shorts and t-shirts on here. He's done for the day. When do you get back in this car, Brock?
Not too sure yet. What is it? 4 hours to go. I've probably got another hour or two to chill out for a bit. I'm hoping this weather just disappears and we have a dry race to the finish. And yeah, we're super fast in the dry, so hopefully we can be there at the end of the race.
And do you hope that it's dry, or you just play the conditions to what it is?
Yeah, it's going to be what it's going to be, mate. If I say one thing, it'll probably be the opposite. So we'll wait and see. I think we can be fast in both conditions. So yeah, bring it on. It should be good fun.
I'll go well. I'll just point out there's a couple of familiar faces here. We've got Marty Short, who's Brock's engineer, normally in supercars. And over here, Andrew Edwards, who was Shane Van Gisbergen's engineer. He's going to be engineering Will Brown this year in supercars. He's a data guy down here this weekend. So all hands on deck in Triple Eight Garage.
Pretty overqualified data engineer, isn't it, Andrew Edwards? So here's Maxime Martin up the escape road, and then the brave decision to turn across the gravel trap and come out the other side. We all
I'm going to be in a Super Bowl commercial. I can't believe those words just came out of my mouth. But this is the behind the
scenes of
He
filming.
might have to race that
Our
car
call time was
later
6 o'clock
today
in the morning. They gave me a
as
couple
well,
of options
so-
for wardrobe, then sent me into hair and makeup. Thank God.
gonna
We got in a van and
clearly
drove
see
over, and the
that
first
earlier in
thing
the
I
weekend
see
there,
is this
Matt
massive
Johnson.
football
He's
player
gonna say,
flying through the
I
sky.
saw that earlier, just in case that
The set
happens.
was like this really cute
I
cabin,
thought
very
I
cozy.
might need
and
a
homey. They probably had like
purchase
3
somewhere
cameras
on
on
the
us, and then we
outside
did
of
another take from another side. We were looking at this TV screen
You
pretending like
drivers have
there's
always got
football
an
on.
excuse
Meanwhile,
for
the director's
everything.
hitting a pan and telling us
you
to
have.
react. So what is later going to be a Seahawks player landing on the roof of this.
Well, gentlemen, an exciting period of time that we've just had. We're into the last third of the race. We've had continuing problems for the Ginetta, but that is back out. No, it's not. It got trailered back, didn't it? So that can't have got back out. So that one's disappeared. We lost the Mark car number 91. We lost the BMW number 32. Charles Verts hitting the wall really hard. The Vortex has dropped a lot of laps, but it's still showing on my screen as running. Most recently, we've had problems for Chaz Mostert in the McLaren Artura. And speaking of Chaz, and that's why that car is in the pits right now. Thank you very much for paying that one off for me. Our talent in the truck. Talent's always in the truck, mind ourselves of that. And let's pay tribute to our camera operators as well, who've had all sorts to deal with this week. We talked about how it takes an army to run the race. There's a fair few people involved with the TV production as well, who've had an awful lot of work to do this week, particularly as we started a day earlier with the World Stream.
Top spin.
Thank you for all the nice comments that we've had from the
top right.
Those of you around the world who have been tuned in and are still with us. It's
right
3
English.
o'clock in the morning, near enough in the UK, 4 o'clock in the morning on Sunday morning. In
low
Europe.
right.
We've already had plenty to talk about.
Backspin.
It's fair.
Low left.
Fish up at Ridges. G'day.
Fish in his element.
Yeah, completely.
Left English.
Yay. Take a bow, ladies and gentlemen. Loving your work. Loving your work.
Top left.
Well, this is our camera that took some time out a little bit early on when the WRT BMW
undercover spin.
made the fence there and actually took out the camera cabling the run up to the exit.
No
of the
spin.
coming. Great new camera angle. Looking down onto
top
that really
spin.
shows the elevation and how tight that corner is.
And thanks to the ringers who got it.
Top right.
You know, these things. Who would have thunk that we
right
would have
English.
had a BMW take out some of the infrastructure at that point.
Low right.
These are the things that you can't always plan for, much like a motor racing team.
Backspin.
The key word is pivot. React and pivot.
Low left.
Good work by everybody. So
left
the rain
English.
is back. Oh, do you know I've said that and it's nearly stopped again on the straight. Have you not
top
learned
left.
yet?
13 years ago.
I know.
Undercover spin.
Fantastic. Just fantastic. So
no
still
spin.
Behind the XM safety car. With
top spin.
Once again, a Porsche at the head of the race car field.
Top right. Right English.
So seen a Mount Panorama to see the fantastic men and women of the Australian
low right.
Army walking through Harris Park adjacent to our commentary position, and I
backspin.
feel like these are conditions appropriate for their support. Let's jump down to the lane.
Low left.
You can tell by my hair, the conditions are very windy at the
left
moment,
English.
and especially blowing through the garages, but it has gotten quite cold as well. And Maro Engel, this is not what we expect from
top
the third
left.
of the race to go. Normally, this is where stuff's heating up. Do you think this is going to help keep cooler heads prevail?
Undercover spin.
I don't know if the heads are cool out there for the guys that are driving at the moment. It's pretty crazy conditions, but yeah, in Bathurst we know that the weather can play a role. many years ago, I think there was a finish or close to a finish with a big thunderstorm as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool because it obviously mixed the race up a little bit, and with the change in regulations that have been made to this year, and even during the race, otherwise I think it would have been a bit boring.
I've seen a lot of Mercedes in particular. Every time that there's a pit
This
stop,
guy gained a lot of internet attention for his size, and the way he trains with his girlfriend, standing at 2 meters and 10 centimeters, weighing 154 kg.
Yeah, for sure. I think
Lucas Lakutzin impresses everyone wherever he goes, as not only is he very tall, but he also possesses an excellent physique. What makes a perfect combo to attract attention on the street, but he prefers to make sure no one looks at his girlfriend while she trains at the gym. This and other content have helped him become quite well known in the fitness community. However, this guy gained a lot of internet attention for his size and the way he trains with his girlfriend.
Time behind the safety car, are you minding that, or are you okay that things are staying calm?
It's good. It's up and down. I mean, it's a challenge. We're probably not the quickest out there. For sure it's a challenge. We're not fully happy with the pace, but we're hanging in there, trying to do a good job, and let's see where we are at the end.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
So let's just basically shuffle the pack again and play in a few more variables. But what we have got, after all the trials and tribulations for the Manthey EMA number 912, the Grello Porsche, and the 992 Type, the new shape car, back at the head of the field with Matt Campbell behind the wheel.
Make a point that what this lengthy safety car is doing is helping car 911 with Yasser Shikin and car 88 with Jeffrey Ibrahim behind the wheel. So they've got to do that 1 hour of bronze driver time. So they got into those cars with 4 hours and 25 minutes to go. There's 3 hours and 49 now to go. So there's a big chunk of time that's been used up behind the safety car.
And look who's in third position, Ross Gunn, in the heart of racing. AMG by SPS, and that car has got only pro time to go to the end of the race, and they will be spitting feathers that they haven't been able to reel those guys in and put a gap on them before that time's elapsed. But that's, I'm afraid, that is the way the cookie crumbles.
Played a smart move in the 27 AMG Mercedes, getting that time done as early as possible.
With Ian James,
With Ian James. And saw the pressure that Yasser Shaheen was under in that safety car restart. 25 minutes ago, the entire field came on by, but he survived that, and more safety car time here is using up that 1 hour that they need to get done in the second half of this race.
We are at a top secret location, which is not so top secret because I'm about to go past the sign, Aston Martin F1 HQ, and it is early in the morning for me. First step today, we're getting a tour of the place, and then we're actually going to work on an F1 car. Hopefully I don't leave any bolts loose like the RS6. And my dad's here as well to double check bolts. Now we're about to go inside to see the actual 2024 F1 car. Not many people get to see this. They gave me these because we're going to do the first start-up. I wish we could show you, but we can't because it's all top secret. But you are going to get to see the car at the end of the video.
What do you think?
Awesome, isn't it? Nice to be first to see it, isn't it?
Describe what it looks like for the viewers.
An unfinished car.
So everyone behind me now it's a big build-up for the start. All the staff are coming. Obviously, it's a huge moment for them. They've just built the whole car. Right, we're banking again. No spark, though. No spark. That is it. The first start of the 2024 car. And it is loud. I've still got my headphones in, and it's really loud. Oh my God. Everyone's still a bit nervous to see what happens, but it's all good. It's really good. It is so loud. So loud. Oh, so now they're taking on the clock. Solid effort there. Solid effort there. That was a monumental moment. The start of the 2024 season, the first start up of the AMR 24. Come on. We were there for it. We were there. So this is last year's front wing, front splitter. Massive piece here. But of course we're here because of Valvoline, Team Valvoline. And that's why we're here. That's why we get to do all this crazy stuff. And you would have seen as well, we come in the Aston Martin. So I come in the Aston Martin Vantage. And now we're Team Valvoline as well. It's a match made in heaven. Okay, big moment. The reason why they called me up to come here. I've had to work on one of the cars.
So we've got the nose tip off.
Okay.
So if you wouldn't mind fitting it.
Okay.
If that's something you want to do.
Yeah.
All the tools on the big side to fit it. And a beautiful tool tray. So
all that for like a one tiny bit.
That's your nose tip.
Yeah. That is insanely light as well. I don't want to round a screw or snap a screw. Let's give it a go. We're witnessing history right now. Matt Armstrong on the Aston Martin race team. I'm not going to go tight until all of them in.
Too tight.
Yeah.
I'd leave them too loose, but don't go snapping it either.
Don't put pressure on there.
Every little bit gets torqued on the car.
I guess if one of these come off, then it could cause some damage. Doing all right here. Pretty chill. I feel like there's a bit of an overkill on bolts for this, but I guess the cars do go quite fast.
I mean, normally as well, you'd also have tape all around here. So this all gets
that's
taped.
what they have the tape for.
Yeah, so you obviously bolt it all and it'll get taped from all the way up here, all around the front.
If I'm not snapping these, I'm not going to snap them.
Normally the actual bit that you're using in the end of that goes first, so that's actually designed so that will break before.
Really? I'm guessing you've snapped a few then. I didn't see admits it because the real mechanics do admit it. I've fitted, what's this bit called?
That is a nose tip.
The nose tip to the Aston Martin front splitter cone?
Front nose cone.
Front nose cone.
Front wing assembly.
So when I see this going around the track next with this, I can be like, oh, I fitted one of them. That was alright. I feel like we're working our way up now. What's next? Engine? Now, we've got an F1 wheel here. John Olsen's fitted F1 wheels to his RS6.
Will you touch yours?
Yeah, I'm about to take it. Oh my days. It is so light.
These are the 18s.
18s? They used to be tiny, didn't they?
I think they were 13s back before they increased in size, yeah.
Jeez. They always have this big like aero disc on the front as opposed to like an open wheel, which I've noticed it is actually like an alloy wheel there, but why is this on there?
I believe it's just so you've got your room heating, it keeps your heat in and everything else, and also aerodynamics again.
Right, makes sense. This is just like a wheelie bin, this bit. It's just like a wheelie bin, didn't expect that. Something else I've learned, I actually learned on YouTube, do you know these little holes here, I might be wrong, but these little holes here, I'm pretty sure when the car goes on track, after they come back and they can measure the degradation in the tyre, and it's through these holes, the depth of it. Is that right? Them ones there. I told you it was them ones. Yeah, so you can measure the degradation of the tyre through the depthness of those holes. They go out, do a full couple of laps or so, and then scrape all the tyre down, then measure the depth of that hole to find out the degradation, exactly what's going on with the tyre. So basically, I will have a job here very soon. Don't know whether it'll be on that type of stuff or the wheels, we'll find out. This is being brought in for me. This is an actual F1 car. So this is the 2022?
2023
car. With the 2024 livery?
2024 livery, yeah.
That's the one. Next task now, changing a wheel on this. We're going to see if we've got what it takes to be an F1 mechanic, and this is the first step, the first test. Feel like pretty at home already. I feel like quite welcomed here. Don't feel that nervous. We're filming at this angle because, again, top secret hidden things, which you'll get to see later in the video. Now, it's time to change a wheel. If it goes as well as the nose cone thing, I've got a job.
All the nuts undo to the back of the car. So this side,
because it's centre lock, it's a righty tighter.
So
righty
this is righty loosey, yeah. But then on the other
side, I would have got that completely wrong then.
And then you want to just go straight on with the socket and check that you're all the way home on that white bumper.
Yeah.
And then
is the wheel just going to come straight off, or is it?
No, it will still. The nut will stay. That's it.
Oh. Okay. The huge, like, is it like a barrel? Is that what you call it?
Barrel coatings.
Right, okay. Yeah, I can see why.
Yeah. Part of the brake duct, so it contains a lot of the air that's taken in from the front.
Yeah.
Directs it round the brake system how we want it.
Yeah.
And then it exits out the back. So it just basically keeps the cool air inside around the brakes. Cool.
Do you know when they do it on TV, they make it look so easy, like I feel like I'm going to be faffing around now. Look, straight away. I'm home, yeah, I'm not going to round it. We're not going to retire the car. How do you know if it's torqued? It's just 5 ugga-duggas?
It's basically 5 ugga-duggas.
Quality, that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Nearly got a job.
Let's see how fast you can do it, go on.
Well, do it again.
1.8 seconds, you got to beat.
Okay. Off. Bear in mind, it's a one-man pit stop.
Yeah.
Then they'll be like, oh, give me the wets, snow. So, they gave me the wets because it's throwing it down. Remember, I'm getting soaked as well. Okay. Gone. It's gone home. Fernando, wait. Not yet. Oh, they do that, don't they? And then they're off. Another little secret, which I'm allowed to tell you as well. It uses the Valvoline brake fluid. Not even joking, this is actually used in F1 cars, and we're going to be using this in some of our cars as well. Pretty cool. So this is a 2023 car with the 24 livery, and now we're about to reveal the brand new 2024 car. Here we go. Somehow swindled my way into Aston Martin GT3 car. It's absolutely nuts, that thing. Massive wing, huge diffuser. It's just literally straight pipes. This is the brand new Vantage, and they've already cut it up and made it into a GT3 car with the new headlights, huge bonnet. I don't even know what they've done to it, but it looks completely different to a road car. Nuts going around. Wheels are on. This is it. The moment it's going out on track and we're getting to capture it. Okay, here we go. It's Lance out in it, isn't it? Yeah, Lance is out. I can't imagine what it feels like for the driver. Here we go. Oh my. It's already sending it. He's not going half-hearted, is he? He's just straight out, flat out. I like it. Sounds good, looks good. Arguably, I say it looks a lot better than the other cars that should have been released, but we'll see. Let us know in the comment section. What's the rule, Matt?
So, if you lift both your feet off of there, the whole team gets a penalty, apparently.
Oh, so you allow 1 foot?
You allow 1 foot to hang out.
Yeah.
When you're celebrating, like, Alonso wins, yeah.
Yeah.
But then if you take your second foot off, whole team penalty.
Is that Red Bull's fault?
Probably, yeah.
Here we go. Noise. It's February and he's sending it.
That's like second lap.
That sounded better that time.
Yeah, he's got his foot to the floor now.
Yeah, it sounded a load better than last lap that he did.
So much better than his last lap.
What position is he in? Must be first.
From TJ Hunt's channel, we've stole Valvoline Dada. We've got him. That's the whole reason why we're here. So shout out to Valvoline Dada.
Made it across the pond, just hanging out with these guys.
He doesn't know what an F1 car is. It's just NASCAR.
Is this your first time you've seen an F1 car?
First time seeing an F1 car. It's strange. Everyone drives on the wrong side. They say weird things.
What did you think, Dad?
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm a new jacket.
Oh, look at your jacket. You're the new mechanic.
No, I've got to give it back. I've only borrowed it.
Now the car will be brought back in, an auxiliary will be plugged in, they read all the data from the car as well, tyres will get changed, and then they just keep going, rinse, repeat. They're on it. Now you can actually fully see the car and what's been done. This is the part we're allowed to see all the new sponsors, Valvoline, right on the front and on the back of the rear wing. tyres. We're going to ask a few questions of like what it takes to be a mechanic here. Did you go like college?
Yeah, so I did an apprenticeship with the team.
Do you have to go to college to do it?
No, that's the way I went. I went to uni.
You went you were a uni boy?
I did motorsport engineering.
Wow, he's posh.
College and uni.
Oh, he's done both. Oh.
He's like hybrid. He's like hybrid.
Just talk to that man. A lot of people think that like the F1 mechanics are like robots and they like never make any mistakes and like, you know, they're always like completely on it. And I know they're probably going to say, yeah, we never make any mistakes or anything like that.
Yeah, but we never make any mistakes.
Yeah, look, these guys are the same as us. You know, like I'm guessing you all started on your driveway and stuff, working on cars and tinkering around. That's the cool thing about it, and I guess most of the people watching can relate to that. It's not like these guys are complete robots and I went uni and filled out a load of papers and now I can turn a screwdriver on a car. These guys do actually do stuff to their own cars. Well, there we go. We've had the insight to the mechanics. I don't know who's next can we recruit. Let's get a driver next. Yeah, let's get Jess.
Wait, what's happening?
This is perfect. Honestly, we don't know. We've just dragged you out because it wouldn't be Aston Martin without Jess. And a lot of people have been asking for a little collaboration, which is here right now. Any plans to be in an F1 car in this year?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't think you're allowed to ask that question.
Oh, wow. Can I ask something else I'm not allowed to ask?
You may as well go on.
Yeah, are you allowed to drive any of my cars?
An Aston?
Yeah, I've got an Aston, yeah.
You've got one?
Yeah, we've got an Aston.
Okay, then I can drive that.
Okay, so maybe we need to get Jess in the Aston round the track.
Are you racing this year?
None taken. I am racing this year. I can't tell you what just yet.
It's so secretive.
Right, it's so media trained. But maybe we'll grab Jess for a future video. Probably going to have to be driving the Aston, or potentially one of my other cars with an Aston badge on it. I know what Jess drives as well. I know what Jess drives.
Throw me under the bus here.
She's an ASVO. She is a proper ASVO. That's all we can say. She's complaining about her miles per gallon. Oh no.
I think you need to leave.
Whoa! And that is a little bit different than usual of a video. Let me know, do you enjoy the F1 stuff? I certainly enjoyed it. Let me know in the comment section below. I guess I'll see you in the next video. Peace.
Incredible moment for the full 360 over Brock's skyline, and pretty remarkable that it didn't end up worse than it already was.
It's been in the pits half an hour getting that car fixed up and cycling back to the lead. Crailsy, Matt Campbell, he's having a great time of it at the moment. EMGs side by side for second and third. I seem to have said that before.
And Gunon gets there. This time finally clears the Caltex Craft Bamboo car. So the Superglass car back on the racetrack for the third time today, having twice been deposited into a concrete fence or a tyre bundle.
Full props to the Matt Stone Racing team to getting that car back out.
I did get a message from TechWorks as well. Their IRC GT has had a significant front repair and has also returned to the circuit. So Paul Tracy currently scored in 24th position. So there's been some heroics going on in the many pit garages here at Mount Panorama. Might be a few more of those stories over the day. Let's see what Jules Gounon's got now. He's got a little bit of clear racetrack in front. Can the Sun Energy 1 AMG match the Porsche for wet weather performance? Because over the last 7 or 8 laps, nothing has got close to the young Queenslander in that Grello 912. The gap's got out to 10.9 seconds. And that's not safety car affected or drama affected. That's pure pace from our race leader, Matt Campbell. Porsche and Mercedes AMG lead the way on the mountain. And there is Matt. Contest the FIA World Endurance Championship this year for Porsche Penske Motorsport, plus the endurance races in the IMSA series in the United States. Pretty cool that he's worked his way up through the Porsche pyramid to become a factory driver, driving not just for Porsche Motorsport, but Roger Penske as well, just for good measure, and performed incredibly with that team at Daytona a couple of weeks ago. I think a big season ahead surprise me if they end up somewhere near the
Hey
front
guys,
in
for
the
today's
24
video,
hours.
I want to take you along for the start of my iRacing journey. I've been sim racing on and off for about 3 years. That's how long I've had my setup for, other than my track racer TRX rig, which I got about 6 months ago. By the way, if you're wondering exactly what I have, I made a full review video recently about it, which I will link in the description below. I've been a car and racing enthusiast for as long as I can remember, since I was a kid. If you follow me on Instagram, you know that I take my car on the track, that I love go-karting, I love Formula One. I've always been basically into racing. I don't consider myself new to racing, but I am not a pro on the sim, and I'm actually really curious to see how I do because I consider myself a pretty decent driver in real life. I take my car in canyon drives and on the track, and I don't think I'm doing too bad. I have the basics of racing, but the sim is definitely different, and I've been training a little bit, but iRacing is going to be a new experience. And if you are interested in seeing my journey, consider subscribing to the channel, as I'm going to be posting a lot more regularly about my progress on my iRacing career. But that's enough about me. Let's get ready and hop into iRacing. Here we are. I'm about to do my first ever week in iRacing. So obviously I'm going to be starting as a rookie, and I'm actually very excited to see what it's all about. I've heard so much about all the chaos that's happening in the rookie class. I know there's a lot of crashes, just a lot of carnage, so the goal is going to be to survive and see how long it takes me to get out of rookie class. I'm going to start my iRacing career focusing mostly on sports and GT cars. The rookie class series I will be starting in is the Global Mazda MX-5 Cup. This week, the track is Charlotte Motor Speedway's Roval configuration. It combines the use of the Speedway's oval sections and 2 different chicanes, together with a very technical infield. Walls are threatening at every point of the track, so it's important not to make many mistakes. The track temperature is very hot this week. It's over 116 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's gonna be hot, there will be a lot of walls, and it's my first time on this track and first time with this car, so I expect that this first challenge is going to be a tough one. At this point, I have been training the track for a couple of days, trying to get used to the car and learning this technical circuit. My goal isn't to get crazy fast times, but mostly decent and consistent times. I have been doing 134s, 135s, which I think should be sufficient to be competitive around the strength of field for a rookie. Since I have not really been racing against other players yet, I want to do a couple of AI races first to feel more confident around other cars. I didn't really know about the strength of the AI, whether it was based on my own rating or based on all ratings, so I started with 30 to 60%, which ended up being too weak. I qualified first and ran a solo race, but it was good training experience with no crashes or off tracks and a decent average lap time. Oh, interesting. I didn't know they did that at the end of the race. I just finished my first ever race against AI. So my best lap time actually of the race was better than my qualifying lap at a 134.3. As you see, like the AI was definitely not strong enough. I did another AI race at 60 to 80% strength. I was keeping up pretty decently, but wasn't able to overtake. However, I got my fastest lap of the week by following them, which makes me think that AI races at higher strength are going to be great for training and learning on new tracks. I got a 133.2 on a super hot track, so I was pretty happy. The first turn of the track is a left-hander. You can actually take a good amount of the curb here without getting an off-track. It's pretty fast, and you have to let the car get close to the outside wall so that you can turn in close to the wall on the next left. The next turn is a tricky double apex right turn where it's easy to lose control and a lot of gas brake adjustment is needed within the turn. The following right-hander leads to another right, and you need to get close to the wall to hit the apex. Here's where I lose most of the time on my laps. This is another tricky one where you need to get close to the walls at entry and exit, and it sets you up for the first oval part. You can see that I lost a lot of time here to the cars in front. Then we get to the first chicane of the track. You have to stay close to the wall, and then it's all about how you take the curbs. You can take a good amount of the first one, but not the second one, or you end up in the wall. This second oval part of the track leads to another chicane. You're gonna see that I turned too early here, but if you are straight enough, you can take the curbs flat out here and exit very close to the wall. Despite a couple mistakes, this was a 1:33.2 lap. I guess that made me confident that I could do my first real race against other players. I was so stressed out. My main goal at this point is to get out of rookie class, so I'm focusing on safety and consistency, but the stress isn't helping at all. During qualifying, I expected to have 8 minutes, so I take it easy to start. The deception when I realized I only have 2 qualifying laps.
This is my first race. I'm trying to qualify. For now, this lap is not going to be good, but next one should be better.
Given that during the first lap, the tires are not fully warmed up, you really have to get it right on the second lap. I have a decent third lap, but obviously it doesn't count, so I end up qualifying with a horrible time compared to my training laps. I get a bit discouraged and even more stressed out.
Got 10 laps to go.
Start of the race is a nightmare, crashes all over the place, and I end up spinning out on cold tires.
Car right. Still there, there's an incident ahead, go right. Clear. You got it, slow car on the right, go left. Still there, the leader's spinning now, clear.
Oh gosh.
But I do not give up, and I try to catch up.
3.63. Car 5 is up the front.
Hopefully I can catch up with
Gaining on the
guys.
car in front. The gap is 2 seconds. Infinite ahead. You got it. Slow car on the right.
I end up getting some great battle time with a couple of cars in front of me.
Car right. Clear. Car on your left. Still there. Clear. Car right. Clear.
But then when people get close to me again and start attacking, I actually get really uncomfortable and I lose my focus. That's something I'm definitely going to be working on.
You're in fifth.
But here you can see that this guy is trying to pass and I lose control of the car. That's a nasty crash and I didn't get to the pit. I am so disappointed and upset at myself, but I really want to finish the race because I don't want to lose safety points. This first race was definitely difficult and an eye-opener, but it's making me more competitive. Despite 2 crashes, the rest of the race was pretty clean and I still improved my safety rating. So on to the next race. Race number 2. I feel more
Back but relatively staying about the same distance between each other.
The drive time that Chad alluded to is you can do no more than 150 minutes continuously in the car at any one point. So that's the little criteria that they need to look to for that, to make sure that they don't get penalised, because the penalties are quite significant if you extend that. And then he has to be out of the car for an hour minimum before he can get back in. This is for position, by the way. It's Kelvin van der Linde in the Audi chasing Maxime Martin, and got some other people in the mix as well, namely the number 2 car of Marcus Winkelhock. The other point is that, so at that point, Matt had about 15 minutes of driver time left. Let's say it's 10. That's 4 laps and a bit, probably. At the moment, the rate they're pulling away from everyone that isn't Jules Gounon or Maxi Goetz, he could build 25, 30 seconds. So it just gives them a nice little buffer that they can play around with things a bit later on in the race. And track position will still play a role in this, and if the more of it you've got, the better it's going to be at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, the best strategy is to drive fast.
Yeah.
It's very simplistic.
What was that Chad had in the
that was the car 13 strategy.
Pace. That was Pache. Carlos Pache, apparently, for those with long memories. Yes, pace. That'll do it every time.
Yeah, certainly the 912 has plenty of pace, whether it be wet or dry. They've shown that all day. Feels like, other than the first stint and that little period where they had to serve their drive-through, they've led nearly every lap. So what have we done? 193 laps. I feel like they've probably led 140 of those. So that car in these conditions has done a beautiful job so far. But there's still a few strategy issues that they may have to overcome.
Just paying off a couple of stories. Chaz Mostert's McLaren back out.
Yes,
good, excellent. So the only car that we still have in the pit lane is the Jack Le Brocq
As
car.
you spoke, it left pit lane. There it is.
Yeah.
Gee, you're good, John. I'd turn your mic off. You're not going to do better than that today.
Never mind a mic drop, it's a headset drop, isn't it? Just throw it all out. That was... Okay, so we got them all running again. Just under 3 hours and 20 minutes to go.
Matt Campbell leads the way, the margin 15.1 seconds, which is about all-time high of the race under green flag conditions so far. Wet weather pace on a drying racetrack. This car is clearly the quickest at the moment on Mount Panorama, and he has built a considerable margin over Jules Gounon, who gets within almost the final 3 hours of the race, having won the last 3, and he is second. He is irrepressible here, as into pit lane comes the 88 Johor Motorsport car. So this is now a key stop for this team, because they've ticked the box for Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim from driver time in the second half of the race. So it will be either Jordan Love or Jamie Whincup now to the end. So that car becomes an all-pro car to the checkered flag.
And they will try and chase down Ross Gunn in the 27 car. Yasser Shaheen has yet to vacate the number 911, the Shell Porsche, which is a 911 as well. Just thinking about that and that strategy that we were talking about, yet to see really Gounon pull the plug on that car, but he's still there or thereabouts. And at this stage, they'll go pro all to the end of the race. Matt Campbell, if he gets out shortly, will have to take an hour off. So he's going to have, let's say he gets out before it's 3 hours to go. He could still do 2 hours to finish that car off if somebody does one stint. That would be within the 150. So he could potentially still do that, so long as he hasn't done too much time in the race and his teammates have done enough. And that's the calculation I need to do on the back of a piece of paper. Shay.
How close are we to that crossover point in lap time? Because we are getting both of the anti-EMA Porsches into the pit lane. Both cars will be getting sticker wet weather tires, but I have the feeling that we're not too far away from the point where we could use the Pirelli slick tires once again. And as I say that, there are raindrops falling on my head. Never fails.
I think, Shea, that we're still a little ways off. It looked like it was drying, and it's just still drizzling in certain parts.
Consistent drizzle.
Yeah.
They're still doing 21.5, so that's... Previously, we saw the last crossover was around the 16th. I think Matt Campbell got down to a 14.9 on a wet tyre on a dry track. It was around the 16s was the crossover point. But you can certainly see the track's not drying like it dried earlier. There's no drying line yet, because there is that persistent drizzle. Here comes the 911. So Yasser Shaheen, this is that same pit stop that we saw for the trip for the 88 car come in with Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim climbing out. So now Yasser Shaheen has fulfilled his 60 minutes in the second half of this race. He'll climb out.
Dry enough for a little screech of tyres on the pit apron. Onto the jacks, and that car will stay on the jacks until the fuel hose comes back out. Front fill on the Porsche.
They're struggling. I think Yasser stopped pretty short, because it really looks like they're struggling to get the fuel connected, and you can see how tight one of the fuel hoses is, and that'll be the feed hose to the car. The second hose that hangs down will be the vent hose. So here comes our race leader, Matt Campbell. He didn't get to lap 208 as Chad was theorising. So Campbell in, Gounon goes round.
And this is to time rather than fuel from anti-EMA for Matt Campbell. So the interesting one now is how much further does this car go for Jules Gounon? Big stint. If not a lot of laps, but in time for Campbell. He's already out of that car. He's rocked the same helmet for most of his career. And there's a cool list of names on the back of that of people that supported him in the early days. So young Turkish driver Ayhan Kanguven jumps behind the wheel.
Talked a lot to Nick Tandy about young Chan, and he has nothing but praise for him. Also, really fun to be with as well, and that is so important. You spend a lot of time with your teammates. For some of the teams, of course, this is a one-off set of drivers, but they'll know each other and race together. And we talked earlier, Garth, about drivers who like the car set up roughly the same way, if they like a loose car or a pushy car, understeer or oversteer. But being able to have some kind of relationship, friendly relationship with the guys, if you are on the tour, as it were, if you're doing IMSA or if you're doing the World Endurance Championship, you spend as much time with those guys as you do with your family.
Well, sometimes probably more time with your teammates than you do with your family, given the jet-setting lifestyle that is GT racing that takes place all around the globe. And if you are one of those factory drivers, you're in the same pool, and you do end up spending a lot of time together. So it is important. It is important to fit in. It is important to get along. You do need to work together for the improvement or the betterment of the team, for the manufacturer that you represent, and ultimately so you can get results and win races. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, results-driven game, absolutely.
The other thing that forced stopping away from anti-EMA is that if the track continues to dry, we might get closer to that window, the delta between crossing over to wet to dry. So it just gives a bit more flexibility for Sun Energy 1, for Craft Bamboo, who are second, for Group M, who are third. So the Mercedes AMGs now 1, 2, 3, and 4. They've just found themselves back in front, but there is still light rain falling, so I don't think that's going to play a role. And the brand new wet weather Pirellis on Gouven's car, I think, are definitely the choice at this point in time.
Oh, got a spinner at the coming down the mountain at the Schick S's.
Yep, coming out of the dip at the run down to Forest Elbow. That car is pointing in the wrong direction.
Threw me out for a moment, and I'm thinking, that's not right. I don't remember the track.
Something wrong with this picture.
Yes.
Well, the lesson today is don't lead the invitational class, because that is the invitational class leader pointing the wrong direction again.
Donaldson trying to do the right thing. 1, get out of the way. 2, figure out how he's going to turn this car around. I wouldn't go too much further down the hill here because you'll find yourself on the apex. Yeah, there goes another invitational car. You don't need those running into each other.
Do you think he's dead stick? I'm not sure the engine's running on that.
Oh, this is, I don't like this. So we've gone yellow. Gone yellow, and Donaldson doing a nice job, I have to say, of reversing it down the hill, but online around a blind corner. He does it nicely.
Now, has he got fire in this? Is this a full course yellow? This is our first full course yellow. I can't see a marshal's supposed to see what board's that hanging where it's safety car. It does have fire in the motor, and he's pushing it. That would have been a good opportunity for a full course yellow. Yes, it is.
Yeah, they've gone. Yeah, so full course yellow.
That's a great call by race control. Yep. Great call.
And that's what it's used for. And so the whole field has to reduce to 80 kilometres an hour within 15 seconds of it being called. So we are under full course yellow at Mount Panorama. It should be a brief interruption to proceedings.
He hasn't got away from that unscathed, has he? But I don't remember the sort of nose up look on that marked car.
This will tell us.
He's had some contact.
Yes.
Has he had a help?
Yeah.
Oh, he has had
a help from the 47 car.
Oh, man.
John O'Webb at the helm of the 47 Superbarn Supermarkets.
And there's a full course.
Green flags displayed. Green flags displayed.
Green. That's why FCY is so good. We haven't had to back people up. We haven't had to do wall arounds.
Busy.
Who gets quick? Who gets on the throttle quick?
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing here. And it's
Kelvin van der Linde.
Kelvin van der Linde.
Of course it is.
Oh, and there's a couple off down here. Grenier's going to go around. Does he keep it off the track? Oh.
Big moment in the race. This is a contending car. 4th outright. Canadian driver in his second 12-hour start on the rejoin down there.
How about
the hairy part of the road to do that?
How about Kelvin van der Linde having to go to the dirt to get round the recovering car? We'd already had Jackson Evans had made up a position and got in amongst those AMGs because he was quicker on the green flag. Team, I'm sure, counting him down. And then carnage in front of him.
Well, van der Linde was in front of both of these cars. He zigged, and he should have zagged when Grenier came back on the racetrack. So Brock Feeney sitting and waiting. He's going to climb aboard that car. So here you can see van der Linde's got in front of Evans and Martin. And then up the road, the 2 AMG Mercedes, just for something different, run into each other. And then Mikael Grenier comes on the grass. Then van der Linde goes to the grass to go around the back. The other 2 go around the front, stay on the tarmac. So, we've seen that video before. See van der Linde wheel spins it up on the grass, and there goes Evans and Martin. Oh man.
What a video game. Well, 50-50 chance, and it didn't quite work. The toss of the coin that time for van der Linde.
He survived it. That's the key.
No shock among anyone that he was the one making the moves when we went back to full green flag conditions after a very brief full course yellow. So that's the new system. That's why it's great, because that could have been a full course safety car procedure, which would have taken several laps. You've got to reel to the field, you've got to do wave bys. As a result, we get a very brief pause in proceedings, and we go back to racing flat out for minor incidences like that drivers are allowed to recover from on their own without needing any outside help, like Grant Donaldson did, who has gone to pit lane, by the way, in car 111. He's still leading the invitational class, though.
The key of that is making sure that your team is right across when it goes back green, because you can find yourself in a part of the circuit where you've just passed a flag post, or you can't quite see where the next one is. You've got to have the team help you out there, because 2 cars back, the guy might get a jump on you as soon as it goes green.
Yeah, the countdown to green is critical to get right, and van der Linde, who's used this system plenty of times in the past, right on it. That's how he got around them. But ultimately, there was an obstacle in his way when he was leaving the chase that time, so plenty of excitement. Oh, Evans wide. Plenty going on here.
Race control, attention all teams. Stewards have imposed a pit lane penalty with a 1-minute stop to car 47 for a driving infringement.
And that was the contact with car 111 that brought out a very brief safety car infringement, so it's the second time we've seen a penalty like that applied today. A faster car turning around a slower one. Big wrap on the knuckles. This is a really fast, intense battle between Jackson Evans and Kelvin van der Linde for 5th and 6th position. And the BMW of Maxime Martin now up into 4th place through all the drama down at the chase. Chad?
Guys, I love the opportunity to dive in and grab some bits of cars that we see not in the garages, but certainly not on any of these cars either. So Patrick from Mante EMA has been nice enough to pull out some KWP suspension to show me exactly what it's all about. And he's been with the team for a very long time, won the 12-hour here with Matt Campbell back in 2019. Patrick, can you tell me a little bit about the suspension that you're holding here?
Yeah, we're having the KW V6 racing damper. It's the latest product we use since the 992 GT3R generation, so since last year. Luckily, we had a first version of it already on the 2022 race of Nürburgring 24 Hours, where dampers are still a bit free, so we could already gain experience there. And yeah, it's a very, very unique product, and we're very happy to have it with us.
How has it performed for the team, particularly at tracks like the Nürburgring and Spa, all the famous circuits here at Bathurst?
Very good, actually. The nice thing about it is it's very easy to use, having a very nice cartridge system to be able to exchange the damper valving, so yeah, changing between multiple options, and also the adjustability in terms of range is very, very high, so it gives us a lot of flexibility to adjust the damper to the different scenarios we face on different racetracks, which you just covered. So we race this product from more or less everywhere, from Nürburgring to here, street circuits, very tight circuits. It's the whole range, and it's covered very well.
Perfect. Have a little look at the amount of bump and rebound settings on this car. It's amazing just how much technology goes into these KW suspension coilovers, and these dampers are getting more and more technology placed into them. I just want one of those up on my shelf at home. They are absolutely brilliant. Patrick, thank you. Good luck with the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
First to watch now the KW suspension.
Stewards have imposed a pit lane penalty for car 130 for a driving infringement.
That's the third place car, Philippe Fraga.
Well, that might be news to a guy that joins us from pit lane now, and that is the driver of the 912 Porsche, Matt Campbell, who has had a fairly adventurous time of things. Matt, I'm not quite sure where to start with your most recent exploits. Let's start with the weather. What were those conditions like, and how were they to manage?
Yeah, I mean, certainly towards the second safety car period when it was wet, very sketchy up top of the mountain, a lot of aquaplaning, so very hard just to keep it on track. But you know, luckily we had the track position and we had clean air. You know, we didn't have any spray, we didn't have any slow cars or anything after the restart. So this really helped us.
Your car looked like a jet in those wet conditions, and that track position you were able to build over Jules going on, really valuable for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially after what happened, about an hour and a half ago with the drive-throughs and everything like that. So really happy with the car performance, especially in the wet, but also the dry, we're very strong. So can't be happier. We're still working through our run plan for the end of the race. But, it's looking good, and we're really happy with where the car at. And most importantly, now we have track position, and hopefully we don't make any more mistakes.
Martin signed off in the booth. What did happen with that drive-through? Miscommunication or a misunderstanding of the regulations?
I think it's a bit of a combination of both, to be honest. I was told one thing, and then we checked, and obviously we were in the wrong. So we served the drive-through penalty the first time when we thought we could, but unfortunately we had to go through again after the safety car came in. So luckily we didn't lose too much track position, and then it worked in our favour in the end as well, with the boys doing a fantastic pit stop, going back to the wet tyres. So hats off to them, because they got us out in front.
What caused that the original call was you blew the 85 seconds. What was going on there? Because it looked like Chan had to come back and re-plug your radio in. What was the cause of that? It all seemed a bit un-Manti-like, to be honest.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake. I mean, Chan didn't plug my radio in, and then I was told to go as we were only doing tyres. But in the end, I think we actually did fuel. And with the regulations and everything like that, we should have stayed for the full pit stop. So a bit of a mistake on the us, but nevertheless, we're able to get it back, and now about an hour and a half later after that initial mistake, we're back in the lead, so that's the most important thing.
Matty, you mentioned earlier that you're working through the run plan for the rest of this race. Do we expect to see you back inside the 912 Porsche?
I'll definitely be back at some point. Don't want to give too much away to our competitors.
Come on, mate. You can tell us. We won't tell anyone.
But yeah, Larry will be jumping in. Let's see what the weather does as well. Obviously, now looking outside, it's starting to come down with rain again. So hopefully we'd prefer to have one driver in for the transition phase and not a new driver jumping into wet weather again. So we'll have to play it by the hour at the moment. Chane's doing a great job, and let's see how the end of the race goes from here.
Was the timing of that pit stop a challenge for you because it had to be on your driver time rather than fuel?
It wasn't too bad in the end. So, I mean, we were pretty quick in the pit stop and we got the job done. So, yeah, it was close for sure, but we didn't lose too much.
Happy birthday for yesterday too, by the way.
Yeah, keep that one under the radar, didn't you?
Yeah, thank you.
He's pretty happy about you bringing that up, Rich, by the sound of it.
Okay.
He's going to mention the Richard Creel fan club any second now just to get you back. Matty, thanks, mate. It's been a great few weeks for you. We've had some great entertainment from you. Drive well for the rest of the race. Go well, mate.
Yeah, really appreciate it, guys.
That's Campbell. Yeah, and that car with that pit stop, by the way, has dropped down to 12th position. Just under 90 seconds away from the lead, with Aichan Gurvin behind the wheel of that car, who is rapidly getting towards the top of my list for driver of the race, actually. I think he's done an absolutely spellbinding job.
Gee, that's a big discussion.
It's a big list, and there's a lot of names on it.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that margin, the 90 seconds you talk about, because they are out of sequence from a pit stop point of view, so they've come early for this next round of stops that we're expecting reasonably soon for Jules Gounon, Maxi Goetz, the race leader. 1:30 yet to serve that penalty as well.
Getting to that because the penalty's been given for a while now, so you'd expect that car will have to come to the lane somewhat shortly. Here it is, so there you go. Richard Quayle asks, Felipe Fraga delivers a pit lane penalty for this car, and I think that was for what we saw with Mikel Grenier down at the chase.
Is that how it works?
You ask for something and the race delivers. It seems to be
really
that's what I've learnt over the last couple of years.
I really love them at Cafe Flat
This
right
is
about
your race. I reckon we can make that happen for you, Richard.
Do you have to click your heels 3 times for that or something? Is that,
no, Rich,
is that what
he just puts his hand up.
Don't have that much dexterity either. 888 into pit lane. Mick Grenier with a fairly eventful stint in the National Storage car peels off as well. So this is the start of the next round of stops. We're going to see a big group of cars in very, very shortly.
It's still not dry enough for slick tyres, so they're going to have to put wets. So that slightly mitigates a potential, not disaster, but certainly a little bit of a disadvantage for the 912 who had to come in earlier. Yes. It's raining again. Chan Given is not quite up to the speed of everybody else. He's losing about 1.5 seconds or 2 seconds a lap to the cars ahead of him, but don't forget he's just got in that car and he's finding out about the pace and the grip out there. So I'm going to keep an eye on that, but I'm concerned but not worried. Yeah. If I'm a Porsche fan at the moment.
What did you call the really big raindrops earlier?
Big ploppy drop.
Yeah, that's what's happening right now on the straight. So Brock Feeney climbing aboard the National Storage AMG Mercedes.
A sort of steering column adjustment there. Shows you the adjustability in these cars.
Plugs his cool suit in as well. You're right. The steering column fully adjustable, just like your road car. You can adjust the pedal box as well, so you can move the pedals backwards and forwards on a hydraulic or air ram, depending on the manufacturer. So that can all be fully customised. We saw when Mikel Grenier got out, he took his little seat insert with him, and Brock Feeney inserted his own. So gone are the days of having to make compromises in the cockpit. Make it your own every time you jump aboard a GT3 car.
I think 6 laps into that stint for Gouven is that it's
hang on. There's something flapping on that car. Have a look underneath that car. I heard it when it left pit lane, and you can definitely see it. You can hear, if we get a rear shot of this car leading to...
Is it one of the jacks that's not gone back?
Nah, it's a flaw or something, but it's significant at speed. Like the first thing that got my attention was the noise. There you can see it under the car. So it's only at speed, so got it up mountain straight for sure.
So is that being forced down by the air pressure, one of the under trays?
There you go.
The car, that's exactly what it is.
Sort of front splitter.
I thought front splitter, but then maybe the floor or the diffuser, but certainly something not as it should be on the aero underneath this 888 National Storage AMG Mercedes. Remember, this car took a run across the infield, and it went backwards across the infield, across the curb. So potentially more than meets the eye damage-wise for this car. In the rain, it's not such a big issue as long as it doesn't become dangerous and flap around, because you don't need the downforce. You're not generating the corner speed.
It's Martin Short watching on from the 888 garage. Roland Dane looming just behind. Got all their engineering stars here this weekend from both their GT program that's had success in Asia, in the Asian Le Mans Series recently. In fact, they just missed out by a handful of points on winning the GT class and getting an auto invite to the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
They did everything they needed to last weekend.
Correct, 2 wins.
The bizarre thing about that is if they had done that, they wouldn't have been allowed to do it in the AMG.
Yes. Oh, they would have found a solution.
Hear it in the background. Even with the ARC car going past the mic at the same time, there's certainly... Oh, there you go, the in-car as well, so... Big damage to this one. So that will certainly be hampering performance for this car. As it builds speed, that noise will get worse. There it is. About 4th gear, it seems. Oh, it was so slippery in the braking zone down into the final corner. Brock Feeney was nearly off to downtown Bathurst there up the escape road. So plenty going on inside the 888 car. There's also plenty going on in pit lane.
Yeah, just tracking those fuel numbers at the moment for the leaders. So the 75 of Gounon, the 77 of Maxi Gertz, and the 46 of Martin, plus the 13 of Evans at the moment. So the first 4 cars in the field all stopped on lap 177. Now, they should be able to get to 2:10 on fuel at the moment. That's 33 laps, which they will be allowed to run by the rules at the moment, because these are not normal driving conditions. And from there, they'll be able to get home, guys, with just the one more stop from there as the 46 comes in. So they're not going to get to lap 2:10 in the 46 car. So that may leave them slightly short with a projected ending on 271. So the 75 comes in. Now, they haven't gone the full 32 that they could have gone then.
They did this last year, remember, where they pitted to basically their own strategy rather than the full extent of their fuel calculations in that car. So Jules Gounon brings 75 in, Maxime Martin 46, and Jackson Evans, this car for Phantom Global. And a driver change going on there.
I've got a question for you that's coming in on the socials. Hashtag B12HR. We've got the 47 Superbarn entry into the pit lane for a penalty for contact. It was a stop and hold for 1 minute. Earlier we saw a similar offence being given a 2-minute penalty. Why the difference?
I think it's to do with the driver rating of the offending driver. So Ricardo Feller, factory driver, he's a platinum-rated FIA driver, so he got a 2-minute penalty. Jono Webb was the offending driver in the 47 car. He's a silver ranking, so a semi-professional driver, if you like. So my thinking, without checking the SRA table, is that he's less professional, therefore less of a penalty.
Yeah, got you. Still not encouraging contact.
Doesn't make it any less bad.
No.
Look, I brought the donuts.
Donuts? Hey, why did you bring the donuts?
Because today is a
leave pit lane. There's Anshin Guven getting around the 46.
Yeah, it's like a day in Poland when you can eat as many donuts and sweets as you want.
That will make people fat, huh?
Yeah.
But it's unhealthy.
No, but it's only one day.
Stopped 8 laps ago on lap 196.
It's only 1 day, so do you think it's okay?
Yeah.
Panorama.
Okay, I'll eat all of it then, okay?
Well, you know,
all of it. Yeah, you said it's 1 day, it's okay. It's fine, it's fine. Go ham check, donuts. Go ham check.
Operating temperature and pressure and driving comfortable with the conditions.
Yeah.
She-Hulk.
This is up to speed. He's jumped aboard 46. Earlier in the day.
Look, I brought the donuts.
The 13 car as well, and Lucas Stoll's back behind the wheel of 75.
Mention to the number 9 Audi, the hallmark Audi with Dean Fiore at the wheel. That's for position. So that car was laps down, and through that safety car period where we had 3 or 4 safety cars back to back, they've used the lucky dog. Admitted these cars have pitted and the 9 Audi hasn't.
For your birthday, Ray, we are gonna get
2 hours ago, we would have been calling the number 9 Audi inside the top 10.
Like, that was just weird to say.
Okay, no, that's fine. Sorry, I want piping for Ray's birthday. Sorry, I have...
Thank you. Like, it's just weird that you want that.
For Jupiter, okay? It's a birthday thing. We're gonna make it happen. For your birthday, Ray, we are gonna get you piped. stopped. Okay, it's happening. There's no way it doesn't happen today.
Thank you so much. Like that was just weird to say.
Okay, no, that's fine. Sorry, I want piping.
Last EV,
the biggest news out of all of them.
It's the biggest EV as well. The Cybertruck, mostly because people have been out in the real world living with it and owning a non-clear coated stainless steel truck for a little while. And it seems like it is actually prone to some small rust spots if you get like debris stuck to your car for a while.
I guess I don't know exactly how it's working, but I see. So it's very similar to if you have like a stainless steel grill that's outside. Even with a cover, it is inevitably going to get rust spots on it. And I'm sure that this steel is better than the steel being made from those grills. But it's there's pictures out there, which is also very funny because there's a lot of forums where this is out there and they're just like, you're a liar, this isn't real. Like defending it to the T. But stainless steel can still rust. It does not mean it is completely prone or like it is never going to rust. It's going to rust less, but it still can cause little rust spots that look terrible, and you should be very careful cleaning it, I guess, or just like the patina.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It just can't stain.
Just can't. Is that exactly like what it?
No, I was trying to make a joke because you can stain
stainless
steel. And then you'd be like,
there's a lot of people.
I'd be like, well, what is it good for?
There's a lot of people who said it's stainless, not stain proof.
Just like how it doesn't stop the rip, but it stops the rip.
Exactly.
Exactly.
No, it also fingerprints a ton. Like we had it for a day and there were tons of fingerprints on it.
It's gonna be an interesting looking truck.
This is an all-time easy decision. You should just wrap it. Tesla should offer wraps. Like you should be able to get a wrap.
They do offer a black one.
Does Tesla?
I think so.
Oh, well, this is the physically easiest vehicle to wrap because it's flat.
Yeah.
And you could probably do it yourself for as little money as possible. It's just going to be so much better looking.
I feel like once it gets dirty and tarnished, though, it's going to look amazing.
Possibly. You have to get to the patina phase.
Yeah, it's going to look great at the very beginning and like way after at the very end. But like that whole middle part...
I wish we had one here to drive around and just get like all the salt and all the crap on New Jersey roads. Like if you guys saw the Rolls Royce video and you were mad at me for not cleaning it, that's just what it looks like when you drive places in New Jersey in the winter.
So that on a Cybertruck wouldn't look sick?
Maybe.
I feel like that would look sick.
Maybe. TBD. There are none in New Jersey, so we'll have to find out.
Okay, yeah, they have. Okay, yeah, they offer a color paint film for $6,000 in ceramic white or stealth black.
Oh, I actually didn't know that.
$6,000 is a little steep for just like.
Isn't that usually what a wrap costs?
Yeah, but it's a solid color and it's from the factory and it's like the easiest car to. You could get that done for less.
Yeah, true.
I think.
True.
Anyway, okay. Well, that's all we had for the wave form
EV
section.
The white one looks kind of nice, not gonna lie.
That would get dirty faster,
Thank you.
though.
You're welcome.
I get dirty
If you thought the rust spots were bad and you want a white truck, I have bad news for you. That's not going to go well.
Who gets a wrapped black Cybertruck and is like, oh yeah, stealthy?
No one knows who I am.
There was a great tweet. This might be the most delusional tweet I've ever seen, but it was like, you could pull up with a Cybertruck to the valet at a 5-star hotel and it just wouldn't look weird. It's the only truck you could do that with. And I was like, what are you talking about?
When they say 5-star, they mean like
super fancy. Like it's the only truck you could pull up to a valet service at a nice hotel and it wouldn't look out of place.
If you pulled up to an insane asylum, it would look weird. There's nowhere that truck won't
what
look
I would
weird.
agree with is that like it looks expensive because it's so like bespoke and strange. And so pulling up to a nice hotel in an expensive, bespoke, strange car is more normal than pulling up to a very fancy hotel in an F-150.
Yeah.
That's the only part of that
But the highest end F-150 is like $100,000.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah, I know what David's. I agree with David, but I don't want to agree with David.
Yeah, exactly.
I reluctantly agree with David.
I think the Rivian would look pretty fire pulling up.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
It's also an expensive, fancy car.
Yeah. It just has to look somewhat unique.
Right.
The Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The Hummer EV.
So
that
if you truck, that would look normal.
That would look.
Imagine asking a valet driver to drive your Hummer EV into the parking garage.
Did I tell you guys about the Rivian valet driver in New York?
Who like crashed your car?
No, he said it though.
He said he crashed it?
All right, we'll end with this. I parked, I went to an Apple briefing.
What's up, everyone? Today we're going to be talking about OpenAI's Sora. It is an AI video generator. I, of course, have reservations in terms of creativity and art, so let's dig in. Let's show you guys what's up. Sora is an AI model that can create realistic and imaginative scenes from text instructions. So what that means is you can put in a text-based prompt into Sora and it will respond with a video. These are just some of the visuals that they've shared so far. A stylish woman walks down a Tokyo street filled with warm, glowing neon and animated city signage. She wears a black leather jacket, a long red dress, and black boots. Right now, these prompts or videos that are produced are only 60 seconds. They can't do more than 60 seconds. So this does feel insane. To an everyday person, to look at it, to see something so crisp and then realize that this is all generated is mind-boggling. Down to the reflections in the sunglasses, the depth of field. This prompt, a movie trailer featuring the adventures of a 30-year-old spaceman wearing a wool-knitted motorcycle helmet, blue sky, salt desert, cinematic style, shot in 35mm film. Let's see, shot on 35. See, the problem is it already doesn't look like film to me, but okay. It's too clean. It's too digitized. Is it impressive? Absolutely. The fact that it produces is absolutely impressive. This is drone view of waves crashing against the rugged cliffs along Big Sur's Goray Point Beach. The crashing blue waters create white-tipped waves with the golden light of the setting sun, while the golden light of the setting sun illuminates the rocky shore. I have to say, I am born and raised in California.
Making back his way back up to third position. Third position for that car. Paul Tracy in the booth with us. Richard Crail as well at the Repcon Bathurst 12 hours for 2024. Well, Richard Crail, it is treacherous, and listening to what Paul Tracy has been saying there, it seems that it's the lack of consistency, really, that's causing the issues.
Well, not only that, the guys are starting to push now, too. So you can see they're getting more racy. The positions are being fought harder. So we're coming down to the end of this thing with only a couple hours to go. So guys are, they're starting to push a little bit harder. And when you do, it just jumps, the rear of the car jumps out on you very easily.
Is there anything you can do to mitigate it other than, you've got no traction control in your car, so...
we have traction control in the car, so, I had it on full wet mode, right. ABS and traction. It's not nearly as sophisticated as what the GT3 cars have. They have a lot better systems in the car for the ABS and the traction control. The cars are 3 times the price of the Mark cars, so it's a lot more sophisticated. But you can see these guys are hanging on for dear life out there. You can see the Lamborghini there running wide, or there was Audi running wide in the corner there.
This is the business end of the race now, Paul. Let's imagine you're at the sharp end of the race. From what you've seen while you've been out there, is it a Porsche? Is it a BMW? Is it an Audi? Is it an AMG? What do you think? Who do you think's got the advantage, if anyone, at the moment?
Big slide there from the Shell Porsche, but I think the Porsche, the Bentley Porsche, the green one, looked really, really consistent and fast, and I think he's probably the guy to beat.
Yeah, we're still trying to work out if they've got their driver times all sorted out, and Krilsey's been scribbling away frantically. I'm not sure we've got an answer on that. Crunch the numbers. You're giving me that look that means that you're not quite happy with what you found out.
We think they're okay for driver time. They're 20 minutes out of sync with their main rivals from a pit stop point of view, which, if you remember last year, was exactly the same. Not an issue because they won the race. It was the same situation that Sun Energy One found themselves in last time by. How did you find the changing conditions, Paul, and adapting to that as that rain came down?
Might get a yellow with that big splitter laying out in the middle of the track, because that'll cut a tire down immediately if somebody runs over that. So this could cause a full course yellow.
Yeah, that would be another perfect opportunity for a full course yellow. That's heading up the mountain straight, isn't it?
Yeah, the changing conditions just make it
full course
up.
yellow. Just come out. 15 seconds to get on the limiter now.
The moment you start to get some confidence as a dry line starts to appear, and you see the rain tracks, you follow the tracks, and there's good grip, it'll just start to drizzle more, and that'll all fill in, and then the next lap you come around, what you did the lap before, next time you're in a slide.
Yeah. So perfectly timed, John, pit stop for Tom Randall in 222. So
he ran over that. The Lamborghini ran right over that splitter. So
I think it's a boot lid. I think it's a trunk lid, Paul.
I think that's Belmont Racing Audi. I'm going to throw a dart and hope it lands. 222 was at pit entry when that full course yellow called, so they've bailed into pit lane. So this is a really well-timed pit stop for them. While the whole field's doing 80 kilometres an hour, they get this 85-second time pit stop essentially for free.
And we saw that actually had a big impact earlier on in the race, Krilsey, because at the time, the car that came in and went out didn't lose the lead. At the time, that was the number 911.
Correct. And these guys have looked a lot better in the wet than they have been in the dry. They were complaining that the 222 car wasn't perhaps as effective as some of the other Mercedes products, but in the wet conditions, rain can be the great equaliser. And a good stint from Tom Randall has got them in track position. They've got quite a substantial margin over Guven, who's going to cycle back towards the front of the field. So the 912, that Grello Porsche that Paul Tracy was just mentioning as looking like a pretty racy car, there it is, heading down into Murray's Corner right now, and the 222 is going to leave pit lane, having ticked off a free pit stop under a full course yellow, in a really good position, and will retain the net race lead out of that.
Correct.
Yeah, I really feel, having seen him go by me at the rate of speed that he did, that car looks the most well-balanced and the most grip of all the other cars that I had a good bird's eye view to watch how they go over the mountain.
Got one of the VW Amarok pickup trucks, recovery trucks there to get that. As soon as that clears, we'll go back to green. We'll take the opportunity to say thanks very much to Paul Tracy for coming to see us, and we'll head to Jack down in the lane.
Yeah, thanks, John. Having seen the loose floor section on Brock Feeney's Mercedes, I thought it was a good opportunity to come into the team garages and have a look at the spares that these teams carry for these long endurance races. And they're not just spares, they're ready-to-fit spares. So here, for the 912 Porsche of Matty Campbell, they've got a spare set of front guards, so a left front guard and a right front guard, headlights ready to go. We've got a driver's door and a passenger door ready to go. If we wander our way further back into the garage, they've got a whole rear bumper bar assembly with the tail lights ready to fit. This is a front bumper bar, and it gives you a great shot of the front under tray. And then if you keep wandering out the back, there's more spares. So we've got a full intake section here, and over to my left, we've got another front bumper bar section, a bonnet, and lots of spares. So critical for endurance racing. As they say, you can't go racing without your spares.
I just wanted to really ram home what an advantage that was for car 222. They were due to pit somewhere around 210 anyway. So not only did they get that, but that gets them to 243 on a 33-lap stint from there, which will get them to 276, as well as we've just gone to a full safety car. So it will mean Tom Randall leading on the restart. There was a chance there, guys, for the Grello car to get in and essentially take a free pit stop. So they must feel like surely they're okay. But by my numbers, if we're only doing these 33-lap stints, which apparently is what their limit is right now, that would only get them to lap 261. So they would need this race to really run short towards the end. And the folks from Supercars and their data is telling me that it's likely to run dry in the last hour, which would mean more laps at the end of this race. So if anything, it's advantage to the 222. Obviously, they're leading the race, but in every strategy box, that have really ticked it, and that was just an even bigger advantage being able to do it for free.
Yeah, agreed, Chad, and it's a massive free kick, but what they probably didn't want was this to be elevated to a full BMW safety car. 30 seconds track position margin.
Has it? Because I'm still seeing FCY boards out. So it is still a full course yellow. Still a full course yellow. Let's remind ourselves how we got underway all those hours ago. 9 hours and 22 minutes and 12 seconds, starting in the darkness. One of the unique factors of the Repco Bathurst 12 hours. Yasha Shaheen dumped unceremoniously out of the lead of the AM class, and then one of the big shunts of the day at the Audi cutting, the BMW, undoubtedly one of the favourites for the race, out and took no further part. Been a bit of impatience on the part of some of the GT drivers, and these contacts with the other class cars have seen stop and hold penalties being laid out. The Mountain Garth Tander has claimed 1 or 2 victims.
Once the rains came, it certainly caught a few out. Jack LeBrock on the top of the mountain got caught out with some aquaplaning, and then the AMG Mercedes just went to war with each other. Another one where one of the faster car turns around the leader of the Invitational class. That was Darren Curry at the time. That brought out a full course yellow. Then more AMG on AMG contact down at the chase, where Michael Grenier just came across the front of Kelvin van der Linde, and hostilities return. Number 20 IRC car had a bit of a moment, and again the Vortex got caught up right in front of what is now our race leader, Thomas Randall, who this team have done a beautiful job from a strategy point of view. They dived in under this full course yellow, got one of their stops done, and now enjoy near on 30-second lead.
And you might think, hang on a second, we've neutralised it. Why isn't everybody packing up? That's the point of full course yellow. It's effectively a code 80 kilometre an hour. That's how fast you can go. There's no overtaking, and it freezes the field. It neutralises the field. The times will look a little bit odd in terms of the gaps, but once we get back to green, the idea is that we go back to where we were before we had to neutralise the race to get that piece of Audi bodywork off the mountain straight. So keep an eye open for your favourites, and the Bazell class leaderboard sees Thomas Randall for Scott Taylor Motorsport leading the pro and overall. Marchini in the Hallmark NBC. Now we've just gone back green. Grant Denyer for Wall Racing in the 15th position overall and leading silver. GT4 and Chris Tatulu for Prestige in the AMG. And the invitation class, which seems to be a bit of a poison chalice at the moment.
It's 3 wide coming down the hill, and it starts a long way back. It's Chris Porritt's involved as well. Chris Porritt in the St. Gallion Aston Martin. So the 2 Astons, and Chris Porritt's got right-hand front damage to that car as he pinballed.
Oh, wow.
Mate,
I
don't want to be leading that thing to the last lap.
Absolutely. So this now is a big challenge for Thomas Randall, because he has been handed a decent race lead in car 222. A full course yellow pit stop, the whole field doing 80 k's an hour. They timed it to perfection. Potentially more good fortune than good management, but you got to take when you can get that here. And he was able to peel into pit lane, complete an 85-second pit stop, and return to the race lead. And the margin at the moment showing 11 seconds. We'll let them get around to the start-finish line for timing to fully synchronise once everyone's back up to racing speed. But so it's 222 leading 9-1-2. Ayanka Guven behind the wheel of that Porsche. And Maxi Goetz third. Craft Bamboo seem to have spent a good chunk of the last 3 or 4 hours of this race just hovering around the top 3. Just creeping up on it. And that Audi of Kelvin van der Linde, I'm not ruling those guys out. They are looking in a really decent position. And another car that's just been floating around the top 5 for the last couple of hours. Jack?
Yeah, really interesting. I've just been down into the 222 garage to catch up with the engineers running that car, and a couple of old supercars guys in Mirko De Rosa and Brendan Hogan, and they're claiming that they're not actually sort of as lucky as we may feel. They've been leaving hot, wet tyres on every stop because they've been noticing it takes 4 or 5 laps to get the pace up, and at the start of each stint they've been gaining multiple seconds. We're talking 10, 20 seconds on the field, so they're in a comfortable position. They don't think it's a fluke. They think they're going really well.
Certainly not a fluke. You don't float to the top of this field in a fluke with 2.5 hours left to go in a 12-hour race, and there are some very big brains in that garage and some very fast race car drivers driving this car, and they've driven it beautifully. They rolled the dice earlier with Cam Waters when he was driving when the big downpour came. They hoped that it wasn't going to be that downpour. And Cam, we reported at the time, that cost them 49 seconds. And they went back to 10th or 12th. And they've played themselves back in nicely here. But you don't get that for free. Yes, you leave wet tyres on and you keep them nice and hot. You can do that for 2 or 3 stints, but eventually you will wear them out and they will lose performance. And Ayanchen Guven is coming back now at Thomas Randall.
And the problem with that is if you look at how much spray is being thrown up now, for example, down Conrad, and also actually just to my left, down the start-finish straight, that is standing water again, and we've seen far more spray. The rooster tails are going higher, and it's a bigger cloud of spray behind all of the cars right across the top of the mountain. Some opportunities for fantastic photographs, particularly with the car silhouetted on the skyline drop with that big cloud of spray. Chan is pushing on here. He's got his confidence levels up. Remember we said he wasn't gaining on those cars when he first went out there, Krilsey, but whatever he's found in that car, or whether he was bringing the wet tyres in maybe carefully, it's raining really heavily on Conrad, and now he's found some performance.
Well, and I've just checked notes, 108 litres of fuel they're allowed to put in that car. They've burnt half of it, so the weight's coming off the car as well, so performance increasing. They need to go. They're still in a slightly uncomfortable position because they are out of sequence. And they're the first of that leading group of cars to stop as we try and work out how many pit stops there are between, well, they stopped on lap 196 and between wherever the end of the race is. So their next stop, if they go all the way on fuel, should be somewhere around lap 228 to 230. The next group of cars, which includes 75, Sun Energy 146, the BMW will be about 236, 237. STM can go all the way beyond 240 laps now in this race, which takes them a long way towards the final 90 minutes. And that starts opening windows for getting to the end on one pit stop, potentially.
Yep, the 222 car, whilst it's got track position and at the lead of the field, it is going to suffer some pain in this stint because they're full right now, full of fuel, and the team have admitted to us they're on a wet tyre that is not the newest wet tyre on the racetrack. And the last lap was a pretty graphic example of that. Thomas Randall did a 24.9. Ayanchen Guven a 22.9. Maxi Goetz a 23.9. Kelvin van der Linde a 23.2. So of the top 5, the leader was the slowest.
I'm just getting my accordion out again here. And it's
starting to close again.
It's that slinky that Craig Lowndes had earlier on. It's all just tightening back up again, that spring. There was that little bit of contact as well, let's not forget, between the STM AMG and the Vortex. They put the Vortex in the wall. Not heard that of anything resulting from that yet. I would say that Motorsport Australia Race Control have far more angles than we have on that. They will have looked at it, or they may still be looking at it. They take all of the incidents in chronological order. And in fact, I'm now being told it was reviewed. There was no contact. They had a view that there was nothing on the snicker. There was clear daylight between the back of the vortex and the front of the STM. So was looked at and reviewed. So those of you watching those highlights, those Repco highlights a little while ago.
Buckle up, fellow scholars, because what you are going to see today is something that might be the craziest thing I've been able to show you in more than 800 videos. This is the kind of video an AI could create yesterday. And today it can do this. Holy mother of papers! Yes, OpenAI just released their own text-to-video AI, Sora, and it is so far beyond anything else I have ever seen, it is hard to put into words. Dear fellow scholars, this is 2-Minute Papers with Dr. Károly Zsolnai Fehér. When I first saw these results, I thought this was some April Fool's joke. No, this is not a video coming from a real camera. This is a video that was... Why is that? Well, it has to follow our prompts correctly. It has to be true to what we asked for. You see, there are techniques out there that give you really good quality, coherent videos. However, they don't care.
very odd angle to try and hold the car straight. The problem has just manifested itself to the point where now the crew has said the car is not safe. They brought it into the garage. They are going to try and fix it, but at this point, any chance of any decent day is gone for this car. All hopes rely on the sister car, the number 22.
Yeah, we saw them with one wheel off earlier on in a pit stop, and they were under there. And I actually, that's just jogged my memory because someone came in on the socials, hashtag B12HR, and said they could see that the Audi was a little bit wonky on the steering, a little bit cockeyed, and something else happened, and I forgot to mention it. And that is all falling into place now. Good eyes once again by our collective knowledge out there across the globe.
Fairly low-risk manoeuvre for Guven getting past teammate Harry King to put them a lap down. But more to the point, to put a car between himself and Thomas Randall, who he passed at the chase or on the entry to. GT4 McLaren just doing the right thing and jumping very, very wide. The Audi Sport cutting to let the leaders go through. So Rivera's the next person that Guven needs to pass. This is how it played out. Run up Mountain Straight. One older spec Porsche and the newer one driving by. An older car still has been hugely effective today and very much in contention for the Boycel Pro-Am class. They're not too worried about an outright result there unless that opportunity was given to it, but there's a class victory in endurance racing and it still means you stand on the top step of the podium.
This could be big because this is the leader behind the Pro-Am leader in the Heart of Racing SPS AMG, and then right behind us Harry King. So Alex Rivera will not want to be holding the leader up too much and chance his arm, but then again he does not want to lose too much ground to the car behind him.
Bumped into Alex, met him for the first time early in race week at the Hub Cafe down in Keppel Street in Bathurst, and he was telling me the story of how he was out in New Zealand during COVID and actually got stuck there, couldn't get home.
Places to get stuck.
Correct, lovely part of the world, and decided just to set up Heart of Racing New Zealand office, basically, and ended up racing in the North and South Island Endurance Championships over there. But he did say that he'd sit there knowing that he was only 2 or 3 hours away from Mount Panorama and frustratingly couldn't quite get there while we were all having fun at this place. So he was thrilled to be able to get that opportunity and come and race.
You were talking about SBM earlier on with the prostate cancer. You know, our teams in this part of the sport, great social responsibility. Heart of Racing, formed by a chap up in Seattle called Gabe Newell, and they race and raise awareness for the specialist cardiac, children's cardiac part of Seattle Children's Hospital. And to date, well over $12 million US dollars raised for that charity, and they are absolutely 100% committed to that and to go racing. They've had a heck of a few years, winning championships all over the place, and of course heavily involved in the development of the Aston Martin hypercar, the Valkyrie. Gabe Newell has a road car, and that car, Adam Carter from Aston Martin Performance was telling me on Wednesday that the first mule has been running. Actually, no, it was Ian, wasn't it? Ian James was telling us at Tractor Town. The car has run in a mule format on an Aston Martin Valkyrie Pro, which is their track car. So that's another big prototype coming to the World Championship next year. I said before, we're in a golden era of sports and endurance racing. More manufacturers realising what they can get out of their road cars and have these fantastic races all around the world. Brilliant time to be in this part of the sport.
Ferrari doing sports car racing more successfully than Formula One at the moment.
Well, if they stop doing their strategy by a magic 8-ball...
Do they farm their strategy out in the sports car team?
Yes, hey, of course. That turns out they're very good.
Amato Ferrari's lads are pretty good. No relation, correct, I should say. They know a bit of sports car racing.
We'll give you a contender check. when we get into the final 2 hours, we generally like to run through who's where and who's got a realistic shot at this. But look up and down that top 10, and there's a whole heap of cars that can still win this car race. That's the point we want to make. So 9 cars still on the lead lap of the race, and the Heart of Racing car just being lapped by the leader, Guven. And I think they're all in pretty good shape. So Porsche leading Mercedes-AMG second and third at the moment. Van der Linde in the Audi next, and then Bastian Boost in that omnipresent Phantom Global Porsche, and Lucas Stoll's in 75. So Sun Energy One within sight of the final 2 hours of the race, and they're only 13 seconds away from the race lead. So for the third year in succession, Garth, that team have engineered themselves to be in at least a position to challenge for another Bathurst victory, which is a huge accomplishment. And then the BMW will be an interesting one for mine. Hasn't set the world on fire in the wet conditions. Raffaele Marciello running 7th, 27 seconds behind the leader, and then with a couple of drive-through penalties. If it goes green, 90 seconds from the race lead, David Reynolds in Group M Racing. That's a big margin. They might need a little bit of help to get themselves closer to the front.
And since Ayhan Guven caught and passed Tom Randall, he's now pulled out 7 seconds. And there is that you were talking about, Garth. That's not Tom going, oh, I think I'll ease off a little bit. That's him on warm tyres against Ayhan Guven on tyres that have done probably a maximum of half the work of the Pirelli wets that's on the Triple 2.
Yeah, and look, it's still a net gain, the strategy for the Triple 2. Oh, yeah. Remember, when Cam Waters was in the gravel trap at McPhillamy and came in and got wet, that turned into a 50-second deficit. Yep. So to be only 9 seconds off the lead, it's still a massive net gain for this team. And I mentioned earlier, they will take some pain in this part of the race, but if you take a little bit of pain now, you still have over 2 hours left to go in the race. So it's still, if we know Bathurst, there will be a twist in the tail. Something will happen. You bolt Cam Waters in that thing somewhere near the front of the grid, and he will have a crack. He's come up short in the 1000 so many times by so little that he won't let it happen in this car. So
yeah, he'll unpick the secret iRacing shortcut at some point to get himself to the front as Maximilian Götz peels the Caltex car off into pit lane. So 77. Where were they in their pit stop shuffle? So this is their 13th time in pit lane. So 2 hours to go. This stop plus one more, and they should be all right to go to the end. Car 911's getting a bad sportsmanship flag for disobeying blue flags. So Harry King has been very much eyes forward in the Shell car, trying to keep his position in that Pro-Am battle. So driver change down at Craft Bamboo Racing. Great stint from Maxi Goetz. This car's been floating around the top 3 for a good chunk of the second half of this race, having worked their way forward.
See the team there blowing out the radiator. Had a couple of AMG Mercedes, particularly in the dry part of the race, suffering with overheating. So the team leaving nothing to chance and blowing out the radiator while the driver change takes place. Here's our race leader, continuing on his merry way. Ayhan Guven, now that gap first to second, near on 10 seconds. So marching on its merry way, as it has for the majority of the race. In the lead of the race, this car had a few things thrown at it. Drive-through penalties, miscommunication, an extra drive-through.
Yeah, Matt Campbell was very honest about that when he spoke to us. And, you know, it's hard nowadays to be anything else because we've got eyes and ears everywhere. Yes, exactly. And the leads changed in traffic, in spray. It was a tremendous run down Conrod Straight, out to the outside.
Wow. Oh, yeah, oh, wow. That sums it up, doesn't it?
And that was much less of a lift than it ought to have been, going round the outside into the chase there, following in behind the 911. That was when they were catching up with that battle. Remember, they were catching up with Harry King, who was chasing down Riberas for the lead of the Pro-Am class.
It wasn't so much the going around the outside of Tom Randall, it was the commitment to do it before the King with lap cars in front of you, not knowing what they were going to do.
This is
Bastian Boost. Sort of had a look, thought about it, and then eventually Kelvin van der Linde turned down. This is the battle third for fourth. The Mante EMA Porsche has proven how good it is in wet conditions. This Phoenix Global car has shown us as well, from time to time, how good it is in the wet. Boost has got a good run off turn one, so the run up Mountain Straight. And you get the job done. Under brakes into turn two, using the toe. Van der Linde sticking to the inside. He's not going to give him an option. Does Boost swing to the inside? He thinks about it. Van der Linde saw him coming, shut that door as quick as Boost had a look. So Van der Linde not going to let Bastian Boost through. They continue this battle for third, and they're second not far up the road. So that's why Van der Linde's boxing on, because he knows he can get himself up into second. Thomas Randall just ahead.
I like where this car's at. Car 22, the Audi. They've just been creeping up on it. This is the best an Audi's been late in a race for the last couple of years. They were probably outgunned last year, but Van der Linde's been so good in that whole combination. Liam Talbot did a nice job early contact. Group M down the inside of Triple Eight. It's fourth position. Brock Feeney and David Reynolds. They'll be boxing on in a week's time.
Control, attention all teams. PLP penalties to cars 130 and 77 for breach of BOP.
I wonder if that's stint length.
Yeah, well,
I wonder if that's stint lengths. Saying it is. Confirmation. Car 130 and 77. So Daniel Uncadella behind the wheel of that Craft Bamboo car. We just saw them in pit lane. We'll have to do a drive-through penalty. And this guy too, David Reynolds. It's not been Grouper M's day today. This was fun though, for us. Perhaps not so much for Brock Feeney with a couple of wheels off under the bridge.
I've got a button here for these kind of things. AMG on AMG. AMG on AMG. All dear.
much like the flasher button on the steering wheel, that button would be worn out
by now. Yeah.
Every time we pick up a shot of two AMG cars near each other on the racetrack, they inevitably run into each other. This time it's a couple of supercar superstars having a crack at each other, Dave Reynolds and Brock Feeney. They'll pick up hostilities in a week's time when we come back for the first round of the Supercars Championship. As it stands right now, Feeney gets through, and that's the battle for 8th. But as we heard, Reynolds will have to come to the lane and serve a penalty for a breach of the balance of performance regulations.
So that's that 150 minutes that we were talking about early on.
I think it's laps in a stint.
Oh,
it's the 32 lap number.
Okay, got
Right. So I wonder whether the teams have interpreted wet weather running as not usual wet weather or not usual race conditions, and thought, well, we could stretch it here because we wouldn't use as much fuel in the wet. So Chad might have more.
Yeah, it's for going too many laps between refueling. And the reason why it was hard to see on the numbers was because originally they had been in as we got a car up and they
hit the wall. That's rear suspension damage, toe link damage on the 77, so they've got bigger issues than a drive-through penalty now.
Hunkadea has done something that he seldom does. It looks like there's been a mistake there. And that car has been in the wall, rear axle or rear left.
I think it's a toe link, John.
Yeah, there's also some damage on the right front as well, Gar.
Yeah, so I wonder he got pinched on black cars somewhere and ended up against a wall. So, okay, here we go. So he's by himself here, Juncadella. This is a run down to the grate. Oh yeah, it's gone. I can see it.
Oh, it's broken.
Yeah, it's broken on him. Something's happened. So whether he's made contact with the wall somewhere else, but the inside rear, the unsided rear tyre is already moving, and that's why the car got away from Danny Juncadella.
Wow,
and
what a
probably
steer.
the scariest part of the racetrack to lose control of the race car.
How fast
down
that
to the
got?
grate. Well, in the dry, it's 220 plus, so I think it's probably around the 180 mark.
Yeah, see, that's gone. Yeah, there it goes again as soon as he gets back on the throttle.
I think gone as he jumped down, so I think it's a toe link or rear suspension arm.
They had been side by side a couple of laps ago, and you think, all right, side by side, how does that happen? Well, the wheels and tyres aren't straight up and down, they're cambered out, which means the bottom of the wheel and tyre sticks further out from the bodywork than the top. he's done a good job to get this back.
Here we go. Oh, this is, there we go. So there, contact with the outside wall.
There we go. Once again, our replay crew doing a smashing job of tracing that back.
So heavy contact with the outside wall at Solomon Park results in the 77 car. They were having to come to pit lane to serve a drive-through penalty, but that does not matter now, as Danny Juncadella slowly drags that car back to pit lane.
I went digging, Garth. I have news of a penalty nature. So we saw the drive-through penalty for this car, which is now obviously redundant, but also for the 130, which is a key contender in our race, and it was for failing to adhere to balance of performance. And one of the balance of performance regulations is the length of a stint, which started out the day at 32 laps. Now they were given grace to run 33 because of the changeable conditions. Those two cars that were penalised did 36 and 37 laps respectively, so quite a significant breach. Doesn't include safety car laps as well, so I wonder if that's where they got a bit muddled, because they did spend quite a lot of time under yellow during that period. But 36 and 37, so it's a clear breach of the balance of performance regulations. That's why they're getting a drive-through penalty, and that's why it's going to cost them big time, and that's why all the other teams will be paying very close attention to how many laps they've done.
Detective Inspector Richard Crail there, coming up with the goods.
Nice work.
Yeah.
Crail.
Good investigation. Coming down to 2 hours to go, gentlemen. Now, dog tyres looking.
Well, they're the unused communication, so you can tell. So, radio issues for one of the Audis. See which one that was. See if we can work it out from the
I want to see what he says on the other side of the board.
I think it was Mark Sini, the number 9. So,
and what does it say? Crew members saying, I don't know if he saw it. So, what does it say on the other side? We hear you.
The dog will be,
for a lucky dog,
if there's a safety car, a lucky dog, because they're within shouting distance of their Pro-Am rivals. So they've actually played a really good race. Hallmark Property Group and MPC, as the Caltex car is sadly going to be pushed back into pit lane.
Drooly. This pit stop won't count as their drive-through penalty, fortunately not. So, should they fix this car and get going again,
they're going to have to
come back
penalty.
in again and do a drive-through penalty.
That's more cruel.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. The result's gone now.
Hunkadea has had an awful couple of weeks. Didn't even get to drive the car. He was meant to be racing in the Asian Le Mans Series finale. Didn't get into that at all. And here, that's a very uncharacteristic mistake from Danny. That's a hell of a save, though, to be fair.
It is.
Rear wheel steer, not where you want it.
No, but not the first car to meet the concrete on the outside wall at Solomon Park. It's happened many, many times in the past. Such a high commitment part of the racetrack with absolutely zero room for it to go wrong. It's the team going to work to try and fix it.
It's not a long fix, because Hunkadea is staying in the car, but it's going to take them out of contention.
Doesn't matter.
Shit.
Well, and the best news that I can give you guys is when they put the car up on the air jacks, the wheel didn't sag, so the piece that is broken is a singular piece. It's not the entire conjuncture of the A-arm, but rather one piece that has gone a little bit flim-flam. It's hanging where it shouldn't, but it shouldn't be that long of a fix, assuming that they decide to fix it altogether.
Yeah, I would have a good look at the rear of that car, though, because it was a pretty significant impact with the wall. Given that they'll lose a lap or two here, you don't want to lose a whole car as a result of hurrying to get it back out on the racetrack. So, importantly, Ancient Guven put the 130 Group M AMG Mercedes a lap down there. So, after their drive-through penalty for Dave Reynolds, he loses a lap. So that is an important little note to make as strategy starts to play out and this goes on.
Headlamp flash button. Firing off. It's now up towards the leaden skies above Mount Panorama. Just add water for excitement. Don't really need to do much of that normally at the Repco Bathurst 12 Hours, but this has been a very different looking race for 2024. Added a lot of variables in.
Supercars Season 2024. A lot has been learnt. A lot has changed. And we've got a lot to look forward to. It starts with the Bathurst Superfest. Following the Bathurst 12-hour, it's time to kick off the new season at the thrifty Bathurst 500.
Brace yourself for another great race, Australia. It is showtime.
This year, a new champion will be crowned. Take your pick. It could be anyone's.
Who gets the job done today?
Ticket information can be found at supercars.com. Supercars, unforgettable.
That's next weekend here at the Mountain. 250k races, 2 shootouts as well. Think of it as 2 completely different race meetings. And if you can't be here, you don't get your tickets through supercars.com. And you're one of the internationals, don't forget the Supercars Super Pass. Do like Shay and I do. We can follow it all around the world. And all the details are at supercars.com/Super Pass. Watch it live, watch it when you like.
Superview is a great thing. You'll have that. I can't believe you're not staying to see a supercar race at Mount Panorama. It's a bad piece of logistical planning. Yeah. I know you've got to go to the World Endurance Championship in Qatar, but
so hang on. Next weekend, it's Superbikes at Phillip Island. Yeah. It's Prologue at Qatar, a track I haven't been to at Lusail, and here for Supercars. And I really wanted to do all 3 of those. But Chad wouldn't loan me the jet or the helicopter.
2 of those are in Australia. We can get Chad jet. You can do Saturday at Phillip Island. You can do Sunday here at Bathurst.
Yeah. Supercars/Super Few is what I was trying to get my mouth around there. It's a fabulous service. All the details are there for you. Watch it live or watch it when.
Here's the top 3 in the Pro-Am class. Line astern. This is all for position. So, Alex Riberas, Harry King, Jordan Love. Line astern battling it out. Yeah. Oh, Luke Yilden. The Valmont Audi, just a little bit wide. Does keep it on the bitumen. It's a Craft Bamboo team. Continue to look at this car, and the rate at which they were repairing it has slowed up somewhat. Yeah. So it was significant contact with the wall. I think Alex Riberas is just staying in there because he doesn't want to face the team. So
I mean, you're looking at potential drive shaft issues straight into the gearbox. Yeah. You know those cars very well. They're pretty sturdy.
Yeah, but that was a big hit. Yeah. And for somehow, like, all concrete walls are hard, but that one seems excessively hard. Yeah. Don't know how, but any car that goes in there is serious damage.
Yeah, and this on the socials from Kitch. Thanks, Kitch. Hashtag B12HR. Anyone who thinks that Mount Panorama isn't that hard, Danny Hunkadea is an example. Numero uno that it actually is. Such a lot of experience for Danny, and again, small margins, big consequences.
Yeah, unfortunately it was pointed out to me that's 2 years in a row for him at this place as well, so that's going to sting.
And that's why he's still in the cockpit.
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk to anybody. Now, the reason Manthey EMA are looking reasonably active down in pit lane is because they're very close to a pit stop. Could well be this lap. 31 laps in this stint so far for Ayankan Guven. Now, they will be good, you would imagine, to go to the end from here with one potential pit stop, depending on the pace of this race. And this is the problem. If they're handing out drive-through penalties for going longer than the stint distance, you are going to have to be really confident that the last time you pit is 33 laps or less away from the checkered flag. The problem is, this isn't a lap count race. No, it's a timed race.
That's when you have lap-based strategy around a timed race.
Correct.
So that's where you have to be so careful. So another number you need to remember is you can't do more than an hour and a half driving time continuous. This pit stop's taking place with an hour and 52 and a half minutes left in the race. So be a little bit careful of that one. Still a few regulations you need to jump around.
So do you leave? Minutes. So 50 minutes and 50 minutes.
So that one's fine.
Yes.
Tick.
So it's over 2.
One less. Tick. One less box to tick.
Which will be a relief because the way they've spread their drivers out.
So are you leaving Chan in here? Are you putting Vanto in here? Are you he hasn't been out of that car for an hour yet, has he? So he can't quite get back in.
I think it's Vantor, and you're making your final stop probably with, well, it's going to be an hour, isn't it? 32 laps. You're making your final stop with about 50 minutes to go, and you're throwing M. Campbell at it.
It's a nice luxury to have, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got Lawrence Vantor and Matt Campbell available to you.
We'll find out what they've done when it triggers the timing loop at the end of pit lane, and there's a little RFID chip in the driver's helmet that will tick over and tell us who's behind the wheel. So, Guven out.
I tell a lie. Yeah, I tell a lie because of the slower lap times. That's been well over an hour. That stint.
Yeah, I did wonder that.
Yeah. I'm sort of thinking back to 2-minute-ish laps.
Yeah.
And would it be enough? That was nearly an hour and 20 minutes for Chan that time around.
So I think they'll be running this last one to time.
Yeah.
On the basis, as long as they know they can get to the end and it's not 33 laps, because they're giving them a lap's grace on that stint time because they're not normal conditions.
So this is Pro-Am, is it? Or is that, that's our leader around the Group of M car. So for a minute there, the Group of M car was unlapped because Ian Guven came to pit lane. But now the new leader, Bastian Boos, has got around Dave Reynolds in the 130 AMG Mercedes. So if it's not one Porsche leading, it's the other Porsche leading. And this car has been in the front five for the majority of the race after qualifying deep, well out of position for that car. They've got themselves back in the game.
And the Vortex is back out as well after its trials and tribulations. That's another team who don't know the meanings of the word give up or possibly go to pub.
You say that in French.
Yeah. Aller au pub.
So we don't expect to see Bastian Boos in the lane for probably 2:36. So we're 2:29 now, if not a little bit further down. So they last stopped on lap 204 of this race.
So where the EMA Mante car is at a little disadvantage, their windows in this last hour and 50 minutes are very tight.
Correct.
So with the Bastian Boos Phantom Global car going deeper into the race, it opens the windows in the last part of the race. So strategy for Mante, they've almost got one hand tied behind their back a little bit. There's only so much that they can do within the boxes that they're constrained by. And the driving time, fuel economy, time to go.
The car with the biggest operating box is 222 because their last stop was on lap 210. So they've got another 4 laps up their sleeve, pushing right into that final hour of the race, and then they can dictate when they make their final stop and who they tool up to drive that final little stint to the flag.
Actually, bizarrely, for the car that has been in the lead so much, the 912, a little bit of full course yellow or safety car even, where the lap time is longer, that actually helps them out.
Yeah, well, that just changes the whole context of the race again. So many variables still to go. Just under an hour and 50 minutes left in this one. And at no stage in this race would we have thought that the 222 Scott Taylor Motorsport AMG Mercedes was actually looking the strongest of the AMG fleet.
Correct.
So he said that they'd done a great job strategy-wise. They'd played themselves in, they'd floated to the top. They'd taken a little bit of pain by triple stinting a wet tyre. But ultimately, it's going to work for them should it play out as we think. And they'll be right in the game into the last round of stops.
I still think if it runs green, 912 is in the best position, but they'll have the least amount of stuff underneath them at the end of the race if it comes down to an all-in battle like it so often does here at Mount Panorama. So they should still get track position. They'll be the first of all the cars to pit, so they'll shuffle back to the front, but then they'll be chased down by cars that could be lighter on fuel, that could have better rubber beneath them as well. Chad?
Yeah, the biggest issue for car 912 that I've got is I've got them getting to lap 261 as their next pit stop, and that would happen to be probably about 9 laps before the finish. So it's cars like this one on screen that are somewhere in that window of being able to get to that magic 270 marker, which is likely where this race is going to finish. We'll know a little bit more sort of as the laps tick by, but obviously. But I still don't see that 912 getting home without making another stop, obviously, but there are others that can make it home with just the one more stop.
So you guys remember way back when we had that flurry of safety cars and teams were stopping half a tank and topping off and running alternate strategies to each other, and we were saying, well, it's going to change the play of the race for someone somewhere later in the day, and it's played out for the 912 that one of those half stints somewhere in there has made it things much more challenging for them here.
Yeah.
And that was, what was that? 7 hours ago when all that started. So you're constantly working backwards from the end of the race. You just don't know the decisions you make then, how they affect the race later in the day.
And in terms of laps, you don't know where the end of the race still is yet, which is
a moving target.
A quirk of endurance racing. While we're unpicking race strategy and trying to decipher what's going on, Jack Perkins has been busy out and about and patrolling the top of Mount Panorama.
Back up here on the top of the mountain, and I gotta say there's a lot of fans around, but I'm keen to know who everyone is supporting. Now, who are you kids supporting?
The green Porsche. The Sun Energy Mercedes. Green Porsche. Green Porsche.
Green Porsche here. Now, what about the adults up the back? Who are you supporting, sir?
Lounsey.
Lounsey, I can tell by the shirt. What about you?
Yeah, Lounsey in the work, mate.
And what about you, sir?
Richard Crail.
Well, what do you know, Kralsey? There's supporters up here supporting you, mate. That's bloody good.
How much did that cost you, Richard Crail?
Like last year, Garth, I tell you, absolutely nothing.
So you've managed to do a commercial deal that's cost you $0 to get exposure for your fan club. So that's nice work.
The fans.
Can I get a discount on my merch?
No, because all of the merchandise money goes to charity, Garth. The Childhood Cancer Association of South Australia.
I'm glad you clarified that. It's not the Richard Crail Foundation.
It's not.
No, well done, Rich. We do have a bit of fun with you, but you do work your backside off for this event. And we give you a hard time. We know that it takes an army.
It took us Saturday last year. I got 10 hours into the race this year for that to happen.
We wanted to make you sweat for this one. We wanted to make you sweat for this one. There's no point doing it in the first hour. Let you sweat for a little while.
I'm going to tell you now, it was going to be worse because we were going to have the full merch set up with the cap and the flags.
Don't give away what we're doing next year.
We couldn't do it, Grills, because it's sold out.
Couldn't get any.
Yeah.
We're going to have to get organised earlier.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's enough of this. Let's hear from Shay.
Even Shay couldn't get any, could you, Shay?
No, but I didn't try, guys, in all honesty. Last year, I spoke to Jules Guenon before the final stint of the race. Jules, now we're in a situation where, again, it's getting close to the final stint. You and Luca and Kenny have all done a great job, and you're still in a position to fight for this win. Does it feel similar to the previous years?
No, I don't think so. This is another crazy Bathurst 12 hour. These conditions are really difficult. A bit earlier when there was a lot of water, there was a lot of aquaplaning at the top of the mountain. It was really hard to stay on track. But now it looks like the Porsche are quite not on our range yet, but Kenny told us it's all in, so we will definitely go for it. We don't know who is gonna finish because we are again really, really close on driving time. I've already done more than 4 hours something, so we can't put, it's very complex for us. So let's see. I see Luca is catching quite well the second place car, so let's see what we can do.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
And there it is. There's that bit of mental arithmetic that has to go on whilst you also making sure the car is fueled, it's got the right Pirelli tyres on. Now, pass for position, AMG on AMG. There's that button again.
I wonder if they can get this one done without contact.
What's the over and under on that, Joe?
Very small odds on that one, John. So,
this is the...
Oh, Lucas Stoltz locked the rears down into the final corner. So, not easy to drive that car. It wasn't a very overly positive Jules Guenon. Things were going to work out in their favour this time round. That's not going to stop Lucas Stoltz having a go to get around Thomas Randall for second place.
It's still not, it's not drying up at all, is it?
There's a bit more showers that come through, heavy downpours that blow across the track and then disappear again. So,
and it's funny, I entirely believe Jules Guenon when he says we don't know.
No, I totally
don't think they do. Often you get a bit of PR speak from race car drivers and teams at this point of the day where they keep the deck of cards fairly close to the chest, but right now this is an incredibly difficult to read motor race, and complexities that have been added this year around stint length and that pit stop time as well have just added to the challenge of unpicking this race strategy.
And what is the maximum amount of time a single driver can do, Krelza? You had
in total for the entire race, 340 minutes.
Right, okay. So he's already done, he said, a little over 4 hours. That's 24, so he's probably all right to get back in. What we got left? Got 100 minutes left. So
5.6 hours, just over 5.5 hours. And I will happily admit I had to get the calculator out for that. So a driver can do 5.6 hours. That's why this rule we've been talking about with Kenny Habul in this car, Liam Talbot in the 22, works. Because your 2 pro drivers can do 11 hours and 10 minutes. They can do 11 hours and 20 minutes of a 12-hour race.
Yeah.
So your third driver only has to do 40 minutes if they're bronze ranked. But what it does, as Chad and I especially have talked about with the Pirelli pit bunker, is reduce your flexibility. And that's where they're at now. That's the problem, is that they don't know how much time they've got to play with before the end of the race with each driver. And that is the massive challenge. And if you go over that, you might get the checkered flag first, but you won't win the race because the stewards will clamp down on that very, very quickly.
Coming around to pit stop time at the front of the field with exactly 100 minutes to go. That bit is fairly easy to work out. Started all the way back in the dark at a 5:45 this morning in front of a huge crowd. As the sun came up over the Blue Mountains, we had some fantastic racing. Yasser Shaheen tipped into the bunker at the top of the mountain in the battle for the Pro-Am category. The first big incident took out one of the real hopefuls for the race, the WRTP MW. And down in their garage they were inconsolable. Been a little bit of pro-on-am action as well that's been penalised at various times through the race, with the GT3 drivers being less than patient. And then Mother Nature took a hold and played her hand. Lightning and thunder and, well, a bit of contact.
So this morning an article came up on my phone, and in this article there was a video of somebody filming their windowsill and all the stuff on it. And it was only a short video, and I was like, why would somebody film their windowsill? And then I carried on reading, and it turns out the person who'd made this video submitted it to Reddit into a 3D graphics animation Reddit. And the moderators looked at the video and they were like, this isn't 3D graphics, someone's just filmed their windowsill, and they deleted the post. Here's the video, have a look for yourself. Right? So it turns out that is actually 100% computer graphics. And to me, that looks completely real. That looked like someone got their phone and just filmed their windowsill. So the person that posted this video is a 3D graphic artist called Ryan Zomarodi. And in order to back up their claims that it was 100% computer generated, that they'd made it, they didn't actually film it, they posted a behind the scenes render of the exact same scene with the exact same camera movements, but without the photorealistic finish of it, just the wireframes of the models that they'd made. You can see it here. Like, what? How can you make something in a computer look that real? Well, they shared a few of their tips and tricks. So one of the things that makes it look most real is the camera movement. So normally if you see like people walking around in games, the camera's quite smooth and you can tell it's linear. Whereas if you film something on your phone, you've always got a bit of movement going on. So they used a program that records the movement of their actual iPhone, and then they tracked that movement of the camera into Blender, the 3D software that they used. And it turns out they've only been using Blender, the 3D program, for about 6 months. If you don't know what it is, it's a free program that anybody can download and learn to make 3D stuff, but not normally this good. Another thing that makes it look so real is the focus and the depth of field. And they said they animated that by hand. So you see how things kind of go out of focus and are a bit blurry, more like it actually would be if you filmed it on a real camera. If you look really closely, you can even see reflections of a person holding a phone in like the shiny bits on the lighter and in the glass of the vase. So that's another reason that people thought that it was actually real, but it turns out he got a picture of his girlfriend and he strapped that to the camera in 3D, so it was moving around and you could see the actual reflections of this picture in the stuff in the scene. So while it's super realistic, you won't be seeing games that you can play in real time like this at the moment because this wasn't created in real time. Rayan has a 4090 graphics card, which is the most powerful and currently most expensive consumer grade graphics card that you can buy for your computer. And even with all that power, it took about 9.5 hours to render out 1026 individual frames to make this animation. But as computing power increases, it's going to get to the point where we will get computer games with this level of detail, like indistinguishable from reality. So on the back of that, I'm going to put another tick in that we're living in a simulation box. Just look how far computer graphics have come. If you found that interesting, please hit the like button and subscribe to my channel. And I've put all of Rayan's social media links down in the description so you can check them out. See you in a bit.
On his 32nd lap since he was last in the lane. So there's frantic calculations going on here in the booth. Fortunately, we have pieces of paper, so we don't have to take shoes and socks off. That's would be pleasant. In front of the field now, 20.5 seconds the gap between Bastien Bus, Porsche young driver, won the shootout at Portimao on the Algarve, Southern Europe, at the back end of last year. 3 days of testing, racing, running, PR, and that has been a door open to a career for many drivers in the past. Traffic playing its part again here.
That means a game and makes us want to main it too. Presenting the award for Gamer of the Year, brought to us by Twitch. Foolish.
That has led to a closing up. Stoltz was coming anywhere. He's going to come to the pits shortly, but he still wants to maximise where he is on the track.
We got ourselves a big one here. I don't have to say much. Gamer of the Year. And I'm going to stop talking right there. We got ourselves a nice little video, so I don't have to do the talking. Let the streamers themselves show what they're about.
Hopefully, at the kink. Will he get down the inside?
Randall's going to not let him through there. Does Randall pull it up?
Gamer of the Year.
Nice job. So
Clicks.
So this is an important stop relative to Randall, who comes to the lane. So that's not a spot surprise. We expected Randall to go much deeper into the abyss than Lucas Stoltz. So will assume the lead as the two leaders come to the lane.
Eliminated.
Well, I reckon Stoltz on his 33rd lap now will be in this lap, and he's really should be good to go to the end. So another massive day of work and light stints from Lucas Stoltz. He got to qualify the car yesterday.
Oh my God,
the previous 2 wins. Lucas done a lot of the grunt work in the middle of the day, and all the hero stuff was done by Jules Gunon. So Jules, just an incredible display of teamwork and mateship between them. So, no, it's your turn. You go and qualify the car, Lucas. You did a really solid job yesterday.
We can't kill shit! We shoot it all!
Challenging conditions. So STM go to work. They were scheduled for somewhere around lap 242, 243. So they've come in a little bit earlier
I don't know
than
what you're saying.
anticipated.
Tyre changing
The
crew on
nominees.
this team haven't done much work for the last 3 pit stops, so they
Our nominees for Gamer of the Year.
To get them
We
in the position
have
they are, so
Clicks.
glad to be here. It's a bit of a refresher course for the tyre changing crew.
Fortnite, baby, Fortnite.
The lead.
we have Jinxie.
And Bastion Boost will return in front of
Kaide.
That is critical.
Big from Boost.
That's massive. So that
Shroud.
stick has been huge for the blue Porsche. The yellow one's got hot tyres and a hot driver fire ready to go.
Big up there. And it won't get off here. It'll spin up.
The Peepo goes to...
not yet. Boost not yet.
Here we go.
Still not yet. Boost is not going to give him the inside
Peepo
line,
goes
but
to
eventually Guven around
Jinxie.
the outside. There's a little window into Bastion Boost about what he is prepared to do when it comes down to it. Newest Porsche young driver against
And he is not here to accept the award. So his manager,
down there watching.
and he has a clip as well.
I think that was all right.
No, that was good hard racing. Hey, they didn't even touch. No. So that was good hard racing.
Disregard this, by the way, my cat called me. Besides the point.
I'm really enjoying what
Video game player of the year.
And now Lucas Stoll
Appreciate everybody that voted for me. I'm surprised I won this one. I mean, I'm really just like good at like one game, but appreciate everybody that voted for me. Video games are a beautiful, amazing thing. They're an escape from this cruel world.
Very busy
You know, if you want to be a professional athlete, you're going to have to be naturally athletic, right? But with video games, anybody can excel at a video game. And I think that's what's beautiful about them.
And he's
Appreciate that voted for me.
and going again.
And let's see if I can win it again next year.
Racing Room. When we talk about Racing Room, and it's a fairly broad concept, Racing Room. That's Racing Room.
Hey guys, it's Sam and Jack again for the last time, maybe. Jinxie really wanted to come and be here tonight, but unfortunately couldn't make it this time around. He's extremely grateful for his community and everyone who's rallied around him, and a huge thanks to Cutie and everybody else. And as Nick would say, good rain. Let's go.
Bastion Boost did lose the race lead. As a net gain, that's worked well for the 13 car.
One last shout out for Streamer Awards merch. I can fuck this ad up, it's mine. You guys, buy the merch if you want it. It helps pay for the show. Thanks so much. Merch.thestreamerawards.com. Or if you want to support the show and you like the show, you've got this thing and you've probably got it for free and you've probably been a lazy asshole and you didn't click the button, don't forget to drop a Twitch Prime. The nominees for the final category this evening. No? Anyway, presenting the Streamer of the Year, my amazing co-host, Punky May.
Qualifying, and it looks like he's going to do at least.
We're going to need to check his 150 minutes.
Teleprompter, go all the way back up. That was her speech.
Still got one more stop to go.
It looks like
you guys want to fight?
It got out of order. Go up, go up, go up, go up, go up, go up.
Okay, you guys have seen enough of me today. I will make it as quick as I can. I know we've heard this a bit throughout the night, but I just want to take a big moment to thank Cutie for the blood, sweat, and tears she puts into this goddamn event.
He was getting close to that 150 minutes of consistent.
And she does it all. And on 3 hours of sleep, she's giving us model, stand-up comedian, podcaster, streamer. Like, what a multi-hyphenate, truly. We are in awe. Good job. I hope you can feel proud at least later, if not now. All right, now that that's out of the way, I'm here to announce your Streamer of the Year. Frankly, they need no intro, but here's a little video.
Doesn't matter if it's wet or dry.
Streamer of the Year.
So one more strategy curve they've got to get themselves around where they fall slightly on the majority of the field. It rained for a little while, so we sit here and we wish rain to come. And sort of say, we already know you're going to come from over there, John. Woods guys out there, and that's all that matters.
Stu says. It's not drying.
You ain't never cooked a damn thing. Shut up.
I swear. If you're with us early in the day, we'll talk
Imagine how big you would dream if you couldn't fail.
Wet with a tire and putting the slick on. Busy behind BMW versus Mercedes AMG. Raffaele Marciello defending off Bonfini. Seventh and eighth position. These two cars still on the lead of the race.
Good, right?
Every position counts at this stage of the day. Bonfini gets a good run out of turn one and will draw alongside with the help of some aero assist. But as you pointed out earlier, Garth, that BMW's got some engine in a straight line.
The straight line handling in the BMW is pretty good.
Having a good time.
Quem
estão poniendo
Also, we think this AAA National Storage AMG Mercedes has got a bit of bodywork damage, so that won't help the straight line efficiency through the air.
The nuts off timing, which you can get on the internet. You can watch it. Just see. This is for the
Your nominees are Queso, Iron Mouse, Jinxie, Kai Cenat, and Clackety.
Lucas Stokes' pit stop time line to line.
But there can only be one winner.
0.3 of a second too quick last time around.
Kai Cenat, who is unfortunately not here, so please enjoy this video and his friends will accept the award.
It's the scene at Mount Panorama overlooking Brock's skyline, and delighted to confirm that the official attendance, 47,353 people over the 3 days. It's the second largest attendance across 3 days in Bathurst 12-hour history.
Wow.
So well done, and thank you to everyone that's turned out. It was a record number of camping sales for the event this year. So the campgrounds have been absolutely pumping since Wednesday, from one famous endurance race to another. The Nürburgring 24-hour will be part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge later on this year. So just over 47,000 people. This is now one of the premier events on the calendar.
Give yourselves a big round of applause.
Yeah, outstanding. Speaking of premier, let's go down and catch up in the 222 garage with a guy who's done a huge amount of work today. We've got the headset on young gun Thomas Randall. Hello, my friend. Good afternoon. How's your day been?
Yeah, good afternoon, boys. A baptism of fire was probably the best way to explain it. I was pretty happy when Cam was out in the wet, and then Brendan and Mirko, our engineers, said, you're in next, and if it's raining, we'll deal with it. And I said, well, I've actually never driven a GT3 car in the wet before. So, yeah, it was pretty tricky. Obviously, never driven this wet tyre, and just trying to get used to the ABS and just trying different settings, playing with the TC, the brake bias. And, you know, the intensity of the rain just kept changing throughout the whole, double 2.5 stints. I mean, we triple stinted the wet tyre then, and, yeah, I guess it sort of worked for us. I mean, I think my fastest lap was my last lap, and pretty cool to be racing good on there at the end. I think we had a pretty nice battle, and to get the car, to be up, I think we were P2 when I pitted, I'm not quite sure. But, yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle for our car this weekend. Our strengths aren't where we want them, and our weaknesses aren't where we want them. But the rain, I think, has sort of leveled the playing field a bit. I mean, the Porsches, I think, are probably not as strong over the top, but they're very strong in a straight line, and that's something you need here. And I think that's where the wet weather has helped us, utilising the car's strengths. I mean, yeah, just a phenomenal job from the whole team at Scotty Taylor Motorsport. Ash Seawood, who runs the car. It's been an amazing program with Cam Waters, Craig Lowndes. I've had a blast. We've had so many laughs, and I guess the weather station, the spider, the snakes and ladders all have come in handy.
And what will you take away from this then? Whatever happens at this point, let's not talk about results because I don't want to jinx anything. Cam's in the car now. The car's sitting in fifth. There's some pit stops to happen ahead of you. What will you take away from this? Win, lose or draw?
I think just the experience. I mean, I've never done a Bathurst 12-hour before. You know, I've never properly raced a GT3 car before until today. The boys let me start and this morning in the dark, which was an amazing experience. The visor was a bit loose, kept coming down, which you don't want when it's dark. But yeah, just the experience of it all. I mean, like I said, got to thank Scotty Taylor for letting me drive his car, and everyone putting the trust in me to drive it. Yeah, as I said, it's been a blast, and fingers crossed, I could do more GT racing in the future.
Tom, I don't know if you've got a screen here, but your car's in the middle of a pretty good battle with Raffaello Marciello right now. Hey, tell us about that triple stint on the wet tyres, especially when the rain was coming through and it was raining quite heavily. You would have lost a lot of tread depth, so was the car difficult to manage in those conditions?
I mean, I think, well, Brendan was saying that people were putting new tyres on and actually going slower. They couldn't activate the tyre. I'm not sure why. I mean, but it seemed like the used tyre was okay, and I think because it kept raining, it kept the tyres cool, and we had a couple of full course yellows in there as well, which kept them cool. I mean, I certainly wasn't cool. Unfortunately, the helmet there left us about an hour and a half into the race, and yeah, so it's been bloody hot in the car. But yeah, as you can see, I've utilised a fair bit of physical strength. Yeah, I only had COVID a couple of weeks ago, but yeah, look, no excuses. Look, as you said, whatever happens from here on out, you know, it's been a blast. We started 13th, and yeah, we got up to second there. Cam knows how to drive in the wet. He's a master around Bathurst, and he does a lot of dirt racing. So if someone can handle the wet, I reckon it's him.
Is he into the end now?
Can't say that.
Oh, you can't.
Come on, Tom. It's just us.
It's only us and then everybody listening on RSL and around the world. That's all.
I'm going to leave you boys guessing.
Oh, you tease.
Hey, Thomas, you've been raising money for Prostate Cancer Foundation. This team has done so superbly for a long time. I know it's affected your life, not necessarily prostate cancer, but just talk to being part of that program and this great initiative that Scotty and his family and Rebecca and Craig and Lara have been behind so heavily over the last, 3 years now.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. I mean, I think our sport, there's so much opportunity to do stuff like that. And, you know, this is something that Scott's been doing for a couple of years now. I mean, 1 in 5 men die by the time they're 85 from prostate cancer. You know, I went through a cancer battle myself. It wasn't prostate cancer, but in that region. So, yeah, something close to my heart. And look, I got to thank everyone who's donated across the weekend. We've been going pretty hard with the coin bucket, and Lara Lowndes has been on the card machine. So whenever someone says I don't have coins, we've got the backup with the FPOS machine. And you know, we've been having a blast. Every time someone donates, I was playing the harmonica and Scotty was playing the slide whistle. So we've been having a blast. Yeah, I think that's the main thing. And the awareness side of it, you know, get checked. It's on the rear wing because not enough men get checked early enough.
Where's the harmonica come from, mate? And do you have one handy to play us a little?
You play us out?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't actually carry it on me in the car, but it was actually from a shop. I think it's called the Pear Tree Cafe, and I mean, I just bought a whole chunk of stuff, and I think Scotty was looking at me like, you know, I'm this 6-year-old kid. You know, I've wandered to the other end of the supermarket, but hey, he was pretty encouraging, and you know, like I said, it's been a lot of fun.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. We're looking forward to seeing you next week in the Thrifty Bathurst 500 for Tickford Racing in the Castrol car. But congratulations on your Herculean effort today, mate. Well done, and hope the rest of the afternoon goes well.
I appreciate it, boys. Thanks for the chat.
Well done, man.
He's a great young character, one of the future superstars of our sport, I think, and already some great results coming his way in the Repco Supercars Championship, and he'll be on the grid this year. They produced a very cool promotional video, Tickford Racing, launching their liveries for the year, and he's alarmingly good at the acting thing as well, Tom, multi-talented. He's done a little bit of commentary with me in the past, and he's frighteningly good at that too. He'll put us all out of a gig one day. Next week, 23, 25 of February, head to supercars.com to get your tickets. And if you're overseas, you can sign up for Superview as well to watch it online. That's next week. This is now. We've got an hour and 18 to go in this one, and Shay is busy in the lane.
With one of the drivers who, if you had started off at the beginning of the day saying to Kelvin van der Linde, all right, we've got just over an hour to go, your car's in the top 5, you got a shot at this win, would you have taken that?
Yeah, I really would have, to be honest. I think in the dry it was very difficult to overtake early on, so we were struggling to make strides to the front. And then the wet came. It looked like we had a bit more options, a bit more ways to play, and got into the top 3 again, but unfortunately, just missing that outright pace at the end now.
It would be kind of poetic to have the two brothers, one get pole and one get the race win. Sheldon, obviously, his race coming to an end a lot earlier on. Has he been supporting you throughout all of this, your race now?
Sorry, just say that last bit again. I didn't quite...
Has Sheldon been supporting you in your race now since his is over?
I think he's probably in the room somewhere in the hotel just drowning his sorrows, to be honest. I'm really sorry for him and the team. Obviously, they didn't deserve that. I was right behind following, obviously saw it happen, and it was so unnecessary so early in the race. But yeah, that's racing. It's happened to all of us at some point. We keep fighting. I think we've got a sniff at the podium. Really depends how the rain plays out. So many factors to it. But just great to be back here in Bathurst. I think my brother would have said the same. It's every year an honor to come back, and despite him having a bit of bad luck, I'm sure he's really happy to come back.
This has now become a race where there's no wiggle room in the regulations, so you just have to win it on the racetrack. That puts a smile on your face, I know, to go out and make the driver make the difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think you can see it either way. Obviously, we've lost a couple of our strategic options, which we had in the past in Bathurst. We had the fuel saving and a couple of things we could do in the past. Nowadays, it's outright speed, and if you can't overtake, then you kind of follow in the pack. So I think today the rain has spiced up the race, but I think if it was dry, it would have probably been a bit of a, just driving along in the train. So I'm happy the way things worked out. I think the fans hopefully had a great time watching. And yeah, still just over an hour to go, so still lots to happen.
Good luck at the trophy.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Just over an hour to go, and now 16 to go, and the times are coming down, particularly at the front of the field. Under 2:20 now for Ayhancan Guven in the leading Porsche, the 912 Grello car. We reckon about 16s is where you are. The one thing I would say is, although the times are coming down when you're staying on line, Garth, this is not like it was before, where there was enough heat in the day and enough heat in the track to be able to dry out the whole track. It's just on the racing line. It is a one-groove track if you were to go on to slicks right now.
It certainly is. I've been noticing and keeping an eye on the times that they're starting to drop under the 220s. Ayhancan Guven last time around 2:19.0, so the lap times continue to drop. But you're right, John, it is not drying out at the same rate which it dried out this morning, where the track was so much more radiant heat in it from the sun and the heat of the day. That heat of the day is gone. It's much, much cooler now, a cool breeze. And the wind is actually blowing from the opposite direction than it was this morning as well. So a much different weather pattern across the circuit than what we had in the midpoint of the day. But should it not rain again, we will go to slicks at some stage before this race, and that creates a whole other issue around when do you do that, when's the crossover, how does that fit into your driving time, how does that fit into your fuel strategy. So lots of interesting options available from a strategy point of view. Brock Feeney in the 888 AMG Mercedes comes to the lane. That looked like Michael Grenier, suited and booted, ready to jump aboard that car, and I would say he's bringing that car home. It's Grenier. So remember, this car's got some bodywork damage, so I'm curious to see whether they dive underneath and have a bit of a look at that, because when Brock Feeney left pit lane, we heard it, and it was pretty significant. So they'll do the normal service straight away. Driver's change gets underway, fuel rig connects.
And you can do remedial work whilst the car is up, so long as you have the solid
safety
stands around the jacking points. Well, they're not looking at the front, not yet. They haven't offered tyres to that car either, so they're learning as well.
They learnt from the 222 team, whether to stay with the warm tyre. There's the team car, the 88. That's got some sparks, and has that got some issues underneath as well?
Place.
The mid part of the car.
That car was off earlier with Prince Jeffrey behind the wheel. As we circle back to our race leader, 10 seconds the margin. But a reminder, this Porsche is slightly out of sync with the other key contenders for the race. And the big question mark now is, can they make it to the end on one stop or two? And they will be the first to roll into pit lane. That's the big question mark, with Ayhancan Guven leading the race. Jack?
Yeah, guys, really cool to be down here with Valentino Rossi. You didn't drive the car in the wet, but with just over an hour to go, P5, potential for the podium.
Yeah, it's a great shame for the rain, also for all the fans, because they take a lot of water, and also for us because I cannot do my third stint on the wet. We prefer to let Lello and Maxime continue to drive, and also for our potential, because on the dry we can fight for the victory. So, but you know, now if the condition remain dry and we can put the slick, It's not over. It's more than 1 hour, and usually if we put the slick in this condition, our car is very fast, so we can try.
Have you put your helmet away, or you may jump in at the end yourself?
No, Maxime will go. So for me, I think that is finished. But anyway, I enjoy a lot. I make more than 2 hours on the car, and I improve a lot my pace compared to last year, and I can fight with the top guys, so I'm happy.
I have to ask you, what do you tell your friends about Bathurst when you get back to Italy?
You know, it's a very famous racetrack in Europe, especially because we play a lot with the simulator, you know. And it's a great weekend because I have a great atmosphere, a lot of fans, and the track is fantastic.
Would you like to come back in October and race the Bathurst 1000?
Yeah, but no, I think that I will come back next February with the BMW.
Perfect, mate. Thank you for your time, and thank you for coming out to Bathurst. We love having you here.
Thank you very much. Ciao tutti. Ciao.
Hi, ciao tutti. He's been an absolute superstar in everything that he's done this weekend.
Well, we know he's a superstar out of the race car, and I think today he proved he's a superstar inside the race car as well. He said, I'm happy with what he did. Yeah. Man, he should be very happy with what he did, because he's made the point that he went with the fast guys, and the fast guy that he went with was Jules Gournant, who've won this race the last 3 years in a row. Front splitter on the 88, so that was the sparks that we saw in a replay earlier, and that car came to the lane, and they've got the Bondo on it. 100 mile an hour tape. You probably need 200 mile an hour tape for these cars, but I'm not sure that that's going to do what they need it to do.
Now, you see, Colin White down at Ginetta would have had a couple of metal brackets on that, and the rivet gun straight through it. He would have had that sorted in about 25 seconds. I kid you not.
Did a fencing wire and chewing gum.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Cable ties.
Absolutely MacGyvered that to the hilt. The 24 hours at Sebring that we had a few years ago where the Ginetta was there, it was all kinds of different colours with tape and all kinds on it. It doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to stay together, particularly when you get into an hour and 10 minutes. Still a huge international audience. Hello to San Diego and Randy Sherwood watching us in on the west coast of the USA. Thank you for joining in with the conversation, all of you. It's hashtag B12HR, and there's still 70 minutes to go, and we're still scratching our head there. I'm not sure we know who's going to win this quite yet.
And Chen Guven making his way down Conrod Straight and starting to look for the wet edges of the racetrack. He's been starting to tease out whether slick tyres might become an option towards the end of this one. And the crossover lap time, last time we went from wets to slicks, was just under a 2:16, and last time round the fastest car on track was Lucas Stoltz with a 2:16.4. So we're starting to get back towards that territory that a slick tyre might be the tyre to be on. But you made the point earlier, John, that the dry line is a much narrower dry line this time round than last time when the track dried out. And you can see right there, Michael Grenier turning in and losing the rear on a cold, wet tyre. So should you go to a slick, you need to make sure you stay well within the tram tracks that is a dry line around the racetrack.
And although we've lost some cars through reliability and contact, there's still enough traffic out there, even accounting for the fact that one or two might come back as walking wounded in the last hour to take the checkered flag. Whether or not they're officially classified, there's a whole other bit of calculation to do to make that, but people would like to come out and take the checkered flag. So you're going to have to go offline, and people are hunting for the wet now.
You certainly have to. I mean, there's enough of a dry line for it to be overheating the wet tyre. So any chance that you can, you go looking for some standing water to cool the tyre.
But given what we know about how long it takes to heat up the slick, even when it was warm, much warmer than it is now, having to go offline to pass someone and lose all the heat out of your slick that you've assiduously built up, it's going to be tough.
What was also interesting, just tracking those lap times, it went from 2:20, 2:20, 2:20, 2:19, bang, 16.
Yeah.
16.
Yeah.
So they're not far. So they're all just running now until that next pit stop where they can hopefully put slicks on and fuel and then just get to the end.
The reason that happens, Rich, is the track, it almost opens up. You can see it go from dark grey to light grey when the dry line actually opens up, and it opens up rapidly once it starts to dry out. So you can actually see down through the S's and the dipper there, it was actually still quite wet because it's shaded from the trees through there. Lucas Stoltz up the inside into Forest Elbow. So although we're starting to see the lap times for the crossover, I'm not sure the conditions are there yet, but they're coming. They are certainly coming, and you do not want to bowl a wide right there. And Bastian Booz.
Right on cue.
So that is on cue as far as staying in the tram tracks, and that's on a hot, wet tyre. So we're still some time away from a slick tyre, but will that line up with the next round of pit stops? Fascinating strategy-wise how this is going to play out. 67 minutes to go as the EMG heads into pit lane, and that's going to be tight to get to the end from here. They might just have to make one extra stop. It'll all depend on how quickly this dries up, but it is drying up now here at the mountain for the Repco Bathurst 12 Hours 2024.
If you're planning your next getaway, why not select this part of the world? Bathurst is a sensational place to come and visit. Perfect scenery. There's great shopping in the vicinity as well. Farmers markets. You could go gold panning, believe it or not. The river just near Sofala. The Macquarie River's got some great cycling trails nearby. Adventure playground. The Abercrombie Caves aren't far from here. And plenty of natural wildlife too. In fact, on any given day of the week, if you go for an amble around the mountain, you'll see plenty of Skippy and his furry friends. It's a great part of the world. We're thoroughly enjoying it in a captivating Repco Bathurst 12 Hour, which delivers us somewhere in the vicinity of 6 or 7 contenders, and we're not sure which one of them will come out on top in 65 minutes and 30 seconds at the end of this race.
Raffaele Marciello has just gone under the 2:16, a 2:15.7. So there's that track development, that track improvement, and the speed and the performance coming back to the BMW number 46. Remember, it's not really got that hot today for the BMW with the turbochargers. It's still quite a heavy atmosphere, so that car is loving that. But I would be very, very careful about going on this thing. Some of the passes we saw just a few minutes ago, when you go offline down into the elbow on slick tyres, that would be treacherous.
Well, the track might be ready for slicks, but from a strategy point of view, not quite. So they're playing the game right now and trying to extend this stint as long as they can into the race to get to that final pit stop.
Right now we are
to
right
fill the car up to
at
the
the
end.
50-yard line to
Who's
the
got
line.
driving time up
The
his sleeve
swell
to
is
get to the
coming
end,
up.
and then put a slick tyre on for that last.
Some more.
Yeah,
Queen.
I think that's a good point. If this was a race,
We
someone
got
would
Cole
be in
Smith.
on a
He's
seven
kind of like the
tyre if they didn't
vlog
have to do an
superstar,
85
supermodel.
as
Been surfing out here
part
for
of
like
the race.
17 years,
They have to
just to
take
get
all
this
that into
one moment.
consideration and try and line everything up.
And then we've
from a
got
strategy
Kai
point of
Lenny.
view. These two cars now, Christopher Haas and Raffaele Marciello, the two fastest cars on track at the minute. So Stoltz just did a 15.2, so everyone now starting to find lap time.
Alex Ramirez, about 6 seconds on Alessio Picariello, Mercedes versus Porsche, and then another, barely a second further back, Jim Wickham, 88, chasing them both down at the moment for the Brazil Cup. Christopher Haas and Raffaele Marciello looking for as much wet track as they can find, but it's starting to run out of it. Especially down the corner and up that straight, down pit straight, where you traditionally go to try and cool the tyre. They're running out of wet stuff to run in, so then you start hanging on a little bit wider here at the exit of the turn 2 for the run up to the cutting. Start to put your car in some stranger positions, simply to keep the tyre cool and run through the wet. You might say, why don't you go off the dry line and into the wet line? The wet tyre actually works better like that. We heard from Paul Bracey saying earlier that it was actually more grip in the greasy. It was trickier in the greasy conditions, and you're better off to run the car in the wet than you were
trying to do it. He just forgot that he's in a left-hand drive car.
Well, he's been racing on the mud all summer in clay and sprint car racing, so wanted to feel at home. So slicks are going on car 46. This is the first of the outright contenders making a stop, theoretically, to get to the end of the show today.
And the point, Rich, you make a good point there, because they did have to come in now. They were only 13, 14 laps into the stint. So this is now back timing to time. And they go, right, we're going from here. Here's the roll of the dice. We think we can get an advantage by going early. In this first part of the race, people staying out have the advantage, but they're going to have hotter, slick tyres when everybody else comes in. And if it doesn't rain again, this might be a strategic margin from Volkswagen Force.
This is it.
The rest of WRT.
This is the dream.
That car, as it's dried out, has had some serious pace coming back into
How was
it.
your sleep?
So it wasn't great
So
to wear that front split.
Really?
So the repair did not last very long.
Well, we slept for like 6 hours, but
We were watching Alex for us earlier. He's actually just stopped and was leading the Prime M class. Alessio Picariello now leads that in the Manti EMA number 911 and 9th outright for that car. Harry King and Yasser Shahin. So that's a fascinating battle. That is far.
Yeah, so you're in the 848 heat.
So here we go.
And you got a little time to get ready.
Okay.
We've seen some magic moments here at the mountain.
In the world of
surfing,
nature provides the waves. Sometimes nature provides good waves, and sometimes not so much. Today I'll be surfing a perfect wave. This wave is not provided by nature. In fact, this wave exists as a monument to man's contempt for nature. This is the world's greatest man-made wave.
crashed out on that day, and we heard the amazing interview with Maro Engel. That was 2017, happened in the last hour. This was a shocker, wasn't it? 2018, the red flag came out, ended that race early. The WRT Audi leading at that point.
I'm nervous. I never get nervous, but I'm nervous. It is an extraordinary privilege to be here. And what I mean by that is there's only one of these in the world. And this place is so expensive to operate. To like rent it out for one day is like $50,000. Now, I didn't pay that, I'm a guest, but I get like 3, 2, 4, 3 tries, something like that. And I'm nervous I'm gonna screw it up. And it's like it's like the most expensive wave in the world, and if I screw it up, that's my shot. So I'm nervous. This suit is so tight. Maybe I think this is a woman's suit. Alright, I'm up.
Are you nervous?
I'm so nervous.
Nervous for you.
Okay.
So victory for Porsche and an Australian driver.
Keep it safe.
Oregon lie in the hands of young Jackson Evans. Matt Campbell's
Are you nervous at all? You are. Are you terrified? Are you really terrified? What did that guy
It is Jackson who's being cast to take number 13.
A lot harder than it looks.
To the checkered flag. If you look over my shoulder, there's a man whose name is Timo Bernard. He has been helping out this team to try and adapt to racing over here.
We're up in 30 seconds?
One of the reasons that this team has done so well. And why, you might ask? Well, because Timo Bernard's won every major race that there is for Porsche as well as for Audi.
Nice little scene setter from our team down in pit lane, building up to the finish of this race with 57 minutes to go. This is the moment where Sun Energy One engages Jules Gounon mode and plugs in the 3-time winner of this race into 75. Chris Haase will be behind the wheel at 22. He's in the lane now as well in the Audi. So second and third on the road. I tell you what, there's some people that are going to be properly stressed. This comes down to a fight between Jackson Evans and Matt Campbell at the end of this race, because they've basically grown up together in motorsport here and indeed in their journey overseas. So that could be a particularly interesting thing between the Porsche boys.
So curious to see where this car
You gonna get on a
pops out
surfboard?
relative to Maxime
Nope.
Martin.
Do you think you can do it on a
Martin
surfboard?
was the first car to take slicks of our front runners. So did the overcut on the hot, wet tyre work better than going onto the cold, slick tyre in these tricky conditions? Cam Waters has already been in and out and taken a slick tyre while we were getting that scene set at
The wave pool is 2,000 feet long and 500 feet wide.
Waiting for his time. Here's Maxime Martin.
Development and construction of the pool took over 10 years and cost roughly...
Strong on this lap, but it's taken a lap or two to get the temperature where it needs to do it. And there's an example of having to go offline to get the pass done on a wet line before he has to turn into the chase. Gunnor's done. He's up and out and up mountain straight. Here comes Haase in the 22 Audi.
And Max Martin was 3 seconds quicker than the leader in the first sector last time around. And he's now up to temperature or thereabouts with those Pirelli slicks.
Certainly much more temperature than Christopher Haase. So Haase's come out in front, but he has a cold tyre, whereas Martin has 3 laps of temperature in the tyre in the WRT M4 BMW. So whilst Haase has the lead right now, he'll have to stop the car to make a turn here at 2. Does Martin try and go around the outside? Does he switch back? Now he has to go offline. Haase is not going to make it easy for him. Does he have enough run to get around the outside before the kick? Yes, he does. That was critical. He had to get it done there, because if he didn't get it done before the cutting, a single line across the top.
And that was purely temperature and grip there that gave
undercut worked.
Yeah, it did this time. It did this time. That's amazing. And that, I mean, it's brave, but he had the confidence in the tyre. Quite clearly, that's a performance advantage then for that number 46 and for Maxime Martin.
So anyways, this is my second
anyone
time
else
feeling
pitting
dry
ahead of him,
January.
and we'll now have to see.
Wait, drop that.
Yeah, I'm on,
what is...
no alcohol in January.
Tina, you tried. Tina. So anyways, this is my second time failing dry January. Oh my god.
Wait, drop that.
Yeah, I'm on,
what is...
no alcohol in January.
Tina, you tried. Tina. So anyways, this is my second time failing dry January. Oh my god.
Wait, drop that.
Yeah, I'm on,
what is...
no alcohol in January.
The back of Manti EMA.
Gonna come this time. They do not want to leave it any later. And here he peels off left-handed into the pit lane.
So there's a lot of stuff brewing behind the scenes at OpenAI. As you'll see, OpenAI might be thinking multiple steps ahead, steps that we can't even see. Keep this image in mind. What OpenAI is showing us is just the tip of the iceberg. What's available behind the scenes is far bigger and greater than we know. Who would have predicted this, that OpenAI would unleash something like Sora, far and away the best AI video generation model? We're getting very close to a point where AI video will be indistinguishable from reality. But as you'll see in a second, this is just what's showing. What's behind the scenes is far bigger. In this video, let's see why Sora is different. What do you think you're looking at right now? Minecraft? Well, not quite. This is generated by Sora. Why does it look like a 3D world in a video game? Why does it seem like the physics are incredibly well generated with something that's supposed to be just a video generation platform? The glass doesn't shatter, but notice the ice cubes, notice the water. What does that look like to you? In this video, let's talk about video generation, Sora, AI video models as world simulations, and what does the Unreal game engine have to do with all of this? Let's dive in. So I'll link below to a previous video where we went over all the various videos that are available to see that are made by Sora. So here we're not going to be actually showcasing all of them. We're mainly going to be digging into how the heck did they manage to create this, and also specifically what this means. What does this mean? What does this mean? What I think it means is that OpenAI is building at light speed things that we can't even see. Let's start here. This is Dr. Jim Fan, one of the senior AI researchers at NVIDIA. Covered a lot of his papers here. So he's saying this: if you think OpenAI Sora is a creative toy like DALL-E, think again. Sora is a data-driven physics engine. It is a simulation of many worlds, real or fantastical. The simulator learns intricate rendering, intuitive physics, long horizon reasoning, and semantic grounding, all by some denoising and gradient maths. I won't be surprised if Sora is trained on lots of synthetic data using Unreal Engine 5. It has to be. And he's not the only person mentioning that. Multiple people have pointed out that a lot of the footage does have some like video game qualities. Dr. Jim Fan continues here. Let's break down the following video. Prompt: photorealistic close-up of video of two pirate ships battling each other as they sail inside a cup of coffee. Which, by the way, I mean, if you take a look at this video, you know exactly what the prompt was. I mean, you can see the cup. You can tell this is coffee. This doesn't look like water. That looks like coffee with the froth on top and everything else. You know, those are two pirate ships. And you can tell that they're miniature pirate ships because, again, they fit into a cup of coffee. He continues. The simulator. You can see the cup. You can tell this is coffee. This doesn't look like water. That looks like coffee with the froth on top and everything else. You know, those are two.
Car, all bets are off. All bets are off. Campbell, Goonon, Jackson Evans are going to be line of stern on a restart with no cars between us. And that Max Martin next up. Then Chris Haase. I've had a feeling about the 22 car. I said that earlier on, and Chris Haase was looking well confident in that Audi earlier on. Cam Waters, Grenier, Maro Engel, and then Jamie Winkup, Ross Gunn, and Alessio Peccarello for the top 11. They're battling for Pro-Am. Oh my goodness, the drama. The drama. Jerry Bruckheimer couldn't write this one. This is an absolute, going to be an absolute run to the flag. Proper shootout. 46 minutes on the clock.
Can I walk you through the last 4 Bathurst 12-hour winners? 2023, Jules Gounon. 2022, Jules Gounon. 2020, Jules Gounon. 2019, Matt Campbell. So the last 4 races between these 2 guys at the front of the field.
You only have to rewind 12 months. It was these 2 guys
in
just the
reverse
other
order.
opposite direction. So does Jules Gounon now have the chance to have a crack at Matt Campbell?
He was the hunted last time.
Yes.
Now he's the hunter. He might have to get aggressive. We know how good that Porsche is on the restarts and at the end of the stints. So all bets are off now. Strategy has got out the window. Doesn't matter. Everything's unwound. The stagger, if you like to use an athletics term, the stagger has unwound because everybody goes full rich, flat out, full send to the finish. Nobody's going to have any worries about the stint lengths because we're doing slower lap times. Nobody's going to have any worries about their tyres because they're all on slicks, and nobody has any worries about fuel either. So it's all coming down to however many laps we get and how much time we get once we get the vortex moved from Griffin Bend.
It's even better than that, John, because there'll be no lap cars between
correct.
the 2 of them.
Yeah, they've got to pull off. So they've got to go down the pit lanes.
Heads up. Absolutely heads up racing.
How many on the lead lap?
Are you ready or you need more time? The tipping backlash has begun, and those in the service industry already feeling the pinch.
Tips have gone down. I'm making 30% less than what I typically make in a given year.
According to data from Toast, the average nationwide tip at full-service restaurants fell to 19.4% of the total check in the second quarter of 2023, the lowest percentage since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic.
So what we're seeing now nationwide is something that is known as tipflation. And this idea of tipflation is that pretty much at every opportunity, we're being presented with a tablet that's asking us how much we'd like to tip.
I always click 20 because I feel pressured to do so, even if it's just to get a cup of coffee. This tipflation causing tipping fatigue. Consumers are
Whether it's fruits and vegetables or meat and poultry, a lot of our food, even very natural food, it seems, contains plastic.
And outside of the grocery aisles, fast food may be even worse. WBZ's Christina Rax shows us a new study that lays out the risks and what to avoid.
Cheerios is billed as a heart-healthy way to start your day. But a recent Consumer Reports study on tiny bits of plastic in our food may tell a different story.
So we wanted to see, number one, are they there in the food? And number two, what were the concentrations?
The nonprofit consumer organization tested 85 different food products for the plastics known as phthalates, and the results were concerning.
Of the 85 different products that we tested, only one had 0 phthalates in them.
The so-called heart-healthy Cheerios from General Mills had nearly 11,000 nanograms of phthalates per serving. However, it was far from the worst offender. Many fast foods wore that crown. Burger King's Whopper with cheese had more than 20,000 nanograms, and Wendy's Crispy Chicken Nuggets had nearly 34,000 nanograms per serving.
We also say reduce or totally avoid fast food, because in our article it shows that the fast food was particularly high in plasticizers.
A meal typically eaten by children actually topped the list. Annie's organic cheesy ravioli, another General Mills food, had more than 53,000 nanograms per serving. In a statement, a General Mills spokesperson told WBZ, food safety is our top priority at General Mills. We review the ingredients and packaging we buy and the companies that supply them on a regular cadence. The products tested by Consumer Reports were within regulatory requirements.
Plastics are really everywhere in foods.
Dr. Philip Landrigan is a professor at Boston College. He researches chemicals found in food. He says these chemicals that leach out of plastic containers and bags have the potential to be extremely harmful to your body.
The phthalates are chemicals that have the ability to disrupt endocrine function. They can cause toxicity to the liver, which in turn changes levels of cholesterol and other lipids in the serum, and they push up rates of heart disease and stroke in the American population.
If it's affecting people's health and hormones, and there are other options, then companies probably won't be incentivized to do anything unless there's rules.
Rules that are not in abundance when it comes to plastics in the U.S.
More than 80% of the chemicals in commerce today have never been tested for safety or efficacy. We're basically, we and our kids are surrounded by chemicals whose hazard is simply not known.
That's why we have called on the FDA, for instance, for a total ban of any phthalates or phthalate substitutes for these plasticizers. Just ban them.
Still, there are a few things you can do to minimize your exposure.
What we want to do is urge consumers to try to reduce your exposure by not eating as much processed foods.
One very proven effective way to minimize exposure is to eat organic.
Don't microwave your food in plastic containers. Don't even store them in plastic containers. Use glass.
We reached out to Burger King and Wendy's, but we did not hear back. Now, the FDA says it's aware of the issue and noted that phthalates are not authorized to be directly added to food, but some can go into food packaging and food contact applications. The agency is asking manufacturers for more information on how these chemicals are being used. For more info, you can head to our website, WBZ.com. Christina Rex, WBZ News.
Hey, Allison.
Hi, nice
Good to see you. Let's go check out some labels.
Sounds good.
We're grocery shopping for some treats with dietitian Allison Martinez, looking at labels to see what's being added to our food. Let's check out the frozen aisle. From frozen foods to snacks.
Look at those nice bright Doritos.
To candy.
Throw them in there.
And more.
Okay.
We're checking out some colorful ingredients.
Allura Red. So that's a common red synthetic food dye.
Sunset Yellow.
Sunset Yellow. Tartrazine is another artificial food dye that creates a yellow color in foods.
So how often are Allura Red and Tartrazine and Sunset Yellow found in foods?
I would say they're the artificial food dyes you're going to see most frequently.
These synthetic dyes make our food look good, but are they good for us? That's what Thomas Galligan is asking.
These food dyes are marketing tools for the food industry.
Thomas is a scientist who studies food additives for the U.S. Food and Health Watchdog Center for Science in the Public Interest.
They are used to make food look more visually appealing so that you and I, as consumers, want to buy them. But they really offer no benefit to the consumer.
But we like food to look good. So what is the concern about having these artificial dyes in our food?
These synthetic food dyes can cause or exacerbate neurobehavioral problems in some kids. Things like inattention, hyperactivity, sleeplessness, restlessness, irritability, these sorts of things.
That's why some other countries have changed how these products are sold.
Since 2010, in the EU, there's been a requirement that foods that contain certain synthetic food dyes, like the 3 that we're discussing, actually have to have a warning label to warn consumers about the effects that they have on children's behavior.
Thomas would like to see warning labels here too.
Not everybody is going to be impacted by synthetic food dyes. Canadian consumers should be offered the opportunity to protect their kids just like European consumers.
We want to see what those warning labels look like. Time to order some popular products from overseas.
Stick that candy in the cart.
We've got M&M's, Skittles, Doritos, Nerds gummy clusters, and Kool-Aid. The Canadian versions of the same products have one or more of the synthetic dyes, Allura Red, Tartrazine, or Sunset Yellow FCF, also known as Red Dye number 40, Yellow 5, and Yellow 6.
Okay, that should do it. We'll see what's in those products when they get here.
While we wait for our international snack shipment to be delivered, we're heading to Niagara College Culinary School to find out what's in these dyes.
Many of the artificial colors are actually petroleum byproducts.
Professor and food scientist Amy Prue shows us 2 of them.
Can you show me the Allura Red? What does it look like?
So oftentimes people are mystified by what different food additives look like. It is not a big mystery. It looks like a small, dark red powder.
Same goes for Sunset Yellow.
As you can guess, it gives a very bold yellow color.
Amy says these synthetic dyes are also more stable during manufacturing.
Boiling the sugar for candy is done at extremely high temperatures. And as such, we need to have heat-stable colors that are not going to scorch out and burn in that process.
Okay, it's here. Our delicious delivery from Europe has arrived.
Lots of good stuff.
Sure enough, there's a warning label about those synthetic dyes on some of the products.
Kool-Aid, okay. So this one does have the Allura Red, but also a warning label.
Guys doing? Wow. What is, I mean, okay.
Really good.
You guys all look fantastic. How are you guys doing?
Good. Excited to be here.
Who do I ask a question to?
We're one unit. We're like Exodia, except we're missing one.
So do I, when I ask a question, I'm going to ask everyone, or just is there a talking head? Okay, Tina, you talking on behalf of everyone?
Yeah, I speak for everyone, all of us. I speak for every single one. Yeah.
Are you guys excited for the Streamer Awards? I assume so.
We're so excited, so pumped. Got ready all day. We saw a bee.
Bee?
There was a bee in our Uber the entire time. Yeah.
Is there no nature in LA? Is it all gone?
I mean, we got rid of it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but it was a dangerous ride here. We had a bee on us, walking on us.
It was nice.
The entire
I think maybe the bee couldn't stop looking at the shiny things.
Yeah, I'm a little sparkly.
Of course, many of you are also nominated for awards. Best Minecraft Streamer, Sapphire Award, and Variety Streamer. We're rivals, all right? All right. We're not cool. After what she did to me, what are you nominated for, Miyoung?
The bestest friend we've ever had.
The bestest friend a gal could ask for.
I want to say that I said lovely to meet you in my Animal Crossing dating application, and you said that was weird. Who says that?
Oh, me.
Meet you? That's a normal thing to say to someone.
It's a little too formal.
I'm British.
That's what I said. He's British.
You liked it? It was a C tier. It was C tier. All right, guys, but you guys all look amazing. Thank you so much. Sorry for interrogating you, and I hope you guys have a great Streamer Award. So have a great time.
You have a good one too.
Thank you. I'll see you guys around. But we have many more interviews, so don't go anywhere. We're going to throw it off to somebody else right now. Bye. Sorry, guys, I'm blocking you.
I'm running out of people to talk to. Oh, hey, Foosley. She was hiding here in the corner. You were dodging eye contact. It doesn't work.
Yes, it does.
It didn't work.
What am I supposed to say?
Leslie, How are you feeling this evening?
Uncomfortable. My dress is like a whole thing, and like I'm worried about a wardrobe malfunction. And then I had to have Aileen button me up because of the bathroom, and apparently the bathroom's flooded. The whole Anyway, oh sorry, but you look great.
Oh, you look even better. Give it up for Foosley, everybody. I'm running out of people to talk to. Oh, hey, Foosley. She was hiding here in the corner. You were dodging eye contact. It doesn't work.
Yes, it does.
It didn't work.
What am I supposed to say?
Leslie, how are you feeling this evening?
Uncomfortable. My dress is like a whole thing, and like I'm worried about a wardrobe malfunction. And then I had to have a lean.
She was hiding here in the corner. You were dodging eye contact. It doesn't work.
Admiral Rama needs funds to keep her cause afloat. How about we arrange some donations from the DMC? Glory is in your face.
Warship in sight! A cutter! just.
Ghosts and curses, Captain. I shook my fist at the gods once and paid the price.
What is it? Brigantine, on the horizon! Just got sight of a brigantine!
There's no hope. Please, please, anyone. The Ashen Corsair is fucked. Quick, easy, dirty money, he promised us. Steal the legendary Black Brigantine, sell for a fortune. Sounded good at first, but look where we are now. Lost on a ship so full of silver the hull's half sunk in water. A ship so heavy even the wind from the storm barely moves us. And we're so hungry. So hungry. All because of fucking Tristan, you fraud! What sort of captain throws away food for silver? What use is all this money if we're gonna fucking die in the ocean? And now those who yelled at him back in Garand are being merry with him. What are they afraid of? Listen, there is no voice. There is nobody in the skies. Is this what silver does to sailors? Lose all sense of reason and be friendly with a moron? Drinking buckets of seawater, telling themselves it's wine from New York. Their voice so coarse from salt, they hum melodies to the floor. To whoever reading this, I offer you a deal. Me and the sane ones will kill Tristan and dock the ship at the Three Brothers Islets, the closest land to here. We will promise you a ship full of silver. Just give us some food and safe passage back to St. Anne.
Admiral Rama needs funds to keep her cause afloat. How about we arrange some donations from the DMC? The docks and taverns ring with word of your deeds.
Catch the wind! There are stays inside, Captain!
Ahead of us! Capitaine! Hey, I see a snow! What's that, Captain? A company ship de guerre! It's a brigantine!
Sink it and take her riches, but whatever you do, don't try to helm that cursed ship yourself.
Lass, you should have warned them. Should have told them it was a bad idea to try and run away with the silver. They dropped it in the sea trying to escape. Well, at least now the lads have something to eat. Spongy. Never tasted flesh like this before. Gordon snaps their bones in two, suckling on the shards and the marrow. That looks delicious. I should try that. Never mind. He sliced off a bit of his tongue. I'll stick with the eyes. Didn't realise Andrews were blue, like sapphires. Shame. You know, lass, I'm relieved. I thought it was just you and me on this ship. Turns out, most of us heard you all along. But I confess, I still can't stand the sound of your voice. You sound raspy, withered, decaying. Lass, do you know what the legends write about you? They say you sunk hundreds. Ruthless, bloody coins dropped in their lungs. But now that I've got to know you better, you know what? I think you're lying. Stop yelling. Listen, I'm not trying to be rude, but ma'am, please convince me. How could someone that sounds as sickly as you kill all those people?
Hey, you wanna set sail or not?
on your foes.